The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
October the 30th, 2024. I am Matt from the past, your host for nightly old-time radio shows, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1340 AD, Battle of Rio Salado, King Alfonso IV of Portugal and King Alfonso IX of Castile defeat Sultan Abu al-Hussein Ali of Morocco and Yusuf I of Granada. Last Muradids invasion of Liberian Peninsula. Two Alfonsos, who would have thought? In 1899, Battle of Ladysmith, Natal, Boers defeat the British, leading to the Siege of Ladysmith. In 1905, October Manifesto, Russian Tsar Nicholas II grants civil liberties and accepts the First Duma. In 1917, British government gives final approval of Balfour Declaration. In 1973, the Bosphorus Bridge in Istanbul, Turkey is completed, connecting the continents of Europe and Asia over the Bosphorus for the first time. In 1921, The Sheik, a silent film starring Rudolph Valentino, premieres in Los Angeles, California. In 1940, One Night in the Tropics, first feature film for Abbott and Costello, premieres in Paterson, New Jersey. In 1944, Aaron Copland's ballad score Appalachian Spring premieres in Washington, D.C. with Martha Graham dancing lead role. In 1974, The Rumble in the Jungle, Muhammad Ali KOs George Foreman in the 8th round, and Keisha Zaire regains world heavyweight boxing title with famous rope-a-dope tactic. Born on this day were Christopher Columbus, John Adams, Francisco I. Madero, Ezra Pound, Ragnar Granit, Ivanka Trump, Henry Winkler, Dmitry Muratov, Billy Terry, Dingo Maradona, Courtney Walsh. And dying on this day were William Cavendish Benedict, John Abbott, Bonar Law, Steve Allen, Robert Goulet, Whitney Bulger. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Calling all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 50 regarding a murder on Riverside Drive. All cars be on the lookout for a Buick Coupe, page 642, 8S Sugar 642, 8 Sugar 642. The suspect is believed to have escaped in this car. That's all. Rosenquist.
Radio Patrol Car 42?
That's right.
And you must be Officer Whalen.
Well, that's the second time.
I'm Officer Harris. The inspector assigned me to ride with you while your partner's on the sick list.
Okay, hop in. Let's get going. Ever done any radio patrol work before?
No, this is my first offense. And I've listened to a description of your work on the Calling All Cars radio program. Say, tell me, do these police cars really use Rio Grande cracked gasoline?
Sure they do. And so do police cars in other cities. Cracked gasoline does everything they say it does. Cities specify for all police cars, ambulances, and fire engines.
Yeah, but do you think gasoline really makes much difference in the police car?
Huh? Well, I'll show you. Now, here, we're just crawling along at 5 miles an hour, notice?
Calling car 42,
That's
car
right.
42, a burglary at 836 Huron Street, 836 Huron Street. Go get 'em, boys.
Here we go. Now, there we are. 80 miles an hour. Boy, I'll show you what police car performance means. We'll use every bit of power we can get out of that Rio Grande cracked gasoline.
Tonight, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department has brought a guest with him, whom he will introduce. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. It is a great source of satisfaction to me to observe how more and more the law enforcement agencies of the nation work closer and closer together. Whenever a major crime occurs these days, all facilities of municipal, county, state, and federal police are merged into a cooperative and a crime army, with the result that fewer and fewer crimes remain unsolved. Tonight's story did not come under my official jurisdiction. It was solved under the direction of my guest and good friend, Gene Bisculoos, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. And I have asked Gene to be my guest in the studio tonight and to say a few words to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Gene Bisculoos, Sheriff of Los Angeles County.
Thanks, Jim. Good evening, friends of the Pacific Coast. The Los Angeles Police Department and the Sheriff's Office have worked many cases together, for had not the desire to catch the criminal subordinated any personal desire to grab the glory, there would not have been such a high percentage of solved crimes to which both departments can point with pride. Tonight's dramatization of Calling All Cars is a case in point, where through the splendid cooperation of Chief of Police Elmer Adams of Burbank and Captain William J. Bright of the Sheriff's Homicide Detail, the criminal was in custody within 24 hours after the crime was discovered. Peace officers today are working towards closer and closer cooperation, which eventually will make the criminals' careers so hazardous that crime will be minimized to a great extent. There will always be crime, particularly in metropolitan areas, and the peace officer or any department cannot expect to do the job alone, and it is our honest and unceasing effort to do our best and to give better service working together. Tonight's story begins with 6 shots at midnight. On with the show.
Mr. Lewis, wake up! Wake up! Oh, Mrs. Spencer, what was that terrible racket? Oh, I don't know. It sounded like a gun being fired. Oh, then someone's dying.
What's the trouble, Mrs. Spencer?
Oh, didn't you hear it?
Yeah, what? I was sleeping. I didn't hear nothing till you knocked on my door.
Well, there were shots and a scream, and then Miss Smith and I heard groans. We'd better go through the apartments and find out if everyone's all right. That's right. Lewis, go to the court downstairs, and I'll check this floor.
Yes, ma'am, right away.
Oh, come along, Miss Smith. We'll see if Mrs. Madison's all right. Chances are she's alone tonight. Well, let's see what we have. Mrs. Madison, are you there? Are you all right? If you're all right, answer me.
I'm all right, Mrs. Spencer.
Did you hear those shots and that terrible groan, Mrs. Madison?
Yes, they woke me up.
Oh, it's terrible. I'm just sure that someone's been murdered.
Oh, I think you're unduly upset. The shots probably came from the studio down the street. They're making a picture there tonight.
Yes, but those horrible groans and that shriek.
You're forgetting the peacocks in the backyard. Their shriek sounds very human.
Oh, I'm just sure somebody's been murdered.
Well, Mrs. Spencer, I've been all around the court downstairs, and everyone's all right.
And Mrs. Madison thinks the noise came from the picture studio.
Well, now, it might have a side.
There, listen to that. And there go the peacocks. Now, they sound very much like a human being.
And, there's your mother, Mrs. Spencer.
Oh, I'm just sure I heard human groans.
Just goes to show what the imagination will do for you.
Yes, Mrs. Spencer. I'm sure you imagined you heard human groans.
Well, maybe.
You'd better go back to bed, Mrs. Spencer. I know I need my sleep. Good night, all.
Just the same, they sounded like human groans. I think I'll take this apartment. I'm sure you'll like it here. I know I shall. It's so close to the studio. Lucky I ran into Miss Madison over the studio restaurant the other day. I'd never known about your playing. Indeed it is. I wonder if Mrs. Madison is in. I'd like to tell her I'm going to be her new neighbor. I haven't seen her since last night. She left a note on the door this morning, not to be disturbed. But certainly she's up by now. Now come this way. She's just down the hall. Her note's still there. Well, if she isn't awake, she ought to be. That's right. She's no rush to be sleeping in the middle of a nice Sunday afternoon like this. Mrs. Madison. Oh, Mrs. Madison. That's strange. Maybe something happened to her. She might have left the gas heater on too high and been overcome. Have you passed the door? Would you better open the door then? Yes, I think I have. Mrs. Madison. Ooh, Mrs. Madison. She's not here. The bed's still down. Maybe she's fainted in the shower. I look. No, she's not in the bathroom. But look! Well, what's the matter? Somebody's under the bed. Why, that's Mr. Madison. Maybe he's drunk or sick. Blood! Oh! He's been murdered!
Mrs. Spencer phones the Burbank police. and they enlist the aid of Captain Bright of the Sheriff's Homicide Detail. As quickly as high-powered police cars can carry them, Chief Elmer Adams of Burbank, accompanied by deputy sheriffs, arrive at the scene of the crime. While the police photographer photographs the victim from every angle, Captain Bright and Chief Adams attempt to reconstruct the crime.
Well, apparently he was shot in the back while he was lying in bed.
Yes, the blood in the bed sheets would seem to indicate that.
He fell off the bed in his death throes and was shot again through the right arm and the eye as he lay on the floor.
Yes, and those bullet holes in the plaster there indicate the murderer missed his mark twice. Must have been blind with anger to miss it this way.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Killian. What did you find?
The victim's name is Eric Madison. He and his wife moved in here about a month ago.
Where is his wife?
She hasn't been seen since early this morning. The manager's husband saw her go out about 8 o'clock.
When was the victim last seen alive?
Last night.
Who saw him?
Lewis, the custodian.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's right outside in the hall.
I'll talk to him.
You, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir?
When did you see Eric Madison alive?
Oh, last night at a few minutes before 10, he passed through the lobby on the way to his apartment.
Did he speak to you?
Yes, he said, good evening, Ed.
Where was Mrs. Madison at that time?
Sitting right there in the lobby within a few foot of me.
Didn't Mr. Madison speak to her?
Nope. He just passed by like he hadn't seen her.
Didn't that strike you as peculiar?
Well, I noticed it all right, but in this business, we mind our own business.
Wouldn't you think that the incident showed that the couple's relationship was, well, somewhat strained, to say the least?
Now, that matter of fact, Mrs. Madison told me a week ago she had lots of trouble.
What kind of trouble?
I don't know.
Now, please don't hold anything back on us, Mr. Lewis. We're trying to solve a murder.
Yeah, but it ain't none of my business.
As a citizen, you're expected to help peace officers in a case like this. Now, did she tell you why she had that trouble?
Yes. She said she suspected her husband of being interested in another woman.
Did she say why she had such suspicion?
Yep. Said she checked the mileage on their car and knew that her husband must be visiting some woman in Los Angeles.
What kind of a car did they own?
Buick Coupe.
You know the license number?
Oughta. Seen the car enough times. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's AS462.
462. Any idea where Mrs. Madison may be now?
How should I know?
Oh, where might she go if she really did commit this crime?
I don't know. But she used to run a hotel down in Palm Springs, and she told me that she's gone deer hunting up to Jack Riley's ranch in Kern County lots of times.
Is that the big ranch up near the Fraser Mountain National Park?
Yeah, that's the place, all right.
Where else might she have gone?
Well, there's her sister up in Montana.
Is that the same one whose address was on the desk drawer?
I suppose so.
What makes you think she'd go there?
Well, just last night when we was sitting there in the lobby before Mr. Madison, he come in, she showed me a letter, and she said it was to her sister in Montana, and that she was to have everything Mrs. Madison had.
Seems to me that's a pretty significant statement. What did you say to that?
Nothing. It's not none of my business.
Returning to headquarters, Captain Bright and Deputy Sheriff Killian sit down to discuss their findings and plan their strategy.
Well, from what I can get out of that fellow Lewis, it looks as though there might be a jealousy motive.
Right.
Now, we might as well begin by eliminating the possible places to which he might escape. Got his description?
Yes, in full. Good.
Now, trace the route you might possibly take between here and Dillon, Montana, and send the description to every town along the way. Also get it out on the state teletype. Sign Sheriff Driscoll's name to it.
Yes, sir.
Now, Lewis said she used to run a hotel in Palm Springs, and that she also has gone deer hunting at Jack Riley's ranch in Antelope Valley.
Well, if she'd be escaping to either of those places, she'd undoubtedly pick on Jack Riley's place. You've got a lot more chances hiding up there in the woods than you have down in the desert at Palm Springs.
Right. So let's work on the Jack Riley lead first. Now, tomorrow morning, you'd better get Chief Adams from Burbank and Deputy Sheriff Rowe and drive up there.
Yes, sir. Early the next morning, the three officers set out north on the ridge route. At a state highway checking station, they discovered that the wanted car with the identifying license number had passed through the station the day before and had turned off toward Fraser Mountain Park. Elated,
the officers hurry as fast as the steep mountain grades will permit to the ranch of Jack Riley. They are met at the door of the cabin by Riley himself.
Well, what do you want?
Officers of the law. Are you Jack Riley?
Yes, I'm Riley.
We've come for Nellie.
Nellie who?
Nellie Madison. She's here, isn't she?
I haven't seen Nellie Madison since last fall.
Yeah? Those tire marks in the driveway look fresh to me. Mind taking a look in the garage, Chief?
Okay. You can't go snooping around my place without a search warrant.
Get this straight, Mr. Riley. We're here investigating a murder. If you interfere, we'll gladly lock you
Now,
up.
listen, I know my rights.
If you take a bit of advice, you'll shut up.
The Buick's here, all right.
Fine. Now, Mr. Riley, see what it means to be harboring a fugitive? Why did you say she wasn't here?
Well, she did come in yesterday, but I don't know where she is now. She said there's some trouble with her husband.
You're lying, Riley. She's in your house now, and we're going in to get her.
Well, you won't find her. She's been gone a good long time.
One side, Riley. Come on, boys. I'll look through this bedroom. You boys take the other room.
See? Yeah. What did I tell you?
What's in this closet, Riley?
Oh, no. The clothes, that's all.
Clothes, huh? What's this big bundle of clothes in the corner?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's Nellie Madison. Come on out, Nellie. Very well, I'll pull you out.
It won't be necessary. What's the trouble?
We want to talk to you about your husband. He was shot and killed Saturday night. What do you know about it?
Nellie, why didn't you tell me it was murder?
Where's the gun?
What gun? There's one in my car.
Oh, go get it, will you, Chief? Now, what do you know about the murder of your husband?
I know nothing about it.
What are you doing hiding up here?
I'm not hiding. I came up to visit. I wasn't come up here. It's a lovely place. Isn't the view from here splendid? With the desert shimmering below us?
Just a minute, Mrs. Madison. You're off the subject.
But I love the desert. The subject I like to talk about most.
Here's the gun, Gideon. A Spanish automatic. Is this the gun your husband was killed with?
I don't believe I care to talk about
You
it.
don't, huh? Where's your purse?
In the dresser drawer.
How about this, Mrs. Madison?
What?
Here are 2 sales slips. You bought this Spanish gun the day before the murder. And you bought a Colt 3220 the day of the murder. Where's the Colt?
I gave it to my husband. He wanted it for protection.
Well, how about this sharpened paring knife, Miss Madison?
Oh, that I might want to feel something sometime.
And this note, what about it? It reads, in case of death, I wish all my personal belongings to go to my sister. This is Mary E. Hennenberry of Dillon, Montana. Mr. Thatcher of Palm Springs has many things in storage which I wish sent to her. Signed, Nellie B. Madison. What does this mean, Miss Madison? You intend to kill yourself?
I don't care to talk until I've seen an attorney.
All right, get your things on. You're coming with us.
Why?
Must I make it any clearer? You're under arrest, Mrs. Madison, on suspicion of murder. Although she talks freely of unimportant things during the long trip back to Burbank, Mrs. Madison refuses to discuss the death of her husband. When the officers and their prisoner arrive at the Burbank police station, Captain Bright is waiting there for them. Now, Mrs. Madison, we want to ask you some questions. We merely want the truth from you.
Yes, Captain Bright.
Your name, please.
Nellie Brown Madison.
Age?
39.
How long have you been in California?
Since 1920.
Have you been married before?
Yes. Mr. Madison is my 4th husband.
Well, that's quite a record. Suppose you tell me about them. Who was the first one?
When I was just a kid, I eloped from my home in Red Rock, Montana, with a man named Brothers.
What was his first name?
Oh, I'm not sure about his first name. It was Roy or Ralph or Robert. Something like that. We were going to Ogden, Utah. But my father caught up with us at Salt Lake City and took me home and had the marriage annulled.
And the next one?
In 1917, I married a man named Trask. We were divorced in 1923. Then in May 1925, I married William J. Brown, an attorney in Los Angeles. We got a divorce in 1930. I married Mr. Madison about a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And now about this other gun, Miss Madison, the Colt.
I gave
Where is
it
that?
to my husband. Please, can't I have an attorney?
Yes, you may have an attorney.
I shouldn't be giving out any information without an attorney. I feel I'm entitled to that protection.
Certainly. If you don't care to make a statement, it's...
I think what I ask is fair.
Certainly. It's the law. You understand I haven't asked you a thing about the murder of your husband. I've only been asking you about your past.
I know, but if I could have an attorney...
You know what you were accused of?
No.
You were accused of having murdered your husband. However, I won't ask you a single question about it. We can chop this statement off right here.
I would like that, please.
Very well. But we want you to understand, Mrs. Madison, that you've had a chance to tell your side of the story, but that you've refused to do so.
I don't care what construction you place upon my request. I will not talk until I have consulted an attorney.
On March 29, 1934, Nellie Madison is arraigned in Burbank Police Court on a charge of first-degree murder. She pleads not guilty, and the trial is set for June 6th. Mrs. Madison refuses to make a statement. Her attorneys promise a perfect defense. Meanwhile, Deputy Sheriff searched Riley's ranch and the murder apartment for the death-dealing weapon. Hours are spent plodding in the pine needles around the Riley place, but no trace of the gun is discovered. Mrs. Madison's refusal to make a statement further baffles the prosecution. As the date of the trial approaches, the police are forced to admit a double handicap. They are not in possession of the murder weapon, and they have not been able to establish a motive. The trial opens on June 6th, with Deputy District Attorneys George Stallman and Paul Palmer handling the prosecution. A jury of 8 men and 4 women is impaneled, and the routine testimony of the various witnesses is heard. The manager of the apartment house tells of discovering the body. Captain Bright and Chief Adams of Burbank testify. Spencer B. Moxley, Los Angeles Police Department ballistics expert, testifies that 2 of the death shots were fired from a range of less than 6 inches. The salesman who sold Mrs. Madison the 2 guns are heard. Hot spring days pass as the tension of the courtroom grows, as the trial demands greater and greater space in the newspapers. A sensation is created when the prosecution introduces the murder bed with its blood-stained sheets as evidence. Throughout the horrible ordeal, Mrs. Madison never once loses her collected calm. Never once is anything but a lady. Then a week after the trial began, Mrs. Madison's attorneys begin their perfect defense.
Your Honor, I would like to call another witness.
You may.
Mr. Arthur, please. Promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you, God.
I do.
Your name, please.
Ralph T. Arthur.
You were acquainted with Eric B. Madison?
Yes.
How long?
For about a year.
Mr. Arthur, I have here a photograph of the body of the victim in this case as it lay on a slab in the county morgue. Is this Eric Madison?
No. That is not the Eric Madison I knew. Order in the court.
Now, Mr. Arthur, here is a picture identified as a photograph, a photographer's portrait of Eric Madison. Do you recognize it?
Why, yes, that is Eric.
Will you tell the court, please, the difference between these 2 pictures?
Well, this corpse here has a scar on his forehead and a mole on either side of his nose, and the picture of Eric hasn't.
Did Eric Madison have a scar on his forehead or moles on either side of his nose?
No, not that I can remember.
Your Honor, my client is accused of murdering her husband. But I will establish beyond a shadow of a doubt that she could not be guilty of this crime, for the victim is not her husband.
Order, clear the courtroom.
Madison, I'll ask you to identify this picture taken in the morgue. Is this the likeness of your husband?
No. I do not believe that is a picture of my husband.
Do you recognize the man in this picture?
No, I do not.
Now, is this the studio portrait a picture of your husband?
Yes.
Are you sure that your husband didn't have a scar on his forehead and a couple of moles near his nose?
I'm certain of it. He had a little red mark on the bridge of his nose made from his glasses. But I don't remember any moles or scars.
Mrs. Madison, did you kill your husband, Eric Madison?
I did not kill him or anyone else, ever.
Did you have any reason to kill him?
No.
The prosecution procures the original negative of the disputed Madison portrait from the photographer in Portland and quickly blasts the defense contention that the victim is not Madison by showing how the original negative was retouched to remove the scars and moles before the final prints were made. By June 21st, Deputy District Attorney Solomon begins his summary to the jury.
The manner and means of this crime were so abominable that the state demands and expects a verdict of murder in the first degree without recommendation. The contention of the defense that the victim is not Eric Madison is patently a fantastic hope, which I know you intelligent ladies and gentlemen of the jury have already dismissed from your minds. If we have not proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the murdered man is Madison, then you are entitled to retire to the jury room and find Nellie Madison not guilty. But we have proved that the victim of this atrocious crime was Eric Madison. The evidence here is that Nellie Madison has refused to talk. She demanded to see an attorney. She was smart and cunning, a woman with a wicked heart. She stands condemned on her own silence. I charge you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to bring back a verdict of guilty with no recommendation.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did you ever lose suddenly and horribly someone you held most dear? Have you ever been so stunned by personal misfortune that you were cold and indifferent to all that transpired about you? If you have, then you will know what happened to Nellie Madison throughout this trial. There can be no murder without a motive. And what possible motive could this woman have? The Madisons were a loving couple. The prosecution has not only asked you to hang a woman, but by all we've shown during this trial, to hang an innocent woman. Don't do this. Don't have this thing on your souls and consciences the rest of your lives. Don't send this woman to the gallows on the tenuous strings of circumstantial evidence. Remember the command of the Almighty Father. Thou shalt not kill.
But the sentimental appeal of the defense could not sway the jury. And on June 21st, they returned a verdict of guilty of first-degree murder with no recommendation. Such a verdict amounting to mandatory death sentence. Nellie Madison has appealed her case. She is now in the women's prison at Tehachapi, awaiting that appeal.
Thank you, Sheriff Discluse.
Well, there you are, Officer Harris. How did you like your first ride in a police car?
Oh, I feel kind of worn out. Oh, but what punishment you fellows give a car. I see now what Rio Grande means when they advertise police car performance with cracked gasoline.
No ordinary gasoline will do for police work. We've got to have all the power there is in the engine. Cracked gasoline's the best gasoline our city chemists could find. It has tetraethyl, too. I buy the same gasoline for my own car from that Rio Grande service station right over there. You better use it yourself.
Thanks, Whalen. I'm sold. From now on, I'll use Rio Grande cracked gasoline, too.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Cancellation broadcast 50 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rosenberg.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Ropeton. This is Frederick Lindsley speaking for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
We are all in this together.
A deaf mediator hopes to bring peace to a war-torn planet.
No, never, never!
But a sudden attack kills off his translators,
Beam us up now!
destroying any chance of a ceasefire.
We need you!
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Burt Reynolds, Catherine Bach, Mary Lou Hennert, Tony Danza, and...
Sorry, sir.
Cannonball Run 2. Sunday. Last year's top movie is coming to your VCR. Top Gun. Buy it for the unbelievable price of $26.95. Tom Cruise in the videocassette premiere of Top Gun from Paramount.
Crime. It can happen to you. The Vent. The Lift. The Choplifter. Canines corrupted by their craving for hearty tender chops. They're like real meat chops with a tender meaty middle surrounded by the crunch of bone. Help stop a choplifter before he starts. Buy a meaty tender chops and all tender style too.
For those who think justice moves too slowly.
The folks at Night Court want you to know that they're moving this fall.
Wow!
To Wednesdays. Permanently, October 26th.
If you're too busy to cook these days, you'll find this offer from Alpha Beta very appetizing. All Stouffer's and Banquet frozen entrees are now 30% off. Stock up on Stouffer's macaroni and cheese, just 89 cents. Banquet dinners, also 89 cents. Banquet meat pies are 3 for 99 cents. Banquet fried chicken and lean cuisine glazed chicken are $2.37. Alpha Beta's 30% off sale on Stouffer's and Banquet, because even busy people have to eat.
Oh, no matter what you do, trust that I'll be there for you. You can depend on me, yeah. Feel the power of a friend. Know that time and time again. You can depend on me.
New improved Kodak batteries last longer than ever. So when you need us, we'll be there.
You can depend on me.
Kodak batteries. Depend on us.
Listen listen to the heartbeat. Well, of America, my friend, it's the rhythm of the road, it's the pulse on the street, a city, a town, magic sound. Oh, the heartbeat of America. Chevrolet. That's today's Chevrolet. Wow. You ought to listen.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thanks, Gary and Durwood. Now the 4 C's take over.
4 C's?
Sure. There's Clooney, Carpenter, Cole, and me, Crosby.
And there's another big C you left out, Bing. CBS.
Yes, another C.
And just wait till we celebrate our C for Centennial on CBS.
When's our centennial?
I figure it's in about 3 years.
We've been broadcasting for 97 years?
We've been here a long time. 97 might be just a little high, though. Anyhow, shall I chante?
Oh, chante, another C.
Aren't we the cleverest?
There you are, cleverest, another C.
Chante Crosby.
Chante, chante. I found my love in Avalon beside the bay. I left my love in Avalon and I sailed far away. I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn, and so I think I'll travel on to Avalon. Took a tuna clipper and sailed away. I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn. So I think I'm gonna travel on to Avalon.
October Good Housekeeping, exciting as fall itself. First, there's the inside story on Grace Kelly's troubled heart. Why does she face disruption of her domestic life and the possible loss of her throne? Also, you'll be thrilled with the dramatic fashion feature, 8 Ways to Look This Fall, presented in beautiful, full color. There's something for your husband, too. The once-in-a-lifetime 18-page meat and potato cookbook to give him the hearty meals he likes, prepared divinely. In addition, October Good Housekeeping is a fiction carnival, led by a compelling short novel, complete in this issue, by famous storyteller John D. MacDonald. And in the Better Way section, a report of deep concern to millions of families, fats in diet. Are they the real key to heart disease? And don't miss October Good Housekeeping's timely appraisal of the new so-called run-proof hosiery. It's all there, all dedicated to helping you and your family lead healthier, happier lives. Get your copy today. That's Good Housekeeping for October.
Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little horses, blacks and grays, dapples and bays, coach and coachman, maybe. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. The bees and pretty butterflies are closing tired eyes. It's slumber time. They know it's time for them to go to sleepy town, and so, sweetheart of mine, hush-a-bye. Don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby. When you wake, you shall have all the pretty little horses, blacks and grays, dapples and bays, coach and coachman maybe. Hush-a-bye, don't you cry. Go to sleepy little baby.
And now, friends, here's some words and music containing a bit of sage counsel for you all.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Here's Buddy Cole now with a bit of a karaoke. Fine, yeah, fine.
Well, it seemed to me you seemed to have something on your mind. You seem a bit sad about something.
You're clairvoyant, really you are. I am a mite upset.
That's too bad. Would you care to tell us why?
There ain't no way of stopping me. When I lost my baby, I almost lost my mind. When I lost my baby, I almost lost my mind. My head is in a spin since she left me behind. Downtown, dug me a gypsy, and I had my fortune read. Went downtown, caught up a gypsy, and I had my fortune read. And I hung my head in sorrow when she said what she said. I can tell you people that the news, it was ungood. Yes, the information which this gypsy had to impart to me was decidedly on the ominous trend. Yes, a bring down. She said, your baby's done quit you. This time she's gone for good. You know, quick relief from cold miseries is a show business must. No singer or actor can feel his best when he has a miserable cold. And that's why smart performers insist on fast relief from cold miseries. Listen.
Here's Peggy King, one of America's most popular TV and recording stars.
Does a nasty cold bother you? Think what it does to me. How can I sing my best with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion? To feel better fast, I take the new medicine for those miseries, 4-Way cold tablets. 4-Way contains a decongestant to help drain sinus passages while it relieves painful cold distress.
Tests show 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet to build up effective amounts of pain-relieving medicine in your bloodstream. In minutes, 4-Way speeds its pain reliever all through your body. 4-Way really works fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache, without upsetting stomach. Then 4-Way helps drain sinus congestion so you breathe more freely, too.
4-Way's marvelous. Makes me feel better in no time.
To relieve cold miseries and help drain sinus congestion, get decongestant 4-Way cold tablets. Fastest acting to build up pain relief in your bloodstream.
Just you, just me. Let's find a cozy spot to cuddle and coo. Just us, just we. I've missed an awful lot. My trouble is you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knots round wonderful you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What are my arms for? Use your imagination, just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful, lovable you.
Say now, Bing, what do you say we have 2 for the musical seesaw?
2 for the musical seesaw?
Yeah, you and Rosie.
Great. What do we seesaw with?
Well, I'd like to hear, They Say It's Wonderful.
I'd kind of like to hear that song myself.
Yeah, I'm very friendly toward that tune, me. Buddy, you want to go? They say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful. So they say.
And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me.
I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it.
I only know they tell me that love is grand and
to hold a girl in your arms is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
You'll find that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful. So they say.
And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me.
To leave your house some morning and without any warning, you're stopping people shouting that love is grand. And the thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
Well, Rosie, I guess that's about all for this fine day.
We got it made, huh?
We run clean out of time. That's what we did. See you tomorrow, folks.
This CBS radio station is the location for top listening in your community all week long. Your favorite local programs are backed by the CBS Radio Network's Dimension features and personalities. Personalities like Nancy Hanchman Dickerson, Ralph Story, Betty Furness, and Charles Collingwood. Heard Monday through Friday on weekday Dimension. Only on CBS Radio Dimensional stations.
Crowley's been foreman here since I was a girl. He loves oranges. And only one orange juice. Tropicana Pure Premium Homestyle. It's pure juice with no water added or taken away. But what makes it special is sweet, juicy bits of orange. Crowley says it has the taste and feel of fresh squeezed. Your choice, Pure Premium Homestyle with juicy bits of orange or Tropicana Pure Premium. You just can't pick a better juice.
You tell him, Mary.
Sometimes I don't know what to believe. What food's good for you, what's not. But I guess I can believe reports from the National Cancer Institute. They say some studies suggest a high-fiber, low-fat diet may reduce the risk of some kinds of cancer. So I made some changes, like eating Kellogg's All-Bran. Just 1 tablespoon of All-Bran has more fiber than a whole serving of most other cereals. Am I going to change what I eat for breakfast? You better believe it.
High-fiber Kellogg's All-Bran.
Thank you for watching Unsolved Mysteries. My daughter's killer was caught because a viewer saw her story. The pain of her loss will never leave me, but there's satisfaction knowing that the killer is no longer free. Please watch Unsolved Mysteries. It really helps.
Good. Let's take a break. I've never had a role on stage or screen as demanding as what happened to me a few years ago. I was 29. I had open heart surgery. Facing the critics is nothing compared to that. The fact is, more Americans than ever are having cholesterol screenings as a first step to preventing heart disease. Take an active role in matters of your heart. Have your cholesterol checked. Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital. Neighbors who care.
Where's Chuck?
Why don't you sit here, J.C.?
Excuse me. Aren't you glad you used dials?
To the airport. Let's go.
Can we open a window here?
Don't you wish everybody did?
Driver, do you have a handle for this window?
But we lost, Grandpa.
So you lost. The ball didn't work. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. Uh-oh. You got any money?
Uh-uh.
What's this?
Wow.
And this? You're a walking piggy bank.
Wow.
There you go.
What about you, Grandpa?
I'll have a sip of yours.
Coca-Cola Classic. That's an awful big sip, Grandpa.
I'm an awful big guy. Now let's see some of that fancy footwork.
I've got 20 seconds to tell you about the MVP special now being offered by your Nissan dealer. Buy any new e-hardbody truck and you can get over $1,500 worth of options for just $495.
Dual side mirrors, tinted glass, cloth bench seats, carpeting, an AM/FM stereo cassette with 2 speakers,
a rear step bumper, sliding rear windows, special wheel treatment, wheel lip moldings, and sport graphics.
Now that's what I call rushing the quarterback.
Save over $1,000 at your Northern California Nissan dealers today. The place for the human race.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Our story is about a very old man living just outside a tiny village. A very old man whose long life has been lived close to the soil and close to the people he loved. People still living and people long dead.
Lie still. Lie still, girl.
Is it very bad?
I don't know.
She's very dear to me. If I should lose her...
She's trying to raise her head. She knows I want to help her.
Do you think you can?
Young man, I never said I was a doctor.
But I thought... the way
I'm just an old man. A very old man.
Our mystery drama, A Very Old Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Santos Ortega. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Look long and carefully at the face of a tiny baby. Look carefully and long into the face of someone who is very old. Do you see the wisdom in both? The very young and the very old have wisdom. In between, there is only accumulated information.
Oh, you're home. Good.
Well, he's done it again.
Who's done what? Are you talking about my father?
You know I am. I warned him. I said, Stefan, if it ever gets around, you'll ruin my medical practice. People won't believe in me. They'll only...
Manfred, come sit down. Now, what's he done?
Well, the same thing. Where is he? Isn't he home?
Not yet. He went to the cemetery as usual. But you still haven't told me what happened.
Well, Anna Brandt came to see me about a month ago. Severe attacks of pain in the upper abdomen. All the symptoms indicated appendicitis. I sent her to Carl Weiss for the operation. Of course, he examined her, too, and he agreed with me. No doubt about it, inflamed appendix had to come out. Well, he operated the next day, and that night, that same night, she had another attack.
Well, so it wasn't...
How could she have had another appendicitis attack when he'd just taken her appendix out? Well, he was as flabbergasted as I was.
Yes, but what's it all got to do with my father?
Stefan happened to be in my office the day Anna Brandt first came to see me. You know how he loves to hang around the office. Anna Brandt wasn't 10 feet out of the office when he told me there's nothing wrong with her appendix.
Oh, not again.
I can't have my father-in-law, who's been a farmer all his life, telling me, a doctor with a reputation, that I don't know what's wrong with my own patients.
Of course you can't.
For a minute, I did think back to that boy, the one with the asthma. What seemed to be asthma, anyway.
The Rothberg boy. Father was right about him.
I know. He made a lucky guess.
Father went to see him every day. Talked to him, rubbed his chest, his throat. In 2 weeks, the boy was all right.
The boy was hysterical, over-aspirated, nothing more. But this business with Anna Brandt, the day she came to see me, Stefan was asleep in the waiting room. I was explaining to Anna that I couldn't perform the operation, simple as it is, because of my hands, my arthritis. But I would send her to Carl Weiss. Well, she accepted that. Everybody knows about my arthritis. And she said something pleasant to Stefan. That was the first I knew that he wasn't asleep. Well, he didn't answer her. He just stared at her as though he'd never seen her before. I reached for the phone to call Carl Weiss. Stefan got up, came over to the desk, and took the receiver out of my hand.
Manfred.
The Stefan, don't.
It's not so. Not so.
Have you had a bad dream, old man?
It's not so what you said to Anna Brandt. There's nothing wrong with Anna Brandt's appendix.
Stefan, don't start diagnosing again. You're not a doctor.
There's nothing wrong.
We had enough trouble after you diagnosed the Rothberg boy.
The Rothberg boy never had asthma.
All right, it turned out that he didn't. But that was a lucky guess. And it didn't do my reputation any good when word went around that you'd been right.
I never told anybody.
Yes, but the boy did. And his mother did. And people started coming to the house, coming here. All of them wanting to see you.
But I told them to go away. It's not always that I can help.
Well, I keep hoping, expecting God knows what miracles. Now are you going to start the whole thing up again with Anna Brandt?
There are 3 of them.
Come on now. Get your coat, Stefan.
They're dark, brown or black, and hard.
Oh, it's getting late.
They're the size of olive pits.
Are you talking about Anna Brandt?
I saw them, close together. They were high in her body. About here. 3 of them.
You saw them,
3 of them. The size of olive pits. Lying here. Above the stomach. About here.
Have you got X-ray eyes, Stefan? Is that it?
No. No, my eyes are like everybody's.
Well, then, what do you mean you saw them?
Her body was transparent. I could see right through it. As though the skin had been removed. I could see everything.
Carl Weiss was as confident as I was before the operation, and he was as confused as I was after. I swear I don't know what made me say it, but I said it. I said, Carlweiss, could it be a stone? A gallstone, perhaps? Well, he was taken aback a little, but he couldn't deny a possibility. Maybe a remote one, but a possibility. I felt like a fool, but I told him I thought he should go ahead. And he did. This morning.
And he found?
Gallstones. 3 of them. The size of olive pits.
Lie still, girl.
Is it very bad?
I don't know.
She's very dear to me.
She's trying to raise her head.
She's trying to tell you something.
She knows I want to help her.
Do you think you can, Doctor?
Young man, I never said I was a doctor.
What? But the way you...
I'm just an old man. A very old man.
Well, I took it for granted the way you spoke.
My son-in-law is a doctor. Manfred Gottlieb. I live with him and my daughter Bertha.
Oh, then you know something. You've learned things from him.
No, I know nothing. Only what I see, what I feel.
When I passed you by the cemetery, what were you doing?
My wife is buried there. Did I harm her?
No, I even think she's a little better. Her eyes, they look brighter. Not so full of pain. You did nothing but touch her. Stroke her a little and talk to her. Let me look at your hands. No, they're just hands.
What should they be?
Now let me... Well, your hands are warm. On a night like this. More than warm. Hot. Very hot, as though they were burning from inside.
If it should get around about Anna Brandt...
You don't think I'd tell anyone?
Well, these things have a way of leaking out.
Look, you're not going to tell Father, are you, that Carlweiss found the 3 stones?
You think I shouldn't? He wouldn't tell anyone. He didn't tell anyone about the Rothberg boy. It was the boy's mother who shouted it from the housetops.
And look what happened. People showing up here. When he saw them, he hid in his room. And when they left, he went to the cemetery. Sat by my mother's grave.
You think that he's there now?
Oh, I suppose. Sometimes he stays for hours. I wish he'd get home before the rain starts.
Emily, my dear. Come now, Emily, my precious. I need you. You are my strength. I can do nothing without you. Come to me, my darling. Come to me, my darling.
Manfred, I don't want him to start thinking that any of this is real. He mustn't think that he has some magical power. Listen, if you treat him as though he were possessed in some way, he might begin to believe it, and then his mind... Who knows what might happen?
Bertha, have you thought that perhaps it's already happened?
No.
That he is deranged?
I won't believe that. He's my father. I love him. He's old and childish, and sometimes I'm impatient.
I am too, often.
But only the way I'd be with a child. In many ways, he is my child. The only child I have.
Oh, my dear. I thought you'd stop brooding about that.
Oh, I have. I stopped last year when I turned 40. But that's why. Because I have no child, he's twice as precious to me.
I understand. I do understand. You know that I'm fond of him.
Then let's leave him as he is. Don't let him think he's different from other people.
Whatever you say.
You know, the Widow Holder has been asking for him.
The Widow Holder? Why?
They keep telling me in the village that she has this great swelling on her head, big as an egg.
Yes, I've heard about it.
And she's afraid of doctors.
Bertha, you don't suppose...
The rain, it started.
It's coming down like crazy.
Oh, Father! Oh, thank goodness.
I made it. Just in time.
But you shouldn't take such chances. Why weren't you home for dinner?
Where have you been?
I kept something hot for you.
Thank you.
Now, give me your coat. That's it. Oh, where were you all this time?
Didn't Bertha tell you? At the cemetery.
You didn't go to see anybody?
No, I didn't go to see anybody.
Oh, here's a plate for you, Father. Nice pot roast and potatoes.
Thank you, Bertha. I'm sorry I wasn't here for dinner. I lost track of the time. I ran into somebody. We talked a little.
Oh. Manfred, let's go up to bed.
Ah.
Father, you'll be all right?
Of course I'll be all right. Go to bed.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, daughter.
Good night, Steph.
Oh, Manfred.
Yeah?
How is Anna Brandt?
Anna Brandt?
I thought about it tonight. In the cemetery. Is she all right?
Yes, she's fine.
I thought she was. I had a feeling...
Good night. Enjoy your dinner.
Good night.
His asking about Anna Brandt? He hasn't even mentioned her since that day in the office. Bertha, could he have heard about Carl Weiss finding the gallstones?
Oh, he'd have said so. He always says precisely what's on his mind.
There are times when I wish he didn't. Listen, he's talking to himself in the kitchen. Sounds as though he's calling someone.
Manfred, he's an old man. Leave him be. Oh, please close the door. Come to bed.
It sounds like Amelie.
What? Did you say Amelie?
Wasn't that your mother's name?
No. No, it was my sister's.
Oh, Bertha, I never knew you had a sister. You never told me.
It was so long ago, before I was born. Their first child. She only lived an hour. My mother told me they'd just agreed on a name. Father leaned over the crib to kiss her, and she was dead. But that was 45 years ago. All these years he's never mentioned her.
What was that?
The door opened downstairs.
Well, he's gone out.
In this rain.
Where could he have gone?
There's only one place. He's gone to the cemetery.
When those around us cannot understand, where do we turn? When the world is dark, where do we go? To the unknown? Or to the once familiar, the once well-known, the once well-loved? To those who have left the dark earth and moved into light. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Now come back with me to the story of a very old man and the people who loved him and could not comprehend him, or could not comprehend him because they loved him, or because they tried too hard.
Breakfast on the table, Manfred.
All right, darling.
Oh, well, did you talk to him?
He's still asleep.
Oh, let him sleep. After last night.
Yes, we're lucky if he doesn't come down with pneumonia. He was drenched, Bertha, soaked clear through. Lying across your mother's grave with the rain beating down on him, crying, Amelie, Amelie, as though his heart was broken.
Amelie is buried next to Mother.
Bertha, are you going to ask him about her?
Oh, it's been so long, 45 years. You know, in all that time, I've never heard him say her name. Naturally, I never mentioned it. She died years before I was born.
Your mother never talked about her?
Oh, just that once. When she told me she wanted to be buried near her. And how she died. Manfred, she was only 1 hour old.
Yes, crib deaths, they happen. We don't know why.
They thought of naming me Amelie at first, my mother said.
It's a pretty name. Who's that?
So early in the morning.
Yes.
Is this the Gottlieb house?
Yes, it is.
And you're Manfred Gottlieb, Dr. Gottlieb?
Yes, I am. But I don't see patients at home. My office is...
Oh, no, I'm not a patient. The patient's outside.
Well, bring the patient to my office in about an hour.
No, there's no need. She's quite well. completely cured.
Well, then what's the point of...
I hoped I could see the old man. Your father-in-law, is he?
Stefan?
What's this about my father?
Madame, good morning. Beautiful morning, isn't it? After last night, all that rain.
You wanted to see my father?
If I may.
Well, what about?
He's asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, when he does wake up, would you tell him the patient recovered and is better than ever? Lively, frisky, enjoying life to the full, romping in the fields.
What patient is this?
You said she's outside?
Yes, right there. Look, the picture of health.
I don't see any...
You don't mean... Well, not the horse.
Yes, my prize mare, my favorite. I thought I might have to have her put away, but your father, madame. Oh, yes, it's all due to him.
Well, when was this? When did you meet Stefan?
Last night, just before the rain started. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, well, come inside. Huh? Have some coffee with us.
Oh, thank you.
Sit down. Manfred, get another cup.
May I introduce myself? Otto Kraus.
Well, I'm Bertha Gottlieb. This is my husband. Oh, but then my father must have told you. He lives with us.
Your father is quite a man.
Your coffee.
Oh, thank you. Yes. You see, I was returning to the village, and I was passing the cemetery. Suddenly the mare sank to her knees. Her legs seemed to give way completely. And there she lay on her side in the middle of the road. I was frantic. I thought perhaps a stone bruise, but I looked at all four hooves. Nothing. And there I was, half a mile from home, my precious horse stretched out on the road and a storm coming up. And then I heard a sound coming from the cemetery. Someone calling a name.
Was it Amelie?
Yes, something like that. I shouted for help. In a minute, an old man appeared.
Stefan.
My father?
Yes. I asked him to help me, but I wasn't sure he even heard. He seemed very distraught. He went straight to the mare, knelt down and took her foreleg in his hands and started rubbing it very gently. He knew which one was hurting her. And after a while, the pain went out of her eyes. Couldn't understand it. It was something about the way he touched her. I asked to see his hands, and he held them out. And even before I touched them, I could feel the heat spreading out from them.
Heat?
What heat?
Haven't you ever noticed the extraordinary heat from his hands?
Oh, I can't say that I have.
Oh, but it's true. His hands give off a warmth. I can't believe you've never noticed it.
Well, it could have been on such a wet, cold night. It only seemed that way to you. You imagined it.
Oh, I suppose that's possible, but I didn't imagine it when the mare got to her feet.
Well, she was all right?
I walked her home. I couldn't quite believe it all. I bedded her down. And this morning, all I could think was I must tell the old man about it.
There are stories going around about him in the village. Perhaps you've heard some of them?
Well, I'm only here on a visit to see my aunt. I don't live here.
Well, he doesn't really do anything. He's just around. And people love him. They like to think because he's such a sweet old man that he can do things doctors can't do.
And because he's such a very old man, we wouldn't want him to start thinking that there was anything miraculous about anything that happened quite naturally.
Well, you think it might affect him? Might affect his mind in some way?
He's a very old man. It could happen.
Well, I suppose it's possible she wasn't really lame.
Of course it's possible.
Only ask him, will you? About his hands, those amazing hands.
Yes, we'll ask him.
I mean, giving off that heat, I felt it, you know. Well, I'll be getting along. My aunt's expecting me.
Well, we'll tell him you stopped by.
Yes, I wish you would. Tell him, and please, tell him thanks.
We'll tell him. Do you think we should wake him?
Come on, it's time.
Yes.
We have to tell him about the young man.
And the horse.
But we won't make anything out of it.
Nothing at all.
Just say that he dropped by.
To say thanks, yes. Father?
Stefan, are you awake?
What time is it?
Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Why aren't you at your office?
Well, it seems that a young man stopped by to see us, Stefan.
Well, actually, Father, he wanted to see you, but we told him you were sleeping.
Why me?
Well, it seems he met you on the road last night.
He had a horse. A mare it was.
That's right.
The horse had a swelling.
Do you feel well enough to get up now, Father?
I think so.
You're sure? After last night?
I'm all right.
All right, now just let me help you out of bed, Stefan.
Yeah, I can manage.
Give me your hand. Come on. That's it.
Yeah.
Here are your slippers.
Yeah, I'll go splash some water on my face.
And then you'll have breakfast.
Bertha, his hands are as cold as mine. Colder.
That young man did imagine it about his hands.
Well, you know how it is. If your hands are cold, anyone's feel warmer, even if they're only a little warmer than your own.
And he'd been riding back from the village on horseback.
Yes, so of course his hands were very cold.
Of course.
My head is clearing a little.
Oh, good. I'll go down and have some coffee ready for you.
Thank you, Manfred.
And 2 eggs. 4 minutes.
Your clothes are on the bed, Father.
Thank you, Bertha.
Father, last night when Manfred and I came up to bed and you were eating your supper, anyway, that's what we thought you were doing.
It's what I was doing.
Well, we heard you talking.
Was I talking?
Well, you kept saying, we heard you say, Amelie.
I said what?
Over and over. Father, were you talking to Amelie?
What do you know about Amelie?
Only what Mother told me.
What did your mother tell you?
That Amelie died. That she only lived an hour.
She was our first child.
45 years ago, Father.
She died in the crib. I remember her so well.
Why do you talk to her now, Father? Why do you call to her?
Because she comes back to me when I call her.
Father, you don't mean that.
She comes back to me. To me. Not to anyone else. Only to me when I call her.
You don't believe in ghosts.
Amelie is not a ghost. Her spirit comes back to me when I call.
Father, you can't believe
I
this.
am the only person left on earth she remembers. Her mother is dead. The midwife is dead. When I am dead, there'll be no one for her to come back to. No reason to come back.
You can't believe what you're saying.
I don't have to believe. Or not believe. I know.
I won't let you.
You have nothing to say about it. Nothing. I will not stay in this house and listen to you tell me that my Amelie will not come when I call. I'm going to her now.
Father, wait. Father, come back.
Stefan, what's the matter?
Get out of my way.
Stefan!
Father. Oh, Father.
Well, he came tearing down the stairs. He brushed right past me. What's the matter with him?
I talked to him about Amelie. I made him angry.
Where's he gone? Do you know?
To her. To Amelie.
Amelie, I need you, darling. Come be with me, my darling. Your father needs you. I need you, my sweet Amelie.
Old man?
Oh, my Amelie.
Stefan?
Amelie.
Stefan, can I help you, old man?
No.
You remember me, don't you? From last night?
You're the young man with the mare. She was lame.
Ah, you should see her now.
They told me she's better.
Better than better. Come have a look. Please come. Look there. Look at her.
Oh, very much fine. Not a sign of lameness.
I came to your house a little while ago. You were sleeping.
They told me you were there to say thanks. There was no need for that.
Oh, I'd like to do more than just leave my thanks. I'd like to invite you to my aunt's place.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
No, I'd like you to meet my aunt, please.
Your aunt won't mind?
No, not a bit. Come on, we'll both ride the mare. Here, I'll give you a leg up.
You're sure about your aunt now?
Oh, she'll be delighted. She doesn't get out much these days.
Is she very old?
Well, she's not young, but that's not why she stays home. She has this disfiguring growth on her head. It makes her shy.
Well, she should see a doctor.
No, she won't. Absolutely refuses, won't hear of it, hates them all.
Oh, that's very wrong.
Oh, yes, all the money in the world and won't go to a doctor. So she sits in her parlor and reads her Bible. Ah, there's the house.
Oh, yes. The big stone house.
You know the house?
I've admired it since I was a boy.
My aunt bought it when my uncle died. My uncle was Fritz Halder. You've heard of him, the manufacturer?
I don't think so.
Around here, I understand my aunt is known as the Widow Halder.
Some folks are afraid of one thing, some are afraid of another. Everyone who's afraid wants to run and hide. It's natural. Most natural thing in the world. But what may be hiding in the hiding place? That's the question. It could be something else to be afraid of. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A very old man is mounting the steps of a big stone house in the company of a very young man whose aunt is known to the village as the Widow Halder. Listen now.
My aunt is in.
Otto?
There you are, just where I knew you'd be. Come in, Stefan.
Where have you been all morning, Otto? I missed you at breakfast and Oh, you brought someone with you.
Yes, this is the very wonderful man I met near the cemetery last night when my mare went lame. Stefan, this is my aunt, Mrs. Halder.
How good of you to come by.
Madam.
I don't have many visitors, not anymore. And I seldom go out because of this on my head. I don't like to be seen. I hope it doesn't offend you.
No. Doesn't offend me at all.
Well, it offends me. Perhaps I'm too sensitive, but that's the way I am. So I sit here and read my Bible.
And that Bible's too heavy for you to hold in your lap all day.
But it's the family Bible. It's the one I'm used to. I love this Bible.
All right. Sit down, Stefan.
I'm all right. I'll stand.
Oh, both of you, sit down. And Otto, you tell me where you've been all morning and why you weren't at breakfast.
Now, I told you last night how the mare went lame and how I met Stefan near the cemetery. Well, this morning, I let her out of her stall and she was dancing on her toes. I couldn't believe it. Stefan hadn't done a thing but rub her postern a bit.
Is that really all you did?
I did nothing.
Well, he talked to her, rubbed her foreleg, and talked to her.
How remarkable. You're a remarkable man.
No.
Oh, you're staring at me.
Oh, I apologize.
It's this awful growth. Otto, fetch me my shawl. I'll cover my head.
No. Please.
It's in my bedroom.
I am not offended. I give you my word. Otto, don't go.
No, it's all right. I'll be right back.
Mrs. Halder, I am not offended. I am sorry I stared so. I will not stare again. Please forgive me.
It's quite all right. Please, be calm. Sit down.
I can't.
Otto mentioned that you live with your daughter. Is that right?
My daughter, Bertha.
And your son-in-law.
Manfred.
They have children.
No children.
How sad. Oh, here comes Otto with my scarf.
Mrs. Halder, forgive me, but I must take the Bible from you and...
Oh! Stefan, have you gone mad?
Forgive me. I could not help myself.
Aunt, are you all right?
I think so.
I saw him take the Bible off your lap. Stefan.
He hit me with it. He brought it down on my head with all his strength.
Forgive me, I didn't know what I was doing. I wouldn't hurt you, Mrs. Halder. I wouldn't hurt anybody. When I feel this way, I see things. I feel things. The Bible seemed to put itself in my hands. I didn't think what I was doing. I could not think. The feeling was so great that I must smash this thing on your head. That's all I wanted to do, Mrs. Halder, to get rid of it.
And it looks to me as though you'd done that, Stefan. Aunt, go look in the mirror.
I know I am not always in control of myself. I do things. I don't know why. I see things. I don't know why. But I would never hurt anyone.
It's unbelievable. The growth is gone.
Will you forgive me?
And There's no blood. No blood at all.
All the same, I'm going to get you to a doctor.
No doctors, no.
No, a blow on the head like that.
No, I'm all right. My head is clearing now. It was just the shock. And that awful, ugly thing is gone. I don't need a doctor.
Let me take you to my son-in-law. He's a fine doctor, a nice man. Maybe you've heard of him? Manfred Gottlieb?
Gottlieb?
You will like him.
Manfred Gottlieb is your son-in-law.
A wonderful man. A good doctor.
But you must be Bertha Gottlieb's father. You cured the Rothberg boy. And I've heard talk about Anna Brandt. Look what you did for Otto's mare. Look what you've done for me. Oh. Why, you're the man I've been trying to find. I've been asking for you. It was God's hand let you here.
Let me take you to Manfred's office.
I don't need him. I only need you.
If I've hurt your aunt in any way...
We'll soon know.
Otto, I don't want these spells that I have. I don't ask for them. Only sometimes the pain gets so great.
What pain?
Well, the pain of living. When it seems more than I can bear, I go to the grave of my wife and my baby daughter, my Amelie. And I call to her, my little one, who only had 1 hour of life. And she comes to me and gives me comfort and courage and belief. I believe that even though I can do nothing about the great pain of living, there are other pains, and I can do something about them. I know I'm not quite myself when I'm like that. I know I'm not really strong or courageous. But when the spell is on me, the people in pain, they become transparent.
You mean you can see through them?
I do see through them.
How do you explain your hands?
Just hands?
Oh, no. The night you massaged the mare, I took hold of your hands and they gave off a glow, a sort of radiating warmth. I know, I felt it. They burned like a steady flame.
Perhaps I grow feverish when Emily is with me.
Now, you go home and rest, Mrs. Holder. Come back in a few days and I'll change the bandage, or you can do it yourself.
I'll do it myself.
She's all right, Doctor?
Right as rain.
Well, what was it? I mean, the growth on her head.
It was a wen, a common, ordinary wen, a hardened cyst. If you'd come to see me, Mrs. Holder, I might have recommended that you have it removed by surgery.
Oh, no.
On the other hand, I might have done precisely what my father-in-law did, broken it with some heavy object. Probably not the Bible.
Come, Aunt. I'll take you home.
And thank you, Dr. Gottlieb.
You may get more of these growths, these wens on your head, Mrs. Holder, or someplace else on your body. Now, if you do, call me and I'll...
Oh, no. No, thank you. I know whom to call. And you'll come, won't you, Stefan? Of course you will. No offense, Doctor, but I put my faith in Stefan. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye, Stefan.
No offense, Doctor, but I put my faith in Stefan. Why did I bother to become a doctor at all? Why all those years at school? Why did I take examinations, get my license? What good is it if everyone would rather put their faith in a farmer?
Manfred, I'll never do it again.
Come in, the door's open. Oh, you again?
Doctor, those pains are back.
Well, of course those pains are back, because you've been drunk day and night. What do you expect?
Can't you do something, Doctor?
No, I can't. Only you can. Stop drinking. You've been drinking steadily for 30 years, and you have cirrhosis of the liver.
But the pains are awful.
Stop drinking for a month, and then come back and see me, and don't come back before. Silly old fool. Hasn't been sober for 10 minutes since he was 16. I can't help him if he won't...
Manfred, he has an obstruction of some kind.
He has a diseased liver.
But he has an obstruction in the intestines.
Now, look, you're not starting all over again, are you?
I saw. I could see it.
It's getting to be more than I can take, Stefan. You're interfering.
I saw. He was standing in the doorway, and I saw. His body was transparent. I could see everything. In his intestines, there is an obstruction, and that's what gives him pain.
Stop it, Stefan. I'm warning you.
It's all so clear, I know.
I'm just going to stop it if I have to.
Manfred, take the hurt on my throat.
Stefan. Stefan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do... Stefan.
I'm all right. I'm all right, man. I'm all right.
Let me loosen your shirt. Oh, Stefan, I don't know what possessed me. I lost control.
It's all right.
Stefan, look. Look at my hands. Look how they move. My fingers. No pain from the arthritis.
What does it mean?
It means... Well, it must mean the arthritis is better. It's gone, perhaps.
Oh, Manfred.
The way I unbuttoned your shirt. So fast. No trouble. No pain.
Is it possible?
It's true. Look. Look how I can move them, Stefan.
The way you used to.
Stefan, I felt the warmth Otto was talking about. The heat from your hands. When you were trying to tear my hands from your throat, I felt it. A warm glow.
You really felt it?
Yes, a glow. A radiance. Stefan, give me your hands. Yes. There it is. It's a fire. A fire. Bertha!
Manfred, please. I think you're wrong.
No, how can I be wrong? Look at these fingers. Look how they move. Watch me unbutton my coat. Oh, Stefan, I had to lose my temper. Try to choke you in order to touch you. I might have killed you.
Oh, you wouldn't
Where's
have.
Bertha? Bertha!
Manfred, you're excited.
Excited? I'm delirious. I can go back to surgery. We'll be rich again. Our lives will change. Yours, too.
I don't want my life changed, Manfred. It means my daughter thinks me mad. Deranged.
Oh, she won't.
It's only when my Amelie is with me, my little one, that I see him. It's Amelie who gives me the power.
Bertha, where are you? Are you upstairs?
I'm nothing without Amelie. It's her innocent soul that enters into me.
What are you doing home at this hour?
Bertha, where were you?
Oh, I was taking a nap.
Bertha, look. My hands. Look how my fingers move.
What happened?
Your father happened. His wonderful hands. Bertha, you remember the young man with the mare? How Stefan put his hands on the mare's foreleg and the mare got up and walked?
We don't know that.
It's true.
You haven't seen the mare?
It happened to me. To me, believe me.
I can't.
I didn't believe it either, but then Mrs. Holder came to the office.
Mrs. Holder?
Yes, she's the aunt of the young man with the mare. Stefan went to see Mrs. Holder.
He didn't.
Her nephew took him there, Bertha. And Stefan broke the wen on her head with a big Bible.
Oh, no.
He did right, Bertha, right. It was only a wen, and he was right. He didn't know what he was doing, and he was right.
Manfred, you must stop this talk.
Bertha, after Mrs. Holder left, an old patient of mine came in. The man has been a drunk for years. I was sure his liver was enlarged, diseased. But I sent him away. And then your father said, Manfred, you are wrong. The man has an obstruction. His intestines are blocked.
You believed him?
No, I didn't believe him. I was out of my mind with rage that he would dare to tell me that I was wrong. But Bertha, I took him by the throat. He tried to tear my hands away, and it was then. Bertha, it was then that I felt the heat. The blessed heat from his hands entering into mine. And now look.
Bertha, if he can use his hands, be happy.
Father, how long will it last?
How can I know?
Your moods, your spells, they've bewitched us all.
I never meant harm.
Well, they've got to stop. I want you to stay away from the cemetery.
I'll stay away.
I'll watch you every minute.
If you like.
I won't let you out of my sight. I'll treat you like a child.
As you were.
Because you are a child.
I am a very old man.
From now on, you're my child.
No. From now on, you will have your own child. A real child. Not me.
What?
I can see the child is growing inside you. Soon you'll know it yourself. Next spring, you will bear your child, and it will be beautiful. A little girl. And you will... I hope you will give her the beautiful name of Emily.
Father!
Then my Emily can rest. I won't have to call her anymore. She can rest.
Did you believe our story? For that matter, did I? Now, really, what difference does it make if you believe it or if I do? For the truth is that none of us knows what transpires in the mind and heart of a very old man. I'll be back shortly. Ever happen to look up the word murder in a dictionary? No? Then I'll tell you how the dictionary defines it. To kill with premeditated malice. The wrongful, intentional slaying of one human being by another. But don't let a wee bit of murder upset you, friends. The people on Mystery Theater don't mind being killed. Not a bit. Because every one of them is a deadhead. Our cast included Santos Ortega, Norman Rose, Bryna Rayburn, and Billy Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Wasatch Front weather, cloudy, turning cooler, widely scattered showers and a few...
Sensation.
Where are you heading?
Anywhere. Ever been there?
Seduction.
Who are you? The right girl. The wrong place.
Surrender.
The winner says do, the loser does.
And God created woman. Then things got interesting. Rebecca De Mornay in Roger Vadim's and God Created Woman. Rated R.
Starts Friday at a theater near you.
Most coffees are a mixture of beans from just about everywhere, and they generally include some very expensive Colombian beans, the richest, most flavorful beans in the world. But Yuban is made exclusively from fine gourmet Colombian beans. Not a couple, not a handful, but completely 100% gourmet Colombian beans. Yuban, gourmet coffee that comes in a can.
Listen, lady, I don't think a respected broadcaster like Ron Engelman needs to wear a gorilla suit to a personal appearance.
I'll tell you what you need. You need a shrink. You're the sorriest excuse for a general manager I've ever seen.
He's right, Paulette, and I'm telling you right now, no way am I wearing this to a Phil Collins concert.
We don't need these silly gimmicks to promote the morning zoo.
Do we?
Wake up with the Morning Zoo tomorrow, 6 to 10 on 106 KMEL.
Last week, we bought this great new VCR at Circuit City. They guarantee if we find a lower price within 30 days, they'll refund the difference plus 10%. I'm going to find a lower price.
Right, Harold.
I found it. Oh, it's a Circuit City sale.
Don't they pay anyway?
They pay anyway, even on their own sale. That's some guarantee.
Harold, you're brilliant.
Circuit City, the intelligent choice.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. A woman posing as a housemaid has been stealing cash and other valuables from homes in your city. Your job? Stop her.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 11th. It was cloudy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. We were on our way back from lunch, and it was 1:17 p.m. when we got to room 45. Burglary.
Hey, Smith.
Huh?
Your wife called while you're out. Wants you to call her back.
Oh, thanks. That's funny. Not like Faye to call in the middle of the day. Well, kids were all right when I left this morning. Wonder what she wants. Why don't you call her and find out? You're not married, Joe. You don't understand. Sometimes a guy wants a minute to think things over. Sort of prepare himself if he's done something he shouldn't. Mm-hmm. Well, have you? Oh, what? Done something you shouldn't? Of course not. Then be my guest. Okay, thanks. And I'll dial 9 for you, too. That's mighty nice. Funny, I know the kids are all right. Mm-hmm. Hi, honey. Yeah, they just told me. We're out to lunch. Why? Something wrong? Oh. When did it happen? I see. Does she know who? She reported? Why not? Oh, yeah. Well, what'd you tell her? I guess we could. Yeah. Sure. This afternoon, I guess. Yeah, Joseph. It'll be about 7:30, I guess. All right, honey, thanks for telling me. If anything comes up, I'll call you. Yeah, bye. Nice old lady like that. What's that? I don't think you ever met her, Joe. Her name's Mrs. Vesper. No, it doesn't sound familiar. Used to live next door to us when I was a kid. Mm-hmm. Known me since I can remember. Yeah. She's alone now. Faye calls her up every once in a while, see if she's all right. Mm-hmm. Called her this morning. Yeah. Mrs. Vesper says she had some money stolen, some jewelry. Happened yesterday. Didn't she report it? Faye doesn't seem to think so. Wants me to talk to her. All right, let's go. Well? Joe. Yeah? You got to promise me something. You got to give me your word right here. Mm-hmm. I don't want you to kid me afterwards about the way she treats me. Miss Vesper? Yeah. I told you she's known me all my life. Yeah. Well, sometimes she acts like I'm still a little boy. Mm. You know how it is. Sure. So you won't rib me, huh? No. About anything at all? Well, what are you getting at? Well, she doesn't think I ought to be on the force, for one thing. I might as well tell you about it. If I don't, she will. Yeah. She always claims I should have taken up something else. Like what? Oh, you know the crazy ideas people get, especially about kids. Mm. Well, Miss Vesper thinks I... Well, see, when I was a lot younger, real young, 10 or 12, I used to sort of memorize things, little pieces and poems. Well, what? Memorize things, poems and little pieces, and I'd go next door and recite them for her. Yeah. You say she's known you all her life? Yeah, practically, I guess. Well, it'll be true if we don't get out there. Well, she got a real kick out of them poems. And I wasn't much good, but she was prejudiced because she liked me, you know. Mm-hmm. Want to go? Want to go? Yeah, but I just want to explain this. That she thinks I should have kept at it. Made it my career. Reciting poems? No, not exactly reciting, Joe. I didn't just recite them. You wrote them, too. Yeah. Frank and I left the office and drove out to the home of Mrs. Sarah Vesper. She lived in a small bungalow on Las Palmas Street in the Miracle Mile district. It was 2:07 p.m. when we got there.
Why, for goodness sake, Frank Smith, Where on earth did you come from?
Afternoon, Miss Vesper.
Mrs. Vesper? What's gotten into you, Frank? You've never called me that before in your whole life.
Well, I meant Aunt Sarah.
Well, now that's more like it. Who's this you got here with you?
Aunt Sarah, this is my partner, Sergeant Friday.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
I do, ma'am.
You work for Frank, do you, young man?
Aunt Sarah, we work together.
Oh, you don't say. Well, I expect that keeps you from getting lonesome, don't it?
Yes, ma'am.
My goodness, now don't just stand there. Come on inside, both of you.
Thank you very much.
Well, sir, this isn't the darndest coincidence.
Ma'am?
You're coming to visit me today. Oh, sit right down. Sit right down.
After you, boss. Thanks.
Believe it or not, I was talking to your wife only this morning. Then the next thing I know, here you are.
Yes, ma'am. Faye told me.
Oh, my stars.
What's the matter, Aunt Sarah?
Oh, I just remembered. That's why you're here, ain't it? On account of what I said to Faye.
Yeah, that's right.
I should never have mentioned it to her. I don't know what's the matter with me. I must be losing my mind or something. I just keep forgetting that you're a policeman.
Oh.
Well, you oughtn't to have been one in the first place. Now, if you'd just taken my advice.
Aunt Sarah.
Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, please. I'm not criticizing the police. Well, we certainly couldn't get along without them, and I'd be the first to say so, but some people have a talent for one thing, and some people are talented in a different direction. Isn't that right, Mr. Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
You take Frank here. He had a real talent for making up verses, even when he was just a little tyke. I bet you didn't know that, did you?
Well, I heard a little something about it.
A real talent, that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Why, I'll remember some of his poems till my dying day. They rhymed and everything.
Is that right? Say, Aunt Sarah, would you tell us about...
That one about the rainbow. That was one of his very best. Did he ever do it for you, Mr. Friday?
No, I don't think he did.
Oh, it gave you such a beautiful picture. Just like an artist had painted it, only with words. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not sure I do.
Go ahead, Frank. Say it for Mr. Friday.
Oh, please, Aunt Sarah.
Now I know he'd like to hear it, wouldn't you, Mr. Friday?
I sure would.
All right, Frank. The one about the rainbow.
I don't remember it, Aunt Sarah.
Oh, now you're just being modest.
No. Yes, you are, Frank. Joe. No, really, I don't, Aunt Sarah. I don't remember. Not a word, honest.
Seems funny you'd forget a thing like that. I mean, when you made it up yourself.
Well, it's been a long time.
It hasn't been any longer for you than it has for me, and I can still remember it, just as clear as the first time I heard it.
What?
Rainbow, rainbow, up so high. That's how it begun, Mr. Friday.
Mm-hmm. Love to hear it, Frank.
Rainbow, rainbow, up so high, blue and red and yellow and brown, like an arch across the sky. Won't you ever tumble down? Where did it go from there, Frank? The next verse, what was it?
I'm sorry, Aunt Sarah, but we haven't got much time.
Oh, well, anyway, that gives you an idea of Frank's talent.
Yes, ma'am, it sure does. Oh, come on. Aunt Sarah, would you just tell us about the things that were stolen from you? Miss Vesper.
Well, I suppose I should have got in touch with the police.
Yes, ma'am, you should have.
Well, I didn't see where that would help matters none. Just like closing the barn door after the horse had been stolen, and besides, I didn't want to hurt Barbara's feelings.
Barbara?
My niece.
Oh, I see.
You remember Barbara, Frank? Oh, sure. You played out in the backyard with her the whole summer she was visiting me. Kind of a scrawny girl.
Oh.
Of course, she's filled out now. You just wouldn't recognize her. Has 2 children of her own. Nice home out in Westwood.
Yes, ma'am. What's your niece got to do with all this, Miss Vesper?
Oh, she's the one who sent her.
Ma'am?
The cleaning woman.
Well, did you know your niece was sending this woman over?
No. I guess it was supposed to be kind of a surprise.
Oh?
Anyway, she just come up to the door yesterday morning, long about 9:30, announced that she was ready to go to work.
I see.
First, I didn't know what she was getting at. Then she explained about Barbara hiring her to give me a hand. Of course, I don't need nobody. Little place like this, no trouble at all.
Yes, ma'am.
But I didn't want to hurt Barbara's feelings, so I told her to come on in. Figured maybe she could help out some of the heavy work, turning the mattresses and moving furniture.
Sure.
What was the woman's name, Aunt Sarah?
Margaret. That's what she told me, Margaret.
Do you know her last name?
No, don't think she even mentioned it.
All right, what happened next?
Well, we did the cleaning. Not that she was much of a housekeeper. Practically had to go over the whole place after she left.
About how long did she stay, you remember?
Half day. That's what she said Barbara hired her for. Must have been about, 10 after 1 when she went. Didn't even give me a full 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Insisted on my fixing her some lunch, too. I tell you, that woman sure had her share of gall, eating my sandwiches at the same time she was robbing me. Wonder she didn't ask for car fare.
Mm-hmm. Well, just what was it she stole?
My cash money. Cleaned out every pocketbook in the dresser. Found the bills I had hid under the dresser scarf, too.
Yes, ma'am. How soon did you find out that these things were gone?
A little while after she left, when I went to straighten up the mess she'd made.
And you still haven't talked to your niece about all this?
I told you I didn't want to get her all upset.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose she will think it's funny I haven't called to thank her.
I wonder if you'd mind calling her now.
You mean right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have to?
Well, we'd like to get this cleaning woman's name and address.
You don't have to say why you're calling, Aunt Sarah.
She's bound to know something's wrong. Barbara's no fool.
Well, if you won't talk to her, we will. We can find out where she lives.
Guess I was wrong about you, Frank Smith.
Ma'am?
Guess you're turning into a policeman after all. Like looking a gift horse in the teeth, that's what it is. Barbara's going to think you don't appreciate all she's done for me. You wait there. I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and say it. Go on, get it over with. Ride me about the poem. I saw you smirking. I'd rather you did that than just sit there with that silly smirk on your face. I suppose you never made up any poems when you were a kid, huh?
Oh, I might have.
Now, bet.
Blue and red and brown, like an arch up in the sky. When will you tumble down? Is that it?
Oh, sure.
Of course, I wasn't a real talented poet.
Yeah. What are you staring at, then?
No, nothing at all.
Well, then stop it, will you?
No, I was just noticing you need a haircut, don't you?
Well, I'm going to get one this week.
You're not letting it grow long, then?
Why would I let... Joe, so help me if we ever get out of here.
Just slipped out. I won't say another word, I promise.
Or look, either, huh?
All right, I won't even look.
Good.
Well, that isn't the strangest thing.
Did you get a hold of your niece, Miss Vesper?
Oh, yes. Yes, I talked to her, but I don't understand it. Simply don't understand it.
What's that?
A cleaning woman.
What about her?
Barbara didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh?
She's never even heard of her.
Frank and I continued to talk to the victim. Mrs. Vesper told us that the suspect was WFA, about 40 years old, 5 feet 3 or 4, weighing approximately 140 pounds. Said she was wearing a house dress and a light gray coat. She also gave us a detailed description of the jewelry that had been stolen. Frank telephoned Mrs. Vesper's niece, and she said she was not acquainted with anyone who answered the suspect's description. 5:17 p.m. The crime lab reported they had found no physical evidence at the Vesper residence. 3 days later, October 14th, we received a theft report from a woman living near Wilshire and Western. The suspect had gained entrance by saying that a neighbor had sent her to clean. The description tallied with what we already had. During the next 2 weeks, 9 more thefts were reported. In each case, the suspect had used the same M.O., and the description indicated that the crimes had all been the work of the same woman. Each of the thefts took place within a few blocks of Wilshire Boulevard, in the area between Vermont and Fairfax. In one instance, the suspect had been seen departing on the Wilshire bus. Police officers staked out buses and bus stops. Lists of the stolen property were sent to all pawn shops in the city. 2 women were brought in for questioning, but the victims were unable to give positive identification. Employment agencies for domestic workers were contacted. Newspaper want ads were checked. No leads developed. Saturday, October 29th, 2:17 p.m. I get it. Burglary Friday. Who? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Corky. What's that? Yeah, thanks. If you can? Okay. Corky Levitt.
Yeah?
Woman's in his pawn shop trying to unload a diamond clip.
Oh?
Corky says it's on our list. the office and drove down to Corky Levitt's pawn shop on South Main. Over the phone, Corky had said he would stall the woman as long as he could. It was 2:28 p.m. when we got to his place. The woman was still there.
You make up your mind, Buster, give me some dough on the thing or hand it back. I'll take it someplace else.
Let's have a look at it, Corky.
Sure.
Hey, what is this?
Police officers.
Huh?
All right, let's go.
Take your hands off me or I'll
I
clock.
said let's go.
Thanks, Corky.
Sure, you bet.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I suppose you let me in on it. What's the beef?
We'll talk it over at the office, huh?
About what?
This clip.
You mean it's hot? Is that what you're getting at?
Why don't you tell us?
Well, wouldn't you know it? Lucky Rita. Sure walked into it this time, didn't I?
Looks like it.
You clowns have got your minds all made up. You think I stole that pin, don't you?
Somebody did. 2:42 p.m. We contacted Control 1 and notified them we were bringing in a female suspect. They took down our mileage and location and made a note of the time. 8 minutes later, we pulled into the city hall and we again checked with Control 1. While the suspect was being searched by a policewoman, we talked to one of the victims. The victim positively identified the diamond clip as belonging to her. 3:41 p.m., we interrogated the suspect in the squad room.
All right, sit down over there.
You want a cigarette?
Yeah.
All right, now suppose you tell us about it. Come on, Rita, let's get it over with.
What's there to tell? You guys know all the answers.
We know some of them. Your name's Rita Baines. You've fallen 3 times, forgery, grand theft, burglary. You made 2 trips to Tehachapi and 1 to Corona.
So you looked up my record. Big deal.
Well, let's talk about this diamond clip, huh?
Okay. Pretty, ain't it?
Where'd you get it, Rita?
Didn't I steal it? Isn't that why you brought me up here? It's a difference. You wouldn't believe me no matter what I told you.
Why don't you try the truth?
Okay. It was a gift.
Yeah?
Yeah. Lady gave it to me.
Who was she?
I don't know. Never saw her before in my life.
Sure.
I was riding the bus yesterday afternoon. She was sitting next to me.
Mm-hmm.
Had that pin on. Asked me if I liked it.
You bet.
I said, sure. She took it off, said I could have it.
Just handed it right over, just like that.
Yeah.
What'd she look like, Rita?
I don't know. 40, maybe 45. A little on the hefty side.
And you never seen her before?
First time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I was a little girl, my folks always told me not to take things from strangers.
Sure they did.
Yeah. Guess they were right.
All right, Rita, what do you do for a living?
Wait table.
Where?
Bar over on Pico.
You work days or nights?
Nights mostly. Don't open till 4 o'clock.
You have your mornings free then, huh?
Law against it?
Ever do any housework?
Straighten up my room once in a while.
Ever do housework for somebody else?
What do you mean?
Like a cleaning woman.
I ain't that hard up for a job, even with a record.
All right, let's talk about this pin some more.
You didn't believe me, did you?
Pretty hard to swallow, isn't it?
Yeah.
The lady it belongs to says worth over $100.
Pawnbroker didn't think so.
People don't go around giving away $100 clips now, do they? Where'd you get it?
Same on the bus asked me if I liked it. I said yes, she gave it to me.
Yeah.
You guys don't mind if I stick to that story, do you? Seeing as how it's the truth?
Which bus were you riding?
Wilshire.
Where'd your friend get off?
She wasn't my
Where'd
friend.
she get off?
I don't know. I got off first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if it was somebody else telling you this, you might go along with it.
Yeah, sure we would.
But not me. Not Rita Baines. You cops give a gal a record, from then on she might as well be dead.
Sure.
Anytime there's trouble, pick her up. She probably did it. If she tells you different, she's probably lying.
You know, you got one thing wrong, Rita.
I ought to know. It's happened to me often enough. I'm the gal with the record.
Yeah, but we didn't give it to you. Frank and I continued to question the suspect, but she refused to change her story. 8:42 p.m. A special show-up was held for several of the burglary victims. None of them identified Rita Baines. 9:06 p.m. She was released from custody, and we went back to the office.
Well, if she didn't take that clip, she knows who did.
Maybe.
Yeah, stands to reason, Joe. Nobody's going to go to all the trouble of stealing this stuff and then give it away.
Burglary Friday. Yes, ma'am. What's that? I see. Mm-hmm. Yes, we would. What's your address? All right, thank you very much. Just a few minutes. Goodbye. Well, here we go again.
Another burglary?
Mm-mm. Another piece of free jewelry. Frank and I drove out to an address on South Ridgely Drive. 9:32 p.m. We talked to Mrs. Lucy Heflin. She showed us a pearl choker that had been given to her by a woman she met at a bus stop earlier in the evening.
I didn't want to take it. I told her so, but she wouldn't listen.
Yes, ma'am.
And then afterwards, when I got home and thought about it, well, I started wondering if maybe there was some reason why she was so anxious to get rid of those pearls. So I called you.
Just where was it you saw this woman, Miss Heflin?
Corner of Wilshire and Barstow. That's where I was waiting for my bus. I take the Wilshire Express home.
Uh-huh.
She was on a local.
I see.
And when it pulled up, she got out. I guess she must have turned her ankle or something. Anyway, she dropped her pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I helped her pick up her things, and that's when she gave me this choker.
I see.
Said she didn't have any use for it herself and for me to keep it. Tried to give it back, but she wouldn't wait.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to follow her, but just then my bus came along, and I knew there wouldn't be another one for maybe an hour.
Yes, ma'am.
They don't run very regular after 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Anyway, I figured I could always return the choker if that seemed like the best thing.
How were you going to do that, Miss Heflin? Do you know the woman?
Oh, no, but I watched her from the bus. We had to wait for the light to change.
Yeah.
Saw her go into a building, apartment house.
Oh?
I suppose that's where she lives.
Miss Heflin told us that the woman had entered an apartment house on Barstow Street, 2 doors from the Wilshire corner. We asked her to describe the suspect, and her description tallied with what we already had. 10:15 p.m. We drove over to the Barstow Avenue address and talked to the manager of the apartment. He told us that a woman answering the suspect's description lived on the second floor, apartment 7. He said that her name was Edna Landy. Frank and I went upstairs to talk to her.
Well, this must be it.
No. Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
Ms. Landy?
Yes, sir.
Police officers.
Oh,
I'd like you to come downtown with us, Ms. Landy.
all right. I'll get my coat.
Never mind. I'll get it for you.
It's in the closet over there.
Okay. I'll look around while I'm at it, Joe.
Yeah.
You won't find anything.
That so?
I gave the last of it away just this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Lady I met at the bus stop. Gave the last piece to her.
I see.
She was very kind to me. Helped me when I dropped my purse. I'm glad I had something nice for her. Pearl choker, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Place is clean, Joe.
All right.
I said you wouldn't find anything.
Why'd you do it, Miss Landy? Why'd you steal those things?
Oh, I wasn't stealing.
Oh, you weren't, huh?
Of course not. I'm just teaching them a lesson.
Yeah.
They needed it. Needed it bad. Never trust anybody. Always say you're stealing from them.
Well, who are you talking about, Miss Landy?
People that hired me to work for them. Do their cleaning.
These people didn't hire you.
Yeah, they're all the same. Folks out here, back east, all the same.
Where's back east?
Chicago, Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter how much you do, how hard you try.
Ma'am?
Sooner or later, something's missing. They say you took it.
Mm-hmm.
Worked for them 10 years. Doesn't matter. Least little thing gets lost, they say you're a thief.
I see.
Made up my mind to show them. As long as they're going to blame me anyway, might as well do something to deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
Good lesson. That's what they need.
All right, let's go.
I'm an honest woman. I've always been honest.
Sure.
I never took that money from Mrs. Dresser. She was wrong to say I did. Never took nothing that didn't belong to me.
Until you came out here.
That's different. Even then, I wasn't taken from myself. I gave all the jewelry away. It wasn't for me.
Well, it was more than jewelry, Miss Landy. A lot of money missing, too.
No, I didn't keep it.
Oh?
I sent it off, every penny. Sent it to charity, different charities all over. I wouldn't keep something that wasn't mine.
I see.
Maybe next time they'll be a little more careful who they say is a thief.
Yes, ma'am.
It isn't right to accuse somebody when she hasn't done it just because you're the cleaning woman. That doesn't mean you're not honest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I showed them. Showed them if I really wanted to be a crook, how easy it was.
Mm-hmm.
You mustn't think I was doing anything wrong.
No.
Just trying to make them understand, that's all. Cleaning woman's like everybody else. She's got feelings, too, and pride like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe now they'll see where they made their mistake.
Yeah.
Well, they better. I won't stand for being called a liar and a thief, not anymore. Folks better treat me a whole lot different from here on in.
No, that's right, Miss Landy.
What?
They will.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On December 14th, the hearing was held in Department 96, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that hearing. Edna Foster Landy was examined by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the court and was found to be mentally incompetent. She was committed to a state medical hospital for an indefinite period of treatment. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
All douches are not alike. Only Summer's Eve disposable douche has this unique one-piece flexible design for comfort and these gentle cleansing formulas. Try the douche that's unique. Summer's Eve. It refreshes as it cleans.
I know it's kind of early for this type of thing. I just wanted to be the first to tell folks in this area about the newest, biggest, boldest taste yet from Doritos. New Salsa Rio flavor. Imagine all those Rio Grande fixins plus big chunky salsa taste, and it's all on one little chip. The age we live in. Forgot about that crunch business.
New Salsa Rio flavored Doritos brand tortilla chips. One heck of a taste, one heck of a crunch.
Welcome to Hell Week, gentlemen.
Gregory Harrison wants to join a fraternity, but like all the others before him, he must first pass the test of humiliation.
What's so special about this group that they don't have to go through what we all went through? They are special. All right, boys. We have a new pledge master. Me.
Pledging was a tradition for these schoolboys. It was supposed to be fun.
Zach?
Fraternity Row, Thursday night at 8 on TV 44, the movie station.
Ever since Charlie was a kid, he's put things together a little differently.
What's that? Peanut butter and tuna? Ooh, yuck!
Even as a young man, his tastes were unique.
Pancakes. Oh, and gravy.
So when Charlie heard about Sizzler's combination celebration, he was thrilled. He could choose from 7 entrees, even all-you-can-eat shrimp to make his own combination. And no matter which two he picked, it would be okay.
Steak and steak.
For Charlie.
Sizzler.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headaches, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with our guest, Shelley Winters, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. You sound mad. What's wrong? When you answered the doorbell this morning, you was wearing Mrs. Duffy's bathrobe. Well, what's wrong with that? The milkman kissed you, huh? Well, what happened? Did you slug the guy? Oh, if he's been kissing Mrs. Duffy, he's had punishment enough. You still mad? You think you'll come down here to cool off? Duffy, tonight the tavern ain't no place to cool off. Shelley Winters is coming down. Yeah, Winters is the name, Duffy, but it really should be Summers, you know. The way she raises a guy's temperature. What she look like? Well, you know, I told you about the temperature, and with the sweat pouring down into your eyes, you can't get a good look. She's a very versatile dame, Duffy, you know. She acts on the stage, she's in the movies, and sings in musical comedies, and she's packed to the hilt with talent. And, brother, what a hilt. Also a sensational pair of gams. Yes, sir. With them legs, she's made more successful crossings than Pan American Airways. Well, look, I got work to do, Duffy. I'll call you back. Oh, Yasha! Yasha! Where is that Yasha Penya Slavnik?
How do you do?
Tell me, Yasha,
Yes?
Did any letters or mail come in today?
Like an avalanche.
Oh. Well, let me see the mail. Hey, these personal letters of mine. They've been opened.
I can read them closed.
Yasha, it might have been personal correspondence from a dame, you know. I don't want you to be reading me private mail.
Okay, my boss. Or may I call you Cuddles?
But opening somebody else's letters, how can you do such a thing?
How?
Yeah.
It's easy. I am holding them over a tea kettle. By the by, here is one letter that I'm thinking you will find extremely interesting.
What, Billy Doo from a female admirer?
No, Billy Doo overdue from the gas company.
What does it say?
Unless you pay your bill immediately, you will hear from our attorneys.
Yeah, throw it away. What's the next letter?
From their attorneys.
Attorneys, huh?
Yeah.
Well, they can't scare me into paying their dirty bills. If I don't pay them, what can they do to me? What's the next letter?
It's from Sing Sing.
Well, at last, some social correspondence. Well, it's from my old friend Nitro McNulty.
Oh, what did he say? What does he say?
Let me see. Dear Archie, planning to escape. Meet me outside of main wall in automobile and bring my wife. Signed, Nitro. P.S. Bring along another girl for me. Signed, the warden. I'll leave us get to the next letter. I wonder who this is from.
It's from Peaches Latour, the striptease.
But you didn't open it. How do you know it's from Peaches Latour, the striptease?
The stamp is peeling off.
Give me that letter. Let's see. Hey, you're wrong. It ain't a letter. It's a valentine.
A valentine?
Yeah, let's see. Love to you, my sweetheart mine. Will you be my valentine?
I'll be yours if you'll be mine. To you from me, from swine to swine.
It does not say that, Yasha. I'm afraid you're just jealous.
Me jealous? Me jealous? I am also having a girl writing me letters.
Writing you letters?
Yes. Every day she is wanting to see me. She is calling me on the telephone. She is writing me letters, always wanting to see me. Fortunately, I put a stop to it.
How?
I let her see me.
Well, that's one way of killing the goose. Now, let me see. Who could have sent this valentine? Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archie.
Miss Duffy, did you send me a valentine?
Isn't there a name on it?
No signature. It's just unanimous. Let me see. Looks like some dame is out to marry me, but she's too ashamed to sign her name.
Archie, you're being silly. A valentine like that ain't being personal.
What do you mean?
Look at it. It's printed.
If so, a marriage license is just printed, too. Fact, though, don't tell me about dames. All they ever think about is getting married. Believe me, I made a study of them.
Then how come you keep taking them out?
Research. But they ain't gonna get all lots. Believe me, I've seen too many horrible results from marriage.
Hello, Arch.
That's a perfect example. Hiya, Finnegan.
Top tip.
Top tip. That's tip-top.
I know, but I'm feeling a little backward today.
Well, that's normal. Let's see. Who could have sent that valentine?
You got a valentine, Arch?
Yeah, it seems there's a dame in love with me.
Love?
Yeah, love.
Love?
Look, you know what love is, don't you?
Well, I know it has something to do with dames, but from there on, I ain't too clear.
Well, I'll try to explain it. You see, Finnegan, in biology, there's two kinds of genders, you see, men and women. I assume you know what marriage is.
Oh, sure. That's what you gotta have before you get a divorce.
Yeah. Well, that's one school of thought, but to put it more succinctly, marriage is, it's sort of a friendship that gets loused up. Now, Finnegan, the point of this talk is I want you to promise me if you ever see a dame getting me in her clutches.
Yeah?
Unclutch me. Break it up. You know, help me use me willpower.
I certainly will, Arch.
Thanks.
You don't think I'm gonna let a dame come between us?
Finnegan, old man, how does it feel to be an idiot?
Well, not too bad, Arch. The trouble is the hours are so long.
Leave us quit this nonsense talk now. Now, who could have sent this Valentine? Maybe I better forget about it. Shelley Winters will be coming down here any minute.
Shelley Winters. Humph!
And what's the humph?
Well, not that I want to take anything away from Shelley Winters.
Go ahead, take it away. You need it more than she does.
What I'm trying to say is she's been a very lucky girl.
You should be rolling the same pair of dice. And what do you mean, lucky? She's got brains and beauty and talent.
Yeah, but where would that get her if Edison hadn't invented motion pictures?
You call that lucky?
What else? Look, Archie, be honest.
Yeah.
Suppose a movie producer needs a star for a picture, and he has to choose between Shelley Winters and me. Who does he pick?
Shelley Winters.
There you are. It's a 50-50 chance, and she wins. And you don't call that luck? Believe me, one screen test, and I'd have Ray Milland and Clark Gable chasing me, too.
With a baseball bat. You'd have Ray Milland and Clark Gable chasing you. They wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot Louisville slugger. And if you think you're so hot, why don't you try to get into the movies?
What? And have men bothering me morning, noon, and night?
Men bothering you? That's bad?
Frankly, I'm bored with men.
Oh, no. This from a dame that sits in the front row at circuses waiting for a human cannonball to overshoot the mark. Get her bored with men.
Arch, is this dame annoying you?
Yeah, very much.
Well, beat it, sister. This man has already been spoken for. Say, Arch.
Yeah?
I've been giving quite a lot of thought to what you told me.
You've been giving a lot of thought, huh? Well, good for you, Finnegan.
Only I forget what it is.
Okay, I'll explain it again. Now, and this goes for you, too, Planyaslavnik. You guys gotta help me to keep me willpower, you know. Now, if a dame starts making passes at me, what do?
Well, we break it up.
Right. Now, how you gonna do it?
Very simple. I merely say, Madame, I believe you dropped your handkerchief. Then, when she bends over to pick it up...
Yes?
I kick her right in the teeth.
Well, ain't exactly Emily Posty, but at least it'll be effective. Now, let me see this Valentine. Hey, this I didn't notice. What's under the heart?
What's under the heart?
Yeah.
The liver.
No, I mean, what's under the heart on this Valentine? It's a poem. Let's see here. Roses are red, licorice is black. Kiss me, sweetheart, and I'll kiss you back. Hey, wait a minute. This proves it. I know who's after me.
Who?
Shelley Winters.
Shelley Winters, are you kidding?
Look, Miss Duffy, this is poetry, ain't it?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear of a poet named Byron?
Yeah.
Keats?
Mm-hmm.
Did it ever occur to you that there is also a poet named Shelley? And as further proof, just take a look at this word.
What word?
Sweetheart.
Please, this is so sudden.
Please. Slavnik, I'm talking about the word sweetheart in the poem. And, Miss Duffy, in the word sweetheart, what's the first two letters?
S.W.
I suppose it's a coincidence that Shelley Winter's initial is also S.W.? Finnegan, you better keep your eye on me tonight and watch that willpower. I'm afraid the dame has interior motives.
Don't worry, Arch. We'll protect you.
I think I'll need it. You know, she's at that dangerous Hollywood age. Between husbands. So don't forget your promise, fellas. The first time you see a gleam in your eye, I want you to quick hop in and frustrate her.
Well, you better put your frustrators on quick, because there she is coming in the door right now.
Oh, brother, look at those. I mean, look at that.
Arch, don't forget, willpower.
Okay, Finnegan, I'll play it safe. I'll only look her in the face. Yes, sir, I'll bridle me passions. I'll stifle myself. I'll dam up me emotions.
Hello, Archie.
Run for the hills, boys. The dam has burst.
Well, Shelley Winter.
Well, Archie, this is the first time I've ever...
Just a second, Miss Winters. I happen to know how you feel, but I'm sorry. The answer is definitely no.
Well, that's a cool greeting.
Coolness is as coolness does.
Attaboy, Arch.
Archie, aren't you even going to shake hands?
Well, I'll shake hands, okay, but just a quick one.
All right, then I'll take off my glove.
What's that?
I'll take off my glove.
Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Say, what's going on here?
Look, Miss Winters, I want you to know that you mean nothing to me.
What?
You heard me. Them soft blue eyes, they mean nothing. That beautiful blonde hair and them lips. Gorgeous figure and them terrific legs. They do nothing to me, see?
Say, boss,
What?
here.
What?
Your eyes, they just popped out of their sockets.
Say, you're cute.
Don't say that.
But you are.
I know, but don't say that.
All right, I won't say it.
You won't say what?
You're cute.
Please say it again.
Look, cut it out, Shelley. I can see right through you.
What?
I don't mean that. I mean this clumsy attempt to make me jealous. You know, you're just a moth to a flame. Just another one of the bats in me belfry.
Bats in the belfry is right.
Now, please, leave us forget the past and get the conversation back to the drawing room. Now, tell me, what are they talking about in good old... You know, you're quite a dish.
Archie, my face is up here.
Oh, yes. By the way, that dress you're wearing.
Oh, it's really nothing.
You're so right. But I must say for you, though, Miss Winters, that with a figure like yours, you don't need clothes. Tell me, what are people talking about in good old Hollywood these days?
Oh, the same thing. Each other.
How dull. I wonder if they still remember me out there. You know, I once starred in a picture for Paramount.
Oh, yes, they're still talking about you.
Yeah, huh? What are they saying?
I don't know. I'm a lady. I always leave the room.
Well, tell me, what pictures you been making lately?
Well, I just finished a Technicolor picture for Universal.
Well, what's it called?
Frenchie.
It's called Frenchie, huh?
Arch, don't forget, your willpower.
Don't worry, I'm just toying with the dame.
By the way, Archie, do you mind if I sit down?
No, sit down on that bar stool. Speaking of the movies...
Archie, this bar stool is rather high.
We keep it that way so the customers won't feel small if they don't buy a second drink. Speaking of movies...
It's so nice to sit down. Oh, these high heels are killing me.
Yeah, they're killing me, too. Speaking of movies...
Archie, do you think these black stockings go well with these shoes?
Black stockings? Yeah, very well. Speaking of speakies... making of spookies...
Archie, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me? Nothing.
Nothing that a cold shower couldn't cure.
Quiet, Panya Slavnik. Miss Winters, speaking of Hollywood, by the way, you got a run in your stocking.
Oh, I'll have to fix it.
Can I help you? May I get you a needle and thread, Miss Winters?
Well, that would be very sweet of you, Archie.
Not at all.
In fact, I think you're a very sweet boy.
Really?
And handsome, too.
Honest?
Of course.
Cross your legs and hope to die? Cross your legs and hope to die. It's the name of a new book. Speaking of books, have you read any good stockings lately? Books.
Well, yes, I have.
That's nice. Anything new?
Yes.
What?
The new Kinsey report.
That did it. Shelley, I'm a dead duck. May I have the pleasure of your next marriage?
Archie, is this a sincere proposal?
You think these goose pimples is falsies? Of course it's a proposal, so what do you say?
Well, I'll have to think it over.
Well, why? You just told me I was sweet.
Yes?
And handsome.
I'm sorry, Archie, but the man I marry must have a lot of money.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
No matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100.
Look, Shelley, you got to marry me.
I'm sorry, Archie, but I can't break a promise.
A promise?
Yes, I promised myself that the next time I got married, it would be for money.
Got to have money, huh?
Absolutely.
Well, I ain't exactly saying that I'm filthy rich, but I ain't exactly saying that I'm filthy poor, neither.
No, it's just filthy.
Thank you. You see, Shelley, if I wasn't rich, you'd think this peasant would insult me?
But if you have so much money, why do you work in a place like this?
Look, Shelley, this tavern is just a hobby with me. You think if I worked here, I could afford to own a Rolls Royce with a mink tail and a radiator cap? Which reminds me, Yasha, take the Rolls Royce down to one of my oil wells and fill it up with diesels.
I'm beginning to be impressed.
You ain't heard nothing yet. Oh, excuse me, the phone. Probably me wealthy stockbroker. Hello? Oh, hello, Whitcomb. Duffy, it's an act. Tell me, Whitcomb, how are all me stocks and bonds on Wall Street? Uh-huh. And what about Consolidated Amalgamated Inc.? Huh? They've incorporated? Gad, they've done it again. Buy 1 million more shares. And this time, not just them little common ones. Get me the big ones, the preferred. Very good, Whitcomb. And by the way, what happened to maternity ward? I see. And what about Consolidated Can? Bottom dropped out, huh? Well, in that case, I'll tell you what you do. Buy me 10,000 shares of Social Securities. Thanks, Whitcomb. Well, things seem to be popping in Wall Street.
Yes, it sounds like a real bull market.
Well, now that I've proved how rich I am, can you think of any reason for us not getting married?
No, but I will. Just give me a second. Oh, yes. How about your background?
Huh?
Your family.
Oh, them. Well, Grandpater was also a millionaire, you know. In fact, I shouldn't really talk about our family fortune without giving him credit. You know, he was the original flounder. Started as a poor boy, too. He Mayflowered it over here with Grandmama, and they was lucky enough to pick up Pennsylvania at the right price. So I grew up on the estate and went to college.
Oh, what college did you go to?
Well, Dad wanted me to go to Harvard, and Mother wanted me to go to Yale.
What happened?
They compromised. That's when Dad built Princeton. So, you see, Shelley, I have both money and background. So what do you say we take me 2 yachts and start on a little honeymoon?
2 yachts?
Yeah, marked his and hers. Now, leave us quit wasting time. Yash, if Duffy calls, tell him me and Shelley is on our way down to the little church around the corner, huh?
Little church around the... Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Finnegan, please, stay away from this.
But, Arch, what about your willpower?
I know, but this time I'm really in love.
In love, he says. This is what he is telling all his wives.
Oh, no. Panya, Slavnik, please, stay away from this.
And Miss Winters, did he tell you he has 12 wives and 48 children?
48 children?
One for every state in the Union.
Oh, this is terrible. And where are the wives?
Standing by for Alaska and Hawaii.
Shelley, please, don't listen to them. They're nuts. Can't you tell just by looking at them that they're nuts?
I don't know. Around here, there's no basis for comparison.
Look, everybody, will you shut up and forget that willpower stuff? I'm proud to say that I have conquered me willpower. This dame I want to marry.
You want to marry?
Yeah.
After I spent all that dough?
What dough?
The dough I spent on that Valentine.
Oh, no.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. It's a great life this week for television enthusiasts. Yes, the current issue of Life magazine, dated February 12th, contains a really thrilling double-page advertisement showing RCA Victor's complete new 1951 series of million-proof television, America's favorite television, owned most, proved most, and now more wonderful than ever. Your whole family will pore over and purr over the detailed pictures and descriptions of 14 new RCA Victor models, each more glamorous than the last. Table toppers, consoles, and television radio phonograph console combinations. Cabinets ranging from an exquisite 18th century lowboy to a stunning modern swiveler. 14, 17, and 19-inch screens with such beautiful pictures, well, you'll simply have to see them to believe them. So run, don't walk, to the nearest RCA Victor dealers and meet all the glamorous new million-proof models in real life. Here's hoping you can take home your favorite set soon and start having the time of your life, enjoying the life of your time with matchless RCA Victor television. Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The best cigarette for you to smoke. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Well, it's once again time for the question of today, which you can answer in the comments below. Today's question is, do you have a favorite movie from the original run of Universal horror movies in the 30s and 40s? If you do, let me know in the comments below. For me, it's The Invisible Man, starring Claude Rains. For several reasons. One, I love the atmosphere of that movie. Two, I find that it has the most interesting protagonist/antagonist of the entire run. Three, it just has some special effects that look really impressive for the 1930s. And Claude Rains' performance is incredible in that movie, just with his voice. So, all around, it's a Halloween favorite of mine. But what's your favorite Universal horror movie? Comment below and let us know. And now, let's get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson located the cave where the Chihuahua treasure was hidden, but they discovered the major portion had been looted long ago. They carry all that remains of it, a moldy leather sack filled with coins, back to the Diamond A Ranch. Then, leaving Flash to guard Mrs. Croft and Barbara from the Benders, they fly to the Caldwell Ranch and pick up Russell, government agent, and fly him up to Hidden Mesa. Russell has learned the aerial smugglers have just taken off from their hideout in Mexico and are headed north. Darkness falls as the three hide in a clump of bushes. The gang speedster, flown by Ace, who is accompanied by Sugar and Sam, lands. While they are refueling, another plane comes in. It is Rip Bender and his father who warned the smugglers that all is up. They decide to fly back to Mexico at once. Russell steps out and calls upon them to surrender. A deathly silence reigns.
It's Russell! I'll say it is. Come on here, every one of you, up with your hands.
Oh, come on now, fella. Let's talk this over. Maybe we can fix something up.
You could use a couple of grand pretty well, couldn't you? Cut that. Up with those dukes or your goose is cooked. Come on now, be reasonable. Maybe we could stretch it a point and make it 5 grand. Another second and I'll start shooting. I'm telling you guys straight, you haven't got a chance. I've got 20 men hidden out in these bushes.
Russell, look out! Rip Bender's pulling a gun!
Ooh. Good shooting, Bender. You winged that flatfoot. Come on, boys, let's make a break for it. Throw down your guns or we start shooting. Come on, boys, into that cabin. Hey, Sam, get out that Tommy gun.
Let them have it, boys.
All right, Jimmy, start shooting. Sam, where's that typewriter? Come on, everybody into the ship. You hold him off with that gun, Sam, and I'll start the engine. You better surrender, Ace. Not a chance, Robertson. Come on, Jimmy, let him have it again. Come on, Sam. Keep that gun talking while I start this engine. Turn your typewriter on Bender's airplane, Sam. Give it to him, Speed, Jimmy. I'll say we will. We'll be seeing you, boys. All set. Here we go. All right, Jimmy. One last shot. Maybe we can get him now.
Oh, gee, they've got away, Speed.
Yeah, I see that, Jimmy. I guess our little bluff didn't work. Come on, let's see what happened to Russell. Hey there, Russell. How are you?
I don't know. They plugged me in the side of my chest. It may be pretty bad.
Well, here, let's take a look. You got a match, Jim?
Feel in my coat pocket, Robertson. I've got an electric torch there.
Okay. Okay, I got it. Here, Jim, you hold this light while I take a look at Russell's wound.
Oh.
Yeah, by George, Russell, you're sure lucky. There's nothing serious. Come on, Jimmy, we'll have to get him somewhere and have that wound dressed. Do you think you can walk, Russell? Jimmy and I'll help you.
Yes, I think so.
All right. Here, come on.
There we are. Well, that isn't very far to our ship. I think we can make it all right, Speed.
Yeah, sure we can. I'll be all right.
Well, Russell, I thought for a minute your bluff was going to work.
I did too, but that Ace is a tough hombre. He was sure he'd swing if he got caught, so he figured he might as well take a chance.
Come on. Let's help Russell into the front cockpit.
Okay.
Here we go. Now, take it easy.
Up you go, Mr. Russell. There you are. Are you comfortable, Mr. Russell?
I'm okay, boys.
Say, don't you think you'd better fly the ship back, Speed? I haven't had much experience in night takeoffs and landings, and with Mr. Russell aboard, maybe it'd be...
I was just thinking, Jim. This fellow Bender's air wing.
Oh, but they turned that machine gun on it as they were leaving, Speed.
I know, kid, but it was dark and they couldn't see very well. We might possibly want to use that ship. It's a lot faster than ours. I'll tell you what. I'll take Russell's flashlight and go over and examine her. If she's all right, I'll fly her back, and you can fly Russell in our ship.
Okay. How are you feeling now, Mr. Russell?
I'm all right, Jimmy. Just a little weak, that's all. I'm certainly glad you and Robertson didn't get hurt. Those machine gun bullets spattered mighty close.
Oh, boy, I'll say they did. They sounded like a flock of bees buzzing around. Well, I guess I'd better get in this rear cockpit and start the motor. It can be warming up while Speed's looking over Bender's air wing.
Fine, that's a good idea.
I'll let her idle a minute and then rev her up.
What's that?
Huh? Hey, Speed's starting Bender's air wing. Well, I guess she must be all right. There's the engine.
Look, he's taxiing over this way.
Sure enough.
I think this bus is okay, Jimmy. You take off and I'll follow you. Get to the Diamond A as quick as possible.
Is that you, Mr. Robertson?
Why, yes, it is, Mrs. Croft.
Oh, I'm so glad. You can't imagine how relieved I am. Is Jimmy with you?
Yes, he is, Mrs. Croft. And Mr. Russell, the government agent I told you about, is with us also.
Why, what? Is something the matter?
Well, nothing serious, Mrs. Croft.
But there was a fight up on Hidden Mesa. We ran into that band of aerial smugglers, and Mr. Russell was wounded.
Didn't I hear Mr. Bender say something about a medicine chest, Mrs. Croft?
Oh, yes, it's right there in the living room. If you can help Mr. Russell in there, I'll bandage up his wound.
Okay, let's go.
It's a shame to put you to so much trouble, Mrs. Croft.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'll get bandages and hot water, and we'll fix you up fine.
Say, I wonder where Barbara and Flash are.
Yeah, that is rather strange.
Well, here we are. I heard you mention Barbara and Mr. Lewis, Jimmy. I haven't seen them for several minutes, and I was getting worried.
Well, how long have they been missing?
Ever since the first ship landed.
First ship? Wait, who do you mean, Mrs. Croft?
Why, about 10 minutes before you and Mr. Robertson landed, another plane landed and then took off again shortly afterwards. I thought it was you boys or the Benders, so I didn't pay much attention.
Why, we have the Benders airplane, Mrs. Croft. Speed, I wonder if...
Say, do you suppose that...
I'll bet any money. I'll bet any... Uh-oh, listen. Hey, what's that noise outside, huh?
Why, great Scott, it's Flash Lewis, and something's the matter with him. What in the world has happened to you, Flash?
Quick, before it's too late.
Oh, what are you talking about, Flash?
Do you know where Barbara is, Mr. Lewis?
Quick, before it's too late. Rip Bender.
Rip Bender? What do you mean? Has he been here?
I heard a plane land. Barbara and I were on the porch. We went out. It was Rip Bender and that speedster with that fella named Ace. They slugged me, and I'm afraid Barbara...
Listen, Speed, I see what's happened. The gang flew here in the speedster, and they've taken Barbara away with them down into Mexico.
Oh, my poor Barbara.
By George, I believe you're right, Jim. Are you sure they've got Barbara, Flash?
Well, just as they hit me, I heard Barbara scream. I heard Rip Bender say, "Come on now, or we'll hit you." And then I sort of passed out.
Oh, my Barbara.
Speed, we've got to find her. Our only chance is that air wing of Bender's.
Now, the ship's fast enough, Jimmy, but where in the world would we go? We haven't the slightest idea where they went.
I have. I might be wrong, but it's the only chance we've got.
Where, Russell?
I told you our men on the border had discovered the base used by the smugglers in Mexico. It's up in the mountains straight east of Chihuahua and a little south and east of the sharp turn on the Conchos River. According to reports we've received, they have a small blinker beacon on the top of a mountain.
You're right, Russell. That is our only chance. All right, Jim, get out your maps. We'll plot a course straight for this hideout.
Gee, can't I go along, Speed? You and Jimmy are going to need some help.
True enough, Flash, but how do you feel?
I didn't feel very good a minute ago, but I'm coming too fast.
I'll put some antiseptic on your face, Mr. Lewis. The skin isn't cut badly.
I'll be here to look after Mrs. Croft until you return. Now, what about arms?
Now, both Jimmy and I have guns.
And I know something else we can use. Here. Look, what's in this cupboard?
Zowie, a Thompson submachine gun. I'll say we can use that. Okay, let's go. Now, the first thing, Flash, you go out and see that Bender's air wing is full of gas and oil.
Okay, Speed.
Oh, here's the map, Speed. I've got a line drawn from the ranch here down to the point Russell indicated.
That's swell, Jim. Okay, we're off.
Now, do be careful, boys.
Yeah, watch your step. That gang's plenty tough.
Oh, we'll make it all right, Mrs. Croft. And we'll bring Barbara back, too. Let's go.
So long. You're right, Jim. This must be the field. It's the only place around for miles that a ship could get in and out of.
Uh-huh. And there's the blinker beacon on the top of that hill. I guess it's the one Russell told us about.
That must be. There wouldn't be another one around in this country.
Well, here we are.
All right, hop out, Jimmy.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what I said, and I meant what I said. All right, go ahead.
Hey, listen. Listen, Speed, listen.
Yeah, it sounds as though they're fighting. Look, there's Ace's speedster right over there. They must think this is one of their own ships. Come on.
Okay. Speed, look through that window. There's Barbara over there in the corner.
Russell's hunch was right. But Barbara is not rescued yet. Don't miss the thrilling climax in the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Breeze cleans so deep you feel it.
Beautiful skin can be a breeze with Sea Breeze.
Deep clean, so clean it tingles.
Beautiful skin can be a breeze with Sea Breeze.
No other clean feels quite like this.
Think we'll win? Maybe, if the champ doesn't show up.
Yeah, Jimmy Joe.
Lightning, I'm sure to win with my crap thick and spicy. Just think, who can compete with a sauce so thick it stands up to my drumstick test? Who can compete with spices you can see and taste? Hi, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Kraft Thick and Spicy Barbecue Sauce. So thick and spicy, there's no contest.
Now you can have what's behind the curtain, or what's in this box, or what's under this bottle top. Wait, it's a hot top from Coca-Cola. It could be an instant winner. Jay, tell her what she can win.
Great prizes, like a 1986 Subaru turbocharged XT Coupe, a Riva Jog scooter by Yamaha, and lots of other great prizes from Domino's Pizza, the Record Factory, and the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk.
Play hot tops only from Coca-Cola. You could win instantly.
That's right, and as we enter summer, what better place to shop for your next car or truck than the Monterey Peninsula Auto Center? The Monterey Peninsula Auto Center is your one-stop auto shopping center on the Central Coast. With over 3,000 new and used cars and trucks to choose from in one convenient location, you can't afford to shop anywhere else. From Highway 1, take the Sand City Seaside exit and look for the towers. The Monterey Peninsula Auto Center, where a beautiful drive will get you a great deal now.
When you compare the number of nutrients in each of these best-selling supplements, Advanced Formula Centrum outnumbers them all, with 4 more nutrients than Theragran M, 9 more than Myadec, 13 more than Within, 13 more than One-A-Day Essential. And Centrum has calcium. Some don't. Centrum outnumbers them all. Centrum, more complete than the others, from A to zinc.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If one of your friends said to you, I keep house with wax, would you know what she meant? Well, if you went over her home room by room, I think you would. Because in every one of those rooms, from the front door through the kitchen, you'd find evidence of wax protection, wax-polished beauty. You'd find mellow, shining floors that grow lovelier with every application of Johnson's Wax. Tabletops, radios, chair arms that gleam with wax protection, that are so easy to keep clean and sparkling. Windowsills that'll laugh at winter weather. Picture frames, leather articles, kitchen equipment whose bright, richly polished appearance adds so greatly to the charm of your home. Yes, you'd find in every room evidence of regular applications of Johnson's Wax to all kinds of surfaces, protecting them, preserving them, adding beauty and length of life, and saving hours of housework. That's what we mean by protective housekeeping with Johnson's Wax. Believe me, it will pay you to try it. You'll find many special uses for all 3 forms of Johnson's Wax: paste, liquid, and cream. Well, winter arrives in Wistful Vista today with a hey, nonny, nonny, and a shut that door. Colder than a Russian veto. And the snow is horn high to a tall spear. But at 79 Wistful Vista, all is cozy. In the fireplace, a big hunk of wood is crackling merrily. And on the Davenport, another big hunk is wisecracking merrily. As we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Listen to that wind outside, will you, kiddo? Pity the poor pedestrian on a night like this.
Brutal weather, isn't it?
Yep.
My Adam's apple got frostbitten last night, and I woke up with laryngitis.
You better stay inside, kiddo. It's snowing worse than ever. I haven't seen the air so white since that cyclone hit the feather mattress factory. And that wind.
Strong, is it?
Strong. Brother. Her sister. I popped out to get the milk off the porch this morning, and when I pulled my head back in, my hair was braided like a hangman's rope. I couldn't even comb it. I had to unweave it.
Cold, too, I imagine.
Oh. I stuck my nose out to get the morning paper and yanked it back with a bird's eye label on it.
Oh, Magee. Well, I'm certainly glad I don't have to go out tonight. This is the kind of storm that has polar bears looking for warm ice.
You said it. Personally,
Well, heavenly days. I wonder who that is.
I don't know who he is, but I know what he is. Come in, stupid.
Oh, my, it's Dr. Gang.
Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello. Nice day if you're a penguin with a high metabolism.
My goodness, Doctor, isn't it a little risky to travel about in a storm like this? I haven't been out myself, but Magee says it's colder than a jury summons.
That is the understatement of the month, my dear. There's some ugly talk downtown of lynching the weatherman. But I think cooler heads will prevail, and they'll shoot him instead. Incidentally, have you lost your voice, Molly, or are you just trying to keep this confidential?
Well, now, when I woke up this morning,
Never mind, my dear. Let me look at your throat. They are.
Oh.
Don't worry about your gold inlay, Sissy. I'm watching him.
That doesn't look bad. Use a good gargle and stay in the house. Don't talk any more than you have to for a couple of days. And if you have to communicate with your husband, write him a note using small words and large print.
All right, Doctor, I'll do that. I think I'll go upstairs now and gargle and let you boys talk. Good night, Doctor.
Well, if it hasn't cleared up a little by morning, let me know. Good night.
See you later, baby. Ah, there goes a good kid. What you got there, Stork Chaser?
Postcard for you. It was left to Mrs. Jelliphant by mistake.
Oh, thanks, Bagwell. I'll bet old Mrs. Jelliphant has memorized it and had photostats made to this one.
Nosy, is she?
Nosy? That old curtain twitcher spends so much time spying on the neighbors, she's growing FBI brows.
Oh, come now. Don't judge her too harshly, billiard head. Mrs. Jelliphant was disappointed in love.
No kidding?
Yes. She married a man with $4 million and poor health. He lost it all in 1929, had to go to work, and now he'll live till he's 100. Sad case. Well, I hope you appreciate my playing mailman in this blizzard.
Yeah, that's awful nice of you, Doc. You know, I was just thinking, Doc, you must be getting old. You're starting to do nice things for people.
If that's a sign of advancing age, Hammerhead, you have discovered the fountain of youth. What's the postcard say?
What do you mean, what does it say? You read it 5 times on the way over here, and you know it.
Of course I did.
Well?
It says pick up package at window 5. What is that, a delayed Christmas gift?
Not expecting it.
How about your dear old Aunt Sarah? The one you say has more money than General MacArthur has quotations.
No, she never sends us a Christmas present. You ever see a sailor tying his shoelaces?
No, I don't believe so. Why?
No, Aunt Sarah is tighter than his pants. That old dame is about as open-handed as 12 o'clock. Oh, gosh, I wonder what that package is there.
Well, whatever it is, I hope it'll keep. Looks like this storm is going to last through August.
Yeah, I bet it's so. I hope it's nothing that'll spoil.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know, but an old friend of mine that I and he used to be in vaudeville together with a song and dance act, Magee and Nittany, songs and witty sayings. We'd open in 2 with the Grass Matsing and give my regards to Broadway, though neither one of us had ever been east of Cleveland. Threw that one clear across the lake. Of course, nobody knew that. He sent me some elderberry wine in the mail once.
I won't...
Fred Nittany.
Oh, Fred Nittany, yes. I won't try to go back and unravel that monologue, Joy Boy. So how was the elderberry wine when you did get it?
I don't know. There was an explosion in the post office the day it was due, and I was scared to go down and inquire about it.
Well, I've got to get back to the hospital. This is just the kind of a night that thoughtless little babies decide to be born on.
Okay, Paunchy. Turn your collar up good around your neck.
Don't tell me you're getting solicitous about my health.
Not at all. I just don't want passers-by to think we know anybody that needs a haircut that bad.
That's what I thought. Well, here I go. Into the wild white yonder. Good night.
Good night, Doc. Boy, what a night. If it wasn't so far to the post office, I'd... Oh, don't be a chump, Magee. It ain't a fit night out for man and beast. still, if that is a package from Aunt Sarah. Oh, don't be silly. She wouldn't give you the correct time. What are you scared of, McGee? A little wind? Okay, I'll go. Okay, here, put on your coat. Thanks. Here's your hat. Thanks. Hey, Molly, I'm going to the post office to pick up a package. If I ain't back in 2 hours, send my green necktie to Uncle Dennis.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play It's a Pity to Say Goodnight.
This is terrible. I should have passed the mailbox on the corner 15 minutes ago. I haven't been so lost since I tried to find the men's lounge at the YWCA. This has got me worried. I better stop at this house and ask where I am. Oh.
What's the matter, dearie? Forget something?
What? Is this our house? Boy, I was just trying to find out where I was, Molly. I can't see 10 feet in this blizzard. I've been traveling in a circle.
Well, how can you tell?
I lost an overshoe 10 minutes ago, and now I got it on again. Hey, don't stand in the doorway with that bad throat, kiddo. I'll be back in a little while, I hope.
Take care now, dearie.
Now, where am I? Oak Street should be to my left. But a streetcar just went by, and there's no streetcars on Oak Street. Hey, there's no streetcars in Wistful Vista. It's just buses. Oh, maybe it's just a truck. Oh. Boy, am I windy. I gotta go in someplace and get warm. Wonder who lives here. Well, my gosh. Hi, Wimp. Old man, you live here? Can I come in for a minute?
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Say, do come in.
Thanks. Oh, sure is a blizzard out there, Wimp. I haven't taken such a pushing around since I sold my tailor tot.
Certainly is stormy, all right.
That's it.
In fact, I'm quite perturbed about Sweetie Face. That's my big old wife.
Sweetie Face? Is she out in this storm, Wimp?
Yeah. And I'm worried.
Oh, well, take it easy, Wimp. I was out in it and nothing happened.
That's what worries me, Mr. McGee. If you can do it, she can do it.
Where'd she go?
Skiing.
Oh.
Can I make you some hot coffee or something, Mr. McGee? I have a cheeky recipe for coffee wimple.
What's coffee wimple? What's coffee wimple?
Oh, it's just an idea I got one day while I was putting around the kitchen.
Puttering, you mean?
No, putting.
Oh.
I was trying to put a golf ball into a paper cup, and I hit it too high.
Oh.
Knocked a can of cocoa in the coffee pot, and when I tasted it, it was half cocoa and half coffee. Quite good, too.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nothing new, Wimp. That's what they call Russian chocolate.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it disagrees with everybody the way it did with me, I can understand why they call it that. Certainly is hard to get along with.
Well, I hope I didn't disturb you with whatever you were doing tonight, Wimp. By the way, where'd your wife go skiing?
She asked me where was a good place, and I told her up on Harrigan's Hill.
Harrigan's Hill? My gosh, Wimp, that's no place to ski. There's a 400-foot gravel pit at the bottom of it. Gravel pit at the bottom of it.
Yes, I guess I wasn't the right one to ask, was I?
Well, maybe somebody will probably warn her before she starts down.
I suppose so. But I wish people would just mind their own darn business.
Well, I better get going or the post office will be closed. Good night, Wimp. Thanks for letting me get warm.
Good night, Mr. McGee.
Again. Can't even see a sign. All this snow. Hey, there's some letters on this window. See if I can make them out. C-H-I-L-I. Chili. They think that's funny. 2 cents, I'd heave a rock through that window. Now, let me see. I'm getting numb. I'll duck inside this place. Looks like a warehouse or something. Hey, anybody here? Hey.
There's something I can do. Oh, hello, pal.
Wilcox, is this your office?
Yes. But what brought you out in this kind of weather?
I'm going to the post office to pick up a package, Junior.
Package of what?
I don't know.
Who's it from?
I don't know that either.
Well, what's so important about it?
Trick me.
You don't know what it is or who it's from or why it was sent, but you'll risk your life to prowl around in this blizzard?
Who's risking his life in a blizzard? I got a compass with me, haven't I?
Oh, have you?
Sure. Right here in my overcoat, someplace. Oh, here it is. See?
Mm-hmm. Where'd you get that?
I had that for years. I take it on all my hunting trips.
Look, pal, that's not a magnetic compass. That's the kind of compass you draw circles with. You know, a point on one leg and a pencil on the other.
So what? It's always brought me where I wanted to go and took me back.
Well, how in the world do you tell directions with it?
Just pull the prongs apart till they form a straight line. Point one of them due south, and the other leg will point north. It never...
Well, I must say that's very ingenious. By the way, where's Molly?
I left her home. She's got a little laryngitis and shouldn't talk. So I had to get out of the house for a while because you know how gabby I am.
Oh.
I thought if I'd...
Oh, excuse me.
Sure, Junior. If the man hangs up, don't answer.
Wistful Vista branch of S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, Racine, Wisconsin, makers of Johnson's Wax, Paste, Liquid, and Cream. Wilcox speaking. Oh, hello, Kavanaugh. That's Kavanaugh, pal, one of our top salesmen.
Oh, send him over to see me. I haven't had a top since I was a kid.
Hello, Kavanaugh, yes. Oh, did you tell her that Glowcoat needs no rubbing or buffing? You did. Did you tell her it shines as it dries? You did. Well, look, Kavanaugh, just stress the fact that Glowcoat will help restore the life and color to her linoleum, and it'll be so much easier to keep clean. What? You did, and she bit you in the leg. Well, keep at it, Kavanaugh. Goodbye.
Customer bites the salesman, Waxy?
Oh, no. It was too stormy to call on people and too late, so he was rehearsing his sales talk on his fox terrier.
Why did the mutt bite him?
Frustration, I guess.
Oh.
No fun tracking up the kitchen linoleum if it's got Glowcoat on it.
Well, now that you got that off your chest, Waxy, why don't you run along?
What do you mean?
Go away. You put in your pitch for paste and cream, so take a powder.
I beg your pardon. This is my office.
Huh? Oh, my gosh. I'm the one that's got to go this time. Well, thanks for the hospitality, Junior. I'll see you later.
So long, pal.
see a thing. That snow is so fluffy. Boy, I could sure use a seeing eye walrus tonight. Snowflakes are closer together than Vandenberg in 1948. Must be a building nearby. I smell something cooking. Smells like coffee. Garlic pickles. Must be a drugstore near here. Now if I can... Ah, here we are. Might as well play the pinball machine for a while till I get warm. Wonder if I got a nickel. You can go. Oh, yeah. Here we are. There. I missed.
Would you like to borrow another nickel, Magee, at a low rate of interest?
Oh, hi, Latrivia. No, thanks. I just stopped in here to get warm. Got to get down to the post office and pick up a package.
A package of what?
I don't know. I got a card from the post office. Says pick up package at window 5.
Well, if you're going to the post office, Magee, you'd better saddle and mount. It closes in 14 minutes.
Hey, by the way, you're the mayor of this town, Latrivia. Why don't you call him up and tell him to wait for me?
Sorry, Magee, I can't do it.
Why not?
Well, I'll try to explain. As mayor of this municipality, I have at my disposal certain patronage, jobs to be awarded. Usually, I try my best to see that those jobs are capably filled, regardless of political affiliation.
Sure.
Now then, the postmaster of this city, one Tiffany H. Crud, has a nephew who is the mental equal of practically nobody. Let us be charitable and say that this young man does not know an axe from an oboe. To call this specimen a jerk would be to vilify every soda dispenser in America.
Sounds like a great kid, Latrivia. You going to adopt him?
The young man's uncle, Tiffany H. Crud, the postmaster, recently asked me to appoint this insufferable delinquent to a responsible position in the city's treasury office.
Yeah, but what that got to do
The
with...
reply I gave Mr. Crud fully explains why I cannot ask him to keep the post office open for you. So you'd better be on your way.
You said it. Well, so long, Latrivia.
Good night, Magee.
And here are the King's Men to sing Winter Wonderland.
Over the ground lies a blanket of white, a heaven of diamonds shines in the night. Two hearts are thrilled in spite of the chill in the weather. Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A wonderful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird, here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along, walking in a winter wonderland. In a meadow we can build a snowman, then pretend that he is passing on. He'll say, are you married? We'll say, no, man. But you can do the job when you're in town. Later on, we'll conspire as we dream by the fire to face unafraid the plans that we made, walking in a winter wonderland. Sleigh bells ring in the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight, walking in a winter wonderland. Walking in a winter wonderland.
Post office is in this general neighborhood. Been here 1,000 times. How lost can a guy get? Here comes the woman. Hey, sis, which way is the post office?
Where you are, mister, it's due north.
Oh, thanks. How far?
Well, it's a rough guess, but I'd say about 13 inches.
Huh? Oh, my gosh, I'm standing right in front of it. Oh, thanks, sis.
Oh, not at all. But you better hurry. It's closing time, and the clerk's a crabby old coot.
He is, eh?
Yeah, and I ought to know. He's my grandfather. Good night.
Hot dog, that last. Amazing. Hey, anybody on duty? Hey, are you still open? Hey, where is everybody?
Press that bell, then, Johnny. You're noisy enough to wake up the dead letter office.
Well, I'll be... Hi, old-timer.
You work here? Do I work here, the boy says. He's standing behind the counter, ink up to my elbows, green eye shade on, sleeves rolled up, pen behind my ear, rolled air mails in my hand, and he asked me if I'm working here. No, Johnny. I'm a travelage music chaser for the government. Just stopped in to lick a few special deliveries. That stuck him up the plate there.
Look, old-timer, I got a notice from this post office that there's a package here for me. You see? Here's the card.
Hey, this card says window 5.
So what?
I don't work at window 5. I work at window 3. Airmail. Sorry, boy. Good night.
Hey, come back here. Look, you lantern-jawed old fossil. You uncivil civil service man. If you think I battled my way down here through 4 foot of snow to get the brush off from you, you're off your onion. Now give me that package, or I'll slap you in a sack and airmail you to Washington, D.C.
No, not that, Johnny, not that. I'll get your package. Got any idea what it was?
I don't even know who it's from.
Now, let me take a look around here, Mike. Hey, you want to see my stamp collection?
No, I don't. I just want to get my package and go home.
Well, you can be looking at my stamp collection while I look for your package. Here they are. Keep your eyes on those, boy.
You mean, is this your stamp collection?
Yep. Wanted one ever since I was a kid. Finally started it this week. Got some beauties there, ain't I? Look at this one here. This one says, Agile. This one says, this side up. Look at this one. Use no hook. Just got to varnish some of the handles, and I'll have the prettiest stamp collection in town.
Yeah, very impressive. Now, how about my package?
Yeah, got it right here, Johnny. Transfer down this line. That's it. Hey, you gonna unwrap it here?
You're doggone tootin' I am. Listen, after all the torture and hardships I've been through to satisfy my curiosity about this package, I certainly won't... Well, if that isn't the dirtiest... What a shit. Slogged my way through 3 miles of blizzard for what? Throw that thing back in the bin, Gramps. I'll be back for it in April.
What is it, Johnny?
Look at it. Spring seed catalog.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Have you ever seen dull, faded linoleum change right before your eyes to bright, sparkling linoleum? No, there's no catch in it. That's exactly what happens when you use Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. There's no rubbing or buffing and very little work on your part. Yet in 20 minutes, while you wait, this remarkable wax floor polish makes old floors shine like new. Keeps new floors always beautiful. All you do is apply glow coat and let it dry. As it dries, Johnson's glow coat shines to a smooth, long-lasting polish. Try it on your printed and inlaid linoleum and linoleum rugs, too. See the gleaming beauty it gives them, at the same time protecting them from dirt and wear. With Glow Coat protection, still things wipe up in no time. Muddy footsteps and dirt can be wiped up instantly, leaving the colors fresh and bright as ever. Try it, won't you? But for a really bright shine, be sure to ask for the real thing. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
I'm glad you're home, Magee. I was getting awfully worried about you.
You should have been worried, kiddo. What a night. When I finally got that dad-ratted post office, do you know what that package was?
What was it?
The spring seed catalog. I I was so burned up, I threw it in their face and just walked out.
Oh, Magee. When I wanted to start planting my flower garden.
What? You did? Well, gee whiz, Molly, if
Yes,
I don't...
I was going to put 3 rows of crocuses across the front porch.
Huh?
And in the side yard, some tulips and gladiola, and back of the yard, some nasturtiums and...
Well, if I'd only known it.
I thought as long as you were so fond of carnations that we could have some by the back porch and get some narcissus.
Where's my mitten?
Magee, where are you going?
Back to the post office. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago, WMAQ.
Power. I want it here. I want it in my antiperspirant.
Speed Stick has the most powerful wetness fighter you can buy. Nothing fights wetness and odor better.
The Wide Stick.
The most powerful you can buy. Speed Stick antiperspirant.
By Manning.
Skin Bracer Aftershave has what it takes to cool, soothe, tone, tighten, and to wake up your face.
Thanks. I needed that.
After every shave, it has what your face needs. Skin Bracer.
By Manning.
Makes a freshly prepared buttermilk biscuit sandwich for breakfast. Biscuits with an egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage.
Only Wendy's and Wendy's alone.
A freshly prepared buttermilk biscuit sandwich. So if you want a breakfast prepared fresh, you know where to go.
Only Wendy's.
Choose fresh. Choose Wendy's.
Burdick's and Fisher team up to present exciting sights and sounds, a special savings event going on now at the Burdick showroom near you. Look for this insert in your newspaper this week for the dozens and dozens of Fisher stereo and video deals from Burdick's, like this. Fisher Go Anywhere AM/FM cassette deck with detachable speakers, $79. Burdick's has the big sounds with this complete Fisher component system, $499 while they last. See it all with this Fisher VCR with wireless remote, just $338 this week during Burdick's exciting sights and sound sale at all 5 Monterey Bay Area locations.
Today, computers are management tools, giving you a competitive edge. But finding the right computer for your business takes a business computer specialist, MicroAge. We get involved. We review your business, find out what a computer can do for you. We train your staff, test, and install the computer in your office. MicroAge believes your success is our success. So we give you continuous support to ensure your computer works as hard as you do. MicroAge. There's a reason we're called the Solution Store.
KFBY, the real rock authority. Anything else is just a cheap imitation.
When you're saving lives, you can't let your transmission die. That's why many ambulance fleets go where it's better than fixed. It's AMCO.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Hour of Smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Stevens. New features, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he heads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band with a magnifying glass, followed by those midgets of mimicry, the mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join that happy tone, folks. Everybody's going. Everybody's going. Here they come, mind readers.
Can you really read my mind, Fretzesalka?
Yes. At 9 o'clock this evening, you will turn on your radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Chess players.
This chess tournament started Monday and nobody's made a move. Wait till Wednesday, mister. They'll all move to the radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Furniture furniture dealers.
What is the most expensive piece in your collection, Mr. Rung?
This radio is priceless on Wednesdays, madam. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall, and there stands Fred with an egg beater whipping things up as the folks crowd inside. Let's listen.
It's a long way to Tipperary, folks, but it's just once around the dial to the old town hall. Now, don't shove there, please.
Hi, Duffy.
Hi, Poindexter.
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Hi, Mrs. Crud. Wheel yourself right in. There's fun for one and all. We've got something on the ball on the inside. So hurry.
Peter's set, Fred.
Well, tell Pete to get up off the nest, Harry. The opening number, Something Tells Me.
Right, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Something tells me I'm falling in love. Something tells me you're sent from above. Not to start on a man in the moon. Oh, I'm certain they set the stage and open the curtain. Something tells me my waiting is through. I hope something is telling you too. Something whispers that we'll never part. And something tells me it's my heart. Something tells me it's my heart.
Presenting that jovial, jocular jester, jangling jaded joints, jousting, jingling jokes, jerking, jeering jargon, jogging, jumping jitters, Jamaica's jam hound, Jersey's jelly bean.
What's his name
Jeepers,
again?
Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You heard that laughing, ladies and gentlemen. That's Harry had a laugh left over from the Phil Baker show on Sunday and just had to get rid of it before we started. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, April 13th, and just to prove the day's unlucky, the meeting comes to order with the Town Hall Bulletin. Hodge White, the first grocer to ever give away a sailor hat with every can of Navy bean soup, I just looked around to see if there was anyone here, ladies and gentlemen. There's Joe. Hodge has a special announcement. Now, Hodge says he's sorry, folks, but he doesn't think he'll have any colored eggs on sale this Easter. Hodge put 10 hens down in the cellar and fed them all diamond dye so they'd start laying eggs all colors, but something must have gone wrong. 3 of the hens broke out with lavender pin feathers. 2 hens turned blue and died depressed. And the other 5 are just laying around the cellar, but not eggs. Now, Hodge says he hasn't given up hope, folks. He's putting in a peacock tonight for a sitting and may have news for you the first thing in the morning. Well, so much for foul activities around the square. And now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
I'm lowering it, Fred.
Say, if it gets low enough, the curtain can join us socially, don't you think? The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing. Should consult an eye doctor. Woodside, Long Island. Families living in large apartment house in Woodside have been informed that their fall leases cannot be renewed unless they agree to get rid of all of their dogs and cats. Ban on pets has tenants in arms as appeals are made to borough president, Washington officials, and the American Dog Food Institute. Town Hall News questions man on the street to find the answer to this burning question. Should apartment tenants be permitted to keep dogs and cats? Tum-tit Slouch, New York landlord, says,
most tenants only keep dogs to set them on the landlord the first of the month. I own 2 apartment houses uptown, and the only rents I've received are these tears in the base of my trousers. I'm not only a bum, but I've got hydrophobia. got a dime, Bud.
Go away, go away, go away. Miss Cornwallis Bugbeak, ardent pet lover, says...
Home ain't home to me unless I got my pets.
Well, how many pets have you now, Miss Bugbeak?
Lord knows. I did have 12 cats, a mongoose, and a salamander.
Well, that's rather an odd collection, isn't it?
Well, I've been keeping company with a floor walker in a pet shop.
Oh, I see. Well, hasn't the landlord complained?
Yes, he was in yesterday. You gotta get them cats out of my house, he says.
Really? And what did you say?
There's only one puss leaving this joint, I says, and it's under your hat.
And he left?
But how? Oh, here, Donald. My salamander's climbing up your pants.
Oh, well, I'll shake a leg, and you too, Miss Cornwallis Bugbeak. Mr. Hollingshead String, militant dog owner, says...
A man's best friend is his dog. I got a Doberman Flincher.
Doberman Flincher, huh? Are you having any trouble in your apartment, Mr. String?
Yeah, the dog's always barking. They're trying to break my lease.
What causes your dog to bark so much?
It's the guy upstairs. His name is Post.
I see. If apartment dwellers' pets are prohibited, many evils may follow. Dog-easies are bound to spring up, and loyal pet owners will devise nefarious ways and means to thwart landlords' ruling. Town Hall News shows what may happen when tenants attempt to defy new ordinance and keep dogs in their apartments sub rosa. The scene, the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Dombey Strauss.
Oh, thank heavens you're home safe, Dombey.
Yes, Mona, but I had a narrow escape.
With the dog?
Yes, I had Lulu in my coat going out. I got by the elevator boy and the doorman.
She didn't bark?
No, but just as I got out on the sidewalk, a cop came up.
Dombey, did he?
No, he didn't see the dog.
Oh, did the policeman say anything?
Yes, he said, "You're getting fat, Mr. Stroud." And just then Lulu moved.
Oh, what happened?
The policeman said, "Your stomach's pretty wobbly, Stroud. You ought to get a girdle."
Oh, what a narrow escape.
Yes, he started down the street with me, so I excused myself and got in a taxi.
And Lulu didn't get her walk?
I couldn't take any chances, Mona. I drove around the block, and Lulu ran up and down inside the cab.
My poor dear.
I held her up to the window once to let her look at a tree.
Oh, Mama's little darling.
Lock the door, Mona. I'll let Lulu out.
All right. There we are. Unbutton your coat, Dombey.
Okay. Look, she's shaking. Come out, Lulu.
Oh, quiet, Lulu. Does Mama's little Lulu want to get Mama evicted?
I'll put her velvet boots on. She can run around the floor a little. Good Lord, who's this?
I'll put Lulu in the closet. Be quiet, Lulu. In you go.
There. Now you can open the door.
All right, Dombey.
Well, good evening, Mr. Stroud.
Oh, yes, officer.
Is there something wrong, officer?
Yeah, the landlord just called me in. You got a dog in the house.
Well, you don't think, officer.
You was acting kind of suspicious out on the street, Mr. Stroud. You were shaky like.
Well, Dombey has St. Vitus.
Oh, yes, officer. I tremble incessantly.
Yeah? What became of that big stomach you had outside?
Well,
he's holding it in. The apartment's small.
Hey, quit kidding, folks. I got you dead to rights.
But officer...
Listen, Stroud. When you bent over to get in that taxi, I seen a fur tail sticking out of your coat.
It was Dombey's muffler. There's a fur tail on it.
That tail was wagging, lady.
All right, officer. I'll confess.
That's better. Now, where's the mutt?
Lulu's in the closet.
Dog hoarding, eh? It's 10 years for every dog found in these apartments, you know. Let me open that closet.
Oh, dear.
Holy smoke.
You mean I'll get 10 years for having Lulu, officer?
10 years. You'll get life, brother.
What?
Lulu's had pups. Look.
Troy, New York. Students at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute collect 250,000 pennies and virtually corner the penny market, leaving Troy merchants without coppers to make change. Purpose of the penny drive is to enable students to pay hidden taxes on everything they buy in pennies. Town Hall News interviews little-known educator to get his opinion as other colleges throughout the country prepare to accumulate pennies. Presenting Dr. Erasmus Flunk, Ph.D. Dr. Flunk, Ph.D.
That's PHK, Bud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a doctor of philosophy.
No, I'm a PHK, a pharmaceutical kibitzer.
a pharmaceutical kibitzer?
Yeah, I look over the pharmacist's shoulders when they're making crab meat sandwiches.
Mighty risky work, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
Well, tell me, Dr. Flunk, are you in favor of students all over the country collecting pennies?
Yeah, it's about time college students was getting some sense.
Thank you, Dr. Flunk.
Yeah, welcome, Mr.
Pick it up as you leave, Dr. Flunk. Philadelphia, PA. A 7-pound boy is born in a Philadelphia hospital with one perfect tooth showing. Town Hall News catches intimate scene. A surprised father sees his son with tooth complete for the first time. The scene, the corridor in the hospital.
Gee, this suspense is brutal. Is there any news, nurse?
This bundle ain't no rumor, Mr. Cook.
Oh. Is it a or a what's this?
It's a boy.
Oh, gee, a boy. That's swell. Hey, what's that in his mouth?
Your son was born with one tooth, Mr. Cook.
No kidding. Let me see. Well, son, now that you got a tooth, what have you got to say?
Quick, Pa, the eye-penna.
Knoxville, Tennessee. Robert Sauls, 200-pound contestant, consumes 60 eggs in 30 minutes and wins the title of egg-eating champion of Tennessee. Town Hall News, unable to contact winner, interviews a runner-up in the contest, Mr. Falvey Yoke. Well, Mr. Yoke, how do you feel after eating 53 eggs in 67 minutes at the egg-eating contest? Thank you very much. And now our entrance for the Pulitzer Prize for Swing, ladies and gentlemen, the Merry Macs. I don't know what makes the Macs so merry, and while I'm trying to figure it out, the boys and girls will sing for you, Dear, Dear, What Can the Matter Be?
Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Baby, don't want to be kissed. You're here, close to the heart of me, so near, yet far apart from me. Oh, dear, what can the matter be? Why does my baby resist? Your sugar and spice, that's what my baby's made of. You could be so nice, but what is my baby afraid of? Dear, dear, what can be wrong with me? I fear you're not so strong for me. Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Baby, don't want to be kissed. Dear, dear, what can the matter be? Dear, oh dear, what can the matter be? Dear, dear, what can the matter be? What'll I do to prove it to you that I'm in love with you? Dear, you're a part of me, and dear, you're in the heart of me. Oh, dear, what can the matter be? Baby, don't want to be loved. Your sugar and spice, that's what my baby's made of. You could be so nice, but what is my baby afraid of? Dear, dear, do you know what is wrong with me? I fear that you're not very strong for me. Dear, 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 baby, don't want to be kissed.
Before we roll up the picture sheet for the week, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more news flash left in the projector, and here it is.
Last week, a freak April storm swept from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic seaboard, leaving Chicago with a blizzard and New York with the heaviest snowstorm of the year.
All of which goes to prove that you can't depend on spring for anything, except possibly a cold in the head.
Well, even that has its silver lining, Fred, because anyone who is catching a spring cold can always depend on Sal Hepatica. And I hope every one of you who has the slightest suggestion of a cold either has Sal Hepatica in the medicine cabinet now or will buy a bottle at your nearest drugstore as soon as this program is over. Because so many physicians will tell you this.
At the first sign of a cold, take a laxative immediately, and also counteract the acidity that often accompanies and encourages a cold.
And Sal Hepatica is not only a laxative, quick yet gentle, but it also helps nature counteract that acidity. So you see, Sal Hepatica helps fight a cold in two ways. Once you know how much and how quickly it will help you, ladies and gentlemen, you'll never be without Sal Hepatica.
Peter Van Steeden and his Ipana Troubadours have just played Ragging the Scale. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you didn't expect to meet.
Well, who is it tonight, Fred?
You'll never guess, Harry.
Oh, no? Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
It's, animal.
Animal, huh? Let me see. Is it a talking dog?
No, Harry. It is not a loquacious canine. Though our guest tonight can probably get you one.
Oh, really?
This young man is a renting agent for animals, insects, birds, and beasts. He will rent or sell you anything from a red ant to a white elephant. And so then tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I know you didn't expect to meet this juvenile clearinghouse for the animal kingdom, Master Stanley Woolley, Jr. Good evening, Master Woolley.
Good evening, Fred.
You don't mind me calling you Master, do you, Stanley?
Not at all.
Well, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Well, how long have you been in business, Stanley?
A little over a year.
Then you were actually 16 when you became an insect and animal baron,
That's right.
Well, this is indeed the age of youth. Shirley Temple's a picture star. Charlie McCarty's the head man in radio. And the way things look, I wouldn't be surprised if the Republicans run Bobby Breen for president in 1940.
I thought we were going to talk about animals, Fred.
Well, with the Republicans and Democrats, there's an elephant and a donkey involved, don't forget. Now tell me, Stanley, how did you ever stumble on the idea that you could make a living renting fauna?
Well, it was kind of an accident, Fred.
Uh-huh.
A year ago, I got a lion for my birthday. And I just...
Oh, no, wait a minute. A live lion?
That's right.
What won't those gift shops think of next?
I didn't get my lion from a gift shop, Fred.
No, well, where did it come from? A pet shop in a tough neighborhood?
No, a friend of mine gave it to me. He got it from Trader Horn.
Well, something tells me there's plenty of lion involved here. Did Trader capture your present in the jungle?
I really don't know, Fred. Just a baby lion.
Oh, a sample, huh? Trader probably came back from one of those African trips and combed it out of his beard. But how did this junior carnivorous mammal start you in the business?
Well, I was working in a photographic studio, and I heard they needed a baby lion for a picture, so I loaned them mine.
For a slight monetary consideration, of course.
Well, business is business, Fred.
Now, what did you do when you received the money? Divide it up with the lion?
Well, no, I kept the lion's share.
Well, that's the only thing you have to know about business, Stanley. Always keep the lion's share, and you're bound to be a success in any venture. You know, that's been my trouble. I never could warm up to a lion.
Are you allergic to lions, Fred?
Well, not really allergic. It's 50-50. If the lion stays out of the city, I stay out of the jungle. But how about you? Aren't you afraid of wild animals?
No, they don't bother me.
Well, there's so little meat on you, Stanley. The animals might be waiting for you to fatten up, you know. Now, tell me, how do you operate your business? Do you have a private zoo?
I do own a few.
But a few animals. But you do guarantee to supply any kind of wild beast, don't you?
That's right. If I haven't got the animal you want, I know where to get it.
Well, that's simple. Anybody could run your business.
Oh, yes? You know where you can get an aardvark?
An aardvark?
Yeah.
Can you get one?
Say the word, and I'll have one waiting on your doorstep in the morning, Fred.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Stanley. Oh, now, let's not rush into this thing. Now, my front step is pretty narrow. With the milk and the morning paper, the aardvark might be crowded. And I believe in giving an aardvark plenty of room until I know what it is, anyway.
I just wanted to show you how quickly I can deliver rare animals.
Well, how do you know where to go for these semi-extinct quadrupeds?
Well, during the past year, I've compiled a list of animals with the names and addresses of people who have them.
You have a file listing the animals from aardvark to zebra, say?
That's right.
Well, do you ever have any trouble with your index?
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, have you ever looked in your index one morning and found the sheep card gone and the tiger card looking a little fatter?
No, my file is well behaved, Fred.
Well, how many animals are on your list, Stanley?
Here's a mimeograph copy.
Oh, now, let me see. Antelopes, buffaloes, baboons, civet cats, kangaroos, pandas, Say, this looks like Who's Zoo. You can get any of these?
At a day's notice, Fred.
Say, I see you have some birds listed here.
Yes, I handle birds too, Fred.
Hey, if you had gone into business any younger, you'd have probably turned around and rented the stalk after he brought you. Well, anyway, you see...
I can get you any kind of bird you want.
Oh, no, thanks. An actor doesn't need any help to get a bird, Stanley. Say, I noticed a giraffe on your list here.
Yes, I have a baby giraffe and a full-grown giraffe.
No, thanks. I wouldn't be interested.
How about a trained skunk?
Oh, no. With my luck, he'd surely break training. Now, tell me, with whom do you do most of your business?
With advertising agencies. They use any number of wild animals and for odd display pictures.
Oh, I see. Well, what animals do you find are most in demand?
I rent more dogs than any others. I can supply anything from a Chihuahua to a Saluki.
Are those dogs, are they?
Yes, Fred. Haven't you ever been to a dog show?
Well, I have been, but I don't go anymore, Stanley. The last time I attended a dog show, I dropped a $50. And I got down on all fours to look for it, and 3 judges came along and pinned a blue ribbon on my collar. I didn't go back the next year. Something told me I couldn't repeat.
You might have.
No, I'm resting on my ribbon, Stanley. It says, best in class, breed unknown. But enough about my incognito wire-haired triumphs. Tell me, how do you, please, now let us control ourselves. Let us make every effort to hold in, and later on, if we feel as though we must give way, let us do it with venom, if we will. Now, tell me, how do you... Tell me, how do you deliver your animals? Do you have trouble with the ferocious ones?
I think the worst time we had was delivering a tiger for a parade last year.
In New York City?
Yes. In order to get the tiger into the city from Jersey, we had to get a special permit and an armed guard.
Well, you can hardly blame Mayor LaGuardia. He had plenty of trouble getting one tiger out of the city, if you recall.
Yeah, and we had plenty of trouble getting our tiger, too.
Now, would you say that the tiger was your outstanding problem during the past fiscal year?
No, we had a more difficult order recently.
For a rare animal?
No, for a girl.
Oh, well, that shouldn't be so hard. You could take me along for Babe.
But this is for an unusual girl, Fred.
That's just the kind you get with me along today. An old Duncan Fife or something. What was the job?
A certain advertising agency.
Not mentioning any names. Now, you too, Stanley. You hold in with the others. You're not... A certain advertising agency
wanted a girl to pose with a live leopard for a fur company ad.
Well, why should it be difficult to get a girl for that?
They wanted her to pose with the leopard wrapped around her neck.
Oh, I see. Well, you had to persuade a model to try on a fur piece with an appetite.
Yes. Yes, Fred, and I finally got the girl.
Well, how did the picture come out? A leopard?
Well, we're taking the picture tomorrow. If you'd like to come down and watch.
Well, it's a date, Stanley, and thank you a lot for this little visit. And before you go, I'd like to give you an order.
I'm always ready for business, Fred.
Fine. Could you get me 10 termites, 200 red ants, 2 dozen mice, and 1 large rat, must be ferocious, to be delivered on April 15th?
April 15th?
Yes, I'm moving on the 15th, and I'll need those termites, ants, and mice, because according to my lease, I have got to leave the apartment exactly as I found it.
I'll have them for you, Fred. And thanks for the business, and good night.
And good night, Stanley S. Woolley, Jr. And thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Town Hall Quartet. Their song tonight is I'm Coming Home.
Religion and it's coming home. No more whiskey, no more gin. I've got religion and I'm through with sin. No more poker, no more dice. I was heaven bound and free from vice. And oh Lord, I was coming home, home, home. Yes, Lord, I was coming home. Hallelujah, round the glory. Oh Lord, I was coming home, home. I done laid my burden down, ready now for to wear my crown case. Oh Lord, I was coming home, home. Oh Lord, I got religion and it's coming to stay. Play with Satan, play with sin. No use of talking, Satan's bound to win. Parson says it's a sin to dance. I ain't never gonna take a chance. And oh Lord, I was coming, deep river. I sing a deep river all the live long day. Oh yes, Lord, I was coming. Oh Lord, I was coming home. Oh Lord, I was coming home. Hallelujah, round the glory. I done laid my burden down, ready now for to wear my crown. Hey, oh Lord, I was coming, I was coming home.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we present a little scene from life. Crisp, compelling, and thought-provoking. The place, a restaurant. The time, the present. A woman says...
Waiter, I'll have the chicken a la king, asparagus, and mashed potatoes. And for dessert, I'll have strawberry parfait.
The waiter says...
Very good, madam.
But her dentist would say...
Prove it, not only because it cleans and brightens your teeth so well, but because massage with iPana was especially designed to help tone and stimulate your gums, to speed circulation and awaken lazy gum tissues. Now, don't let neglect mark you down for serious gum trouble, ladies and gentlemen. Start now to help guard the health of your teeth and gums by doing this. Every time you brush your teeth with iPana toothpaste, put a little extra iPana on your fingertip or on one of the scientific double-duty toothbrushes and massage it on your gums. You can make a mighty wise decision by saying to yourself right now, tomorrow I'll start using iPana. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall tonight will continue immediately following a brief pause for your station identification.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Sing Before Breakfast. Now, on Saturday evening, the senior high school girls will hold their smoke talk in the town hall basement.
Mr. Olive!
Oh, God.
Mr.
Now,
Olive!
I distinctly heard two names. Is that someone talking through carbon paper?
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I poured water on myself and laid in a corner. They didn't know I had come to the masquerade as a puddle. If it isn't Portland.
I'll say.
Say, what is that outfit you've got on?
This is my new Easter suit.
Uh-huh.
It's a navy nubby wool two-piece bolero.
Well, I thought the bolero was a dance.
Well, it used to be, but this year they made it into a suit.
You know, the same thing happened to that other dance, the Big Apple. They made it into the knees of my pants.
Hello, Portland.
Oh, hello, Harry. Do you like my new Easter outfit?
Say, that's very pretty, Portland. Didn't you get a hat with it?
Yes. This is a hat I've got on. It's one of the new ones.
I thought somebody had left the wet doily on your head or something.
You know, most of those hats women have on today look as though they made forced landings.
Hats are sure swanky this year. They have pillboxes, cartwheels, halo berets, and sailors.
And I saw a girl with a hat on today. It looked as though somebody had crowned her with 20 cents worth of broccoli. Hollandaise and all.
I've never seen such scalp monstrosities. It looks to me as though the Surrealists overpowered the milliners this year.
Hello, group.
What do you mean, group? A group is a cluster, and a cluster is something that hangs together. Portland and Harry and I aren't hanging together, are we?
The program isn't over yet.
He's a philosopher in street clothes.
Don't mind Mr. Allen, Peter.
Say, you certainly look pretty nippy, Portland.
Thank you, Peter.
And what do you think of women's styles this year, Pete?
Nix, Harry. My wife's listening in.
Oh, a hen pecco, hey? A milk toasto. Afraid to come out like a man and say what you think about women's clothes.
Daniel didn't shoot off his mouth where the lions could hear him, did he?
Well, of course, Pete's got something there, Fred.
Well, I wouldn't know, Harry. I've never seen Mrs. Van Steeden.
I've seen Mrs. Van Steeden.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, somebody might get a laugh here. There's no need of running through all these things. People here, something could happen. Just be a little slower.
I've seen Mrs. Van Steeden, and she's got swell taste.
Yeah? Did you ever take a good look at her taste in husbands?
Let me tell you, Alan, years ago I was some kid.
Of all the places we picked out to wait, that was the wrong one. The years haven't changed you mentally, Peter. You're still some kid.
Okay, you win, but it's a hollow victory.
I'll have it stuffed and brought back by 12 o'clock.
Aren't you getting a new suit?
Now, wait a minute. Just wait. What?
Aren't you getting a new suit for Easter, Harry?
You bet I am, Porty. I'm going to town this Easter. I'm getting a hodgepodge ensemble.
A hodgepodge ensemble? What's that?
Well, that's the trade name.
Oh,
I'm
hodgepodge.
buying it through the mail.
Oh, yeah.
The swell thing, it's an orange herringbone coat and the nonchalant henna tweed pants.
No vest?
No. No, there's a gabardine sash. It comes high around the...
Well, what do you wear with it? A purple dickie?
Well, the catalog... There's a duck in here someplace. No, I don't know about the dickie, Fred. The catalog didn't say about that, but I can always slip on my pea green muffler if the sash is too low.
The first rainbow that comes out is going to feel mighty conservative after it gets a peek at you, Harry.
Are you buying a new suit, Peter?
No, Portland. I'm just getting my blue serge dimmed.
Well, I'm not making any fuss about Easter. As soon as I get the fringe on my sleeves braided, I'm all set.
I wonder what Jack Benny's wearing this Easter.
Yeah, Jack's one of the 10 best-dressed men, you know.
Now, look. The conversation wasn't rough enough to get seasick. How did Benny's name come up?
Say, I heard Jack Sunday, Fred.
I heard him, too.
I heard Benny, too.
He said you were stingy, Mr. Allen.
Yes. 100% cheap. Like a canary's vocabulary.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not as cheap as he is. Any guy who will lay out on his front lawn and run dental floss through termites' teeth to get his wood back is cheap.
That's right. Jack did say the termites were eating up his new house, Fred.
That's some mansion Jack's building in Beverly Hills.
Oh, yeah? Wait till Benny jacks it up and puts the wheels under it. And the Chamber of Commerce finds out it's only a trailer. Why, I hear he's got a mortgage on it that does 50 miles an hour.
Jack told me he's putting a sign on his bird bath. No mixed bathing.
What bird bath? Benny's so cheap, he gets up every morning and takes in the dew on a sponge. Look, a sparrow that walks through Benny's grass after 5 o'clock in the morning gets chafed feet.
Well, Benny wasn't far off when he said you wore flour bags for underwear.
Flour bags? How do you like that?
Yeah, and when Jack said he kicked you in the pants and started a dust storm, they had to carry me out.
That remark, saying that he had contacted my reverse midriff with his pedal extremity, and caused a flurry of pulverized wheat to be released was as low and as dastardly a canard as Benny has ever foisted on the ears of a gullible radio audience.
Does that mean that you don't wear flour bags, Mr. Allen?
Yes, 1,000 times no.
I saw Cushman's bakery truck pick up your laundry last week.
Oh, yes? Well, I was only sending my tea bags out to be stepped up. Benny can't get away with these innuendos. I can prove to the world that I don't wear flour bag BVDs.
Oh, how are you going to prove that?
I'll show you how. Benny said when he kicked me, a cloud of dust came out, didn't he?
That's right.
All right, now I'll bend over and someone kick me.
Oh, boy.
Not you, not you. Not you. You kick me, Harry. And remember your soft corn. Before you kick, remember your soft corn, that little one in between there.
I remember.
Your chiropodist has been talking. Now, I'll bend over.
Yeah.
You all right? All
Ready
right.
for it?
Now, did any dust come out?
No.
Well, there you are, Mr. Benny. Go hide your head in that ill-fitting toupee. Go wash your mouth out with soap. Go, yes?
I'm not going to take a minute of your time, folks.
Now, just a minute, friend.
Quiet, please. There's going to be a presentation.
Yeah? I just was presented here a short time ago. Well, who's presenting a message? Something from Oxford, and it wasn't a Yank, if you had been here. There's going to be a presentation. Who's presenting what to whom?
Keep your flour bag on, Bud. I got to make
Now, wait a minute. Keep what on, did you say?
Your flour bag.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure. From the coast, huh?
I got to make a speech.
Well, if anybody finds out what's going on here, I'll appreciate a resume of the doing.
Quiet. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, as a representative of Radio Peak, radio's leading weekly, it gives me great pleasure to announce our selection for the outstanding program in radio for the weekend on April 13th.
Well, this is a surprise.
For his untiring
Here.
for his consistently clean comedy.
Bravo.
For his bubbling goodwill and cheery banter.
Peace.
And for bringing to radio that little queen of song, Deanna Durbin, I take great pleasure.
Up. Now, wait a minute. Deanna Durbin isn't with us.
Ain't this the Eddie Cantor program?
This is Town Hall Tonight.
What am I doing in here? I'll get crummy. So long.
Oh, that interloper. Oh.
Gosh, Mr. Allen's fainted, Harry.
Well, there's only one thing to do, Portland.
I get it. Tally ho.
And now for those among our listeners who lost again in the Irish sweepstakes this year, we offer you a belated consolation prize. It's a song by the Merry Macs, The Gypsy in My Soul.
If I am fancy-free and love to wander, it's just the gypsy in my soul. There's something calling me from way out yonder. It's just the gypsy in my soul. I've got to give vent to my emotions. I'm only content having my way. There is no other life of which I'm fonder. It's just the gypsy in my soul. No cares, no strain. My heart has wings. If I am fancy-free and love to wander, it's just the gypsy in my soul. No cares to worry me and keep you from having fun, because I'm happy as a lark and the feeling in my heart says I have wings. That's why I'm fancy-free and that's why I love to wander, and there is no other life I know of which I'm fonder. I am fonder, seems I'll never reach my goal, because I've got the gypsy in my soul.
time you turn on your radio these days, ladies and gentlemen, someone seems to be asking questions. Well, we're no exception. For tonight, we'd like to ask a question, too. And we'd like you to think it over very carefully. It's this.
How many days out of each week do you really feel like working? Days when you don't have to worry about the kind of work you're doing because you know you're doing your best.
And the reason we ask that question, ladies and gentlemen, is this.
Everyone who has a job wants to hold on to it and wants to get ahead. And you've got to be hitting on all cylinders to do it. Unfortunately, ever so often, nearly everyone gets that headachy, logy feeling that says, take a laxative. But if you take something with a laxative action only, it may be days before nature has cleared up the accompanying gastric acidity. That's why so many physicians say,
take Sal Hepatica, because Sal Hepatica is both laxative and antacid. In addition to gently bringing you quick relief, Sal Hepatica also helps nature counteract gastric acidity, which naturally gives you a far faster comeback.
You'll find that soon your head's clearer, your pep's back, and you're really on the job again. So the next time you need a laxative, buy Sal Hepatica.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just given you a demi-tasse of coffee and kisses. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present those fearless actors who brazenly gave a performance of Brother Rat at the last cat show, the mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they offer a muddled little tidbit called the Hotel Mystery, or Detective Bungle didn't have to take off his shoe to know there was something dirty afoot. Overture, Peter.
Noldorf Pastoria Hotel? The manager? Oh, just a moment.
For me, Miss Carr?
Yes, Mr. Gribble. It's that man who's been drinking all week.
Oh, yes. Hello? What? There's an elephant in your room again? Didn't you say he went away this morning? Oh, he came back with a friend. Well, why don't you take an aspirin? The elephants will disappear. Oh, you took an aspirin and you disappeared? Yes. If any mail comes for you, we'll hold it.
He's been seeing plenty of livestock.
Yes, he ran out of animals yesterday and started to see Frank Bucks.
Mr. Gribble! Mr. Gribble!
Yes, front boy?
Mrs. Van Puffstock's on his caught in the revolving door.
Again?
Yes, sir. He's looped around like a lasso.
Well, don't stand there, boy. Untangle that dachshund immediately.
Yes. And all I know at which end to begin, sir.
Hold the bone near the door.
Yeah?
And start untangling the end that snaps at it.
Yes, sir.
All right, that four-legged liverwurst is more trouble.
Here comes Mr. McPherson, the bagpipe king.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Mr. McPherson.
Aye. Half a good day to you, Mr. Gribble.
Well, enjoying your stay in New York?
Aye, I've never seen such bargains. I've been eating all morning for nothing.
Where?
There's a shop on Broadway, the Automat.
Oh, yes, where the food is behind those little glass windows and you drop in a nickel.
Aye. I bought me a glass cutter and ate my fill.
Well, you're a great one for bargains, Mr. McPherson.
Thank you. Is there any meal?
Yes, here you are, 4 letters.
Thank you. Do you charge for ice water in this hotel?
No, ice water is free.
Is the gas free as well?
Yes, there's no charge for gas.
Good. Put some gas in the ice water and send up a bottle of seltzer.
Yes, sir.
Hi-ho, it pays to save your dough.
Of all the cheapskates.
McPherson's crazy about bargains. He tried to get 10% off for presenting his due bill promptly.
Where's the manager? I must speaking to the manager.
Hi, I'm Mr. Gribble. Are you checking in?
With baggage. I am Boris Paskudnayev, Russian minister without portfolio and plenipotentiary at large.
Where?
I am taking a room without bath.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I am the new Russian. The new Russian has plain tastes. Make a note.
Yes, Excellency.
For dinner tonight, you are sending me up some plain caviar and 2 bottles plain champagne.
Yes, Excellency.
You're also sending me up a barber and a valet. They should be plain people.
A manicurist, too?
Yes, but confidentially, the manicurist should not be plain. I will go to my room and waiting.
Yes, Excellency. Good morning, Mrs. McPherson.
And a brawn a break to you, Mr. Gribble. Has my husband Angus returned?
Yes, Mr. McPherson has gone to the room to read his mail.
Thank you.
No, not at all. Hello? Yes, madam. Someone is knocking on your wall? Oh, yes. Well, the room next door is small. The man is probably brushing his teeth.
Help!
Yes.
Help, police!
Good heavens, Mrs. McPherson, what's wrong?
My husband Angus, he's been murdered.
Murdered?
Aye, he's laying on the floor, dead.
Good heavens, call the police. Hurry, Miss Carr, call the police.
Calling all cars. Calling Inspector Bungo. Report to Hotel Waldorf Astoria. Angus McPherson, the bagpipe king, is gone with his wind. Murder suspected. Calling Inspector Bungo. Report at once. Waldorf Astoria.
Come in. Oh, my
Don't move, nobody, or I'll shoot.
Now, see here. Who are you, the Lone Ranger?
I'm Inspector Bungo, Bud. Who are you?
I'm Gribble, the hotel manager.
Oh, yeah? How do I know you're a hotel manager?
I've got a carnation in my buttonhole, haven't I?
Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Well.
Now, don't move, nobody. And that goes for me, too.
Good heavens. What are you shooting for?
I caught myself moving. Now, what's going on here?
My husband, Angus McPherson's been murdered.
Oh, yeah? How do I know he's your husband, lady?
Here's my proof.
That band of iodine painted around your third finger?
Aye, it's a Scotch wedding ring.
Okay. Now, what happened?
Well, Mrs. McPherson had just gone to her room.
Yeah, who are you, Bud?
Well, I'm the hotel manager. Here is my... Good heavens, where's my carnation?
You must have fell out, Bud. That's why I didn't recognize you.
So I went to my room.
Just a minute, sister. Who are you?
I'm Mrs. McPherson.
And who am I?
You're Inspector Bungo.
Oh, yeah, I should have known. I got the gun. I should have known I was Bungo.
See here, this is getting confusing. Who am I?
You're the stooge for the carnation, remember?
Oh, yes, my dear. I'll catch my death of cold through this open buttonhole.
Okay, now what happened, sis?
I opened the door, and there was Angus laying dead on the floor.
What did you do, Mrs. McPherson?
Well, first I cabled the insurance company. Then I fainted.
I see. Now, what's me next move?
Don't you think you'd better take a look at the body, Bungo?
Which is you, the body?
No. I'm the hotel manager, remember?
Oh, yeah. Then where's the body?
In room 1021.
That's all I want to know. Let's go.
Okay, here's the elevator.
Going up.
10th floor, Henry.
Yeah, there, Mr. Gribble. Hold on, folks. 10th floor, hold out.
Now, wait a minute. My stomach's missing.
I ain't got it, sir. Hold down.
I'll frisk that guy later. Now, where's this room?
Right here across the hall.
Stand back, you two. Let me open that door.
Oh.
Now, let me take a gander around.
Is McPherson dead, Mr. Bungo?
He better be. Nobody's making no fool out of Bungo. Now, wait a minute. Somebody's stolen this guy's pants.
Angus is wearing kilts.
Pipe down, lady. Bungo's doing the detecting.
Look, do you see any clues?
Say, what's this glass? Might be poison.
Oh, no. Angus ordered an Aberdeen flip right after breakfast.
What's an Aberdeen flip?
It's 2 jiggers of water with an olive glued in the bottom of the glass.
The bartender might have killed him.
Oh, how, Bungo?
He might have given what they call in Scotland a muckle McFun.
Now, that's preposterous. I'll vouch for our bartender, Bungo.
Okay. This ain't no government job. I gotta work fast. Was this door locked when you found your husband's body, lady?
No, the key was outside.
Then the murderer is on this floor. I'm looking me in every room. You two stay here, and don't nobody move.
But my husband...
That goes for him, too. I'll be right back. Now, let me see. Who's across the hall here? Open up!
Well, what do you want?
I'm Inspector Bungo, lady. The man across the hall's been murdered. You're under suspicion, Toots.
Listen, stupid. I'm Delphinium Gay, the actress.
If you're with the guild, where's your English accent?
I'm starring, and you can't take it with you.
Yeah? What part do you play?
I'm the one who can't take it.
You ain't kidding Bungle, lady. I'm examining these premises.
Oh, get out! You can't! Help! Help!
Hey, quit yelling, sister.
Help! Please!
Pipe down, will you?
Hey, what's going on here?
This beast is trespassing.
I'm Inspector Bungle, Bud.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm the house detective. Get your sample case and check out.
Thank you, officer.
Okay, lady.
I'm warning you, Flatfoot. You're interfering with the law.
Quit stalling, four-flusher. If I catch you doing the hallway cousin over again, out you go. There's the alarm.
What's that, burglars?
No, some guest is escaping out of fire escape. Hey, you, come back here.
Why, I should have wheeled on him. Who's in this room here?
Say, what do you three guys want?
We're Inspector Bungle, Bud.
Who's the other two guys in the middle?
Quit kidding, Rummy. There's been a murder committed.
Quiet. I got two elephants in here, and they're both asleep.
You better get back to sleep yourself, Bud.
I can't. There's a hippopotamus in my bed.
There you win, Bud, with your menagerie. So long.
So long, fellas.
Why, he couldn't have done it. He wasn't in no condition. What's this room on the other side of McPherson?
Come in.
I'm Inspector Bungle, Bud.
I am Boris Paskunyev.
Yeah? I'm arresting you for the murder of Angus McPherson.
What kind of a hotel is this? I'm getting a room with running lunatics.
Don't move, Bud.
Oh, I'm taking a walk, foreigner. Beating it.
Stand back or I'll shoot.
Oh, what have you done?
Come clean, alien. You killed Angus McPherson.
No, I'm innocent. No, I'm innocent.
Yeah? If you're innocent, what are you bawling for?
It's the shooting. It's making me homesick for Russia.
You're too much for me, Bud. So long. This is getting confusing, Bungle. It certainly is. You better get back and grill that widow. Okay, I will. Somebody's holding something back from Bungle. Oh, yeah, but not for long. Nice work, Bungle. Thanks. Let's go. Okay.
Well, any luck, Bungle?
Have you found who killed Angus?
It's an inside job, folks. The solution's in this room. Now, let me see. What's this calendar, Mrs. McPherson?
That's Angus's daily reminder. He made a list of all the bargains he found.
Bungle's closing in, folks. If I can read this writing, the mystery's solved.
What does it say?
Bargains at Automat, buy glass cutter. Bargains in garters, save old chewing gum to hold up socks.
Aye, Angus would always react to a bargain.
Well, what else is written on that calendar, Bungle?
It says, My Day, by Angus McPherson. 10 o'clock shave. Save lather to soak kilts in.
11?
11, it says, see if any sparrow's eggs in nest at window. If so, junior omelet for breakfast.
Well, what's next?
12 o'clock, get mail. Then it's a blank. The last thing Angus McPherson did alive was read his mail.
That's right. I gave it to him at the desk.
Was your husband expecting any bad news out of Mr. Farley's grab bag, lady?
Well, he was forever writing away for samples and bargains.
Bungle's closing in, folks. Where's them letters?
They're laying on the floor right there under Angus.
Roll them over. Get over, Angie. Here they are. Here's the last letter McPherson read, clutched in his hand. Aha, just as I suspected.
What does it say?
Leave this to Bungle, folks. Stand back, everybody. Let me get in my pocket here.
You're not going to shoot, Mr. Bungle.
Shoot nothing. I'm dropping a quarter in front of the body. Now watch.
Put about a shilling. It's mine. I saw it first. Where is it?
Angus, you're alive.
Don't change the subject, wife. Where's that shilling?
I knew that money'd do the trick. Bungle never fails, folks. Come clean, McPherson. You tried to commit suicide.
Aye, Bungle. I'm so close. I thought if I laid down, I could smother myself.
But why, Angus, why?
You know my weakness, honey.
Aye, bargain.
Aye, and the bargain nearly finished me. You mean that letter, Mr. McPherson? Aye, read it, Bungle.
Sure, it's a circular. Attention, bargain hunters, it says. After 50 years, Dumbbell's Mortuary is going out of business. The chance of a lifetime to get a decent burial at slash prices. Flowers thrown in 3. Act quickly.
Aye, and I did. It was to be my final bargain.
but Inspector Bungle put it in.
You're right, McPherson. Inspector Bungle knew you couldn't commit suicide.
I couldn't? Why?
You're too tight, McPherson. You'd never give up the ghost. Gentlemen, before we look under the tent to get a peek at next week's big show, we'd like to thank you, and here's why.
Well, every time you buy a tube of Ipana and a bottle of Sal Hepatica, ladies and gentlemen, you not only bring into your homes an ideal toothpaste and an ideal laxative, but your purchases are also making possible all of your Wednesdays with Fred Allen. So thanks for your two-way loyalty to us and to the famous tube and the famous bottle. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, the Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
Thank you, Harry. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next Wednesday evening, Town Hall Tonight brings you comedy. Drama.
You ain't pulling that old gag. You're out of gas.
Yes, madam. I'll have to pull your tooth with Novocaine.
People you didn't expect to meet.
A lady fish doctor. Is your goldfish ailing? Tune in.
And music.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
La Choi Kung Fu Theater. La Choi for dinner?
Yes, America's favorite brand of Oriental food.
Mine too. Oh, boy. Yes, haha. Good. Intruders? Not while I'm eating La Choi.
By the way, I invited the neighbors to dinner.
Then cook more La Choi. I think they've worked up an appetite.
La Choi, America's favorite.
Sable, lame, grande beauté, how glamorous.
But not me. I do love glamorous hair, though, and that means new Condition hairspray from Clairol. Like everything from Condition, it gives me something extra. Great hold that doesn't dull or dry out my hair. Just leaves it soft, shiny, healthy-looking, gorgeous.
New Condition hairspray. A little real glamour where it counts. Here.
3 times more odor-destroying ingredient than ordinary brands. They sit on top. Arm & Hammer penetrates to destroy deep-down odors.
Whole room's fresh.
Work better, longer, cost less, too. We at Duracell have topped ourselves with a battery that'll last up to 30% longer than just 1 year ago. Today's copper top battery, when it comes to making them last longer. We never stop.
Chocolatey, scrumptious, when it crunches. That's why I love Nestle Crunch. That's why I love...
This is for you, Pete.
Nestle Crunch.
Richardson Chevrolet, the oldest car dealer in the Monterey Bay. A full-service dealer with complete body shop, with lots of Chevy cars and lots of Chevy trucks. You will come away a lot richer than Richardson Chevrolet. You will come away a lot richer than Richardson Chevrolet.
These are the final days of the GMC Truck Sell-a-thon. Buy the lowest price truck made in America and save hundreds more with 5.9 financing. Here are great product reasons to get more truck for your buck.
The GMC Safari van's 4.3-liter engine packs power and packs a lot of people.
GMC full-size pickup trucks are work-ready with power to spare. The GMC S15 pickup is the lowest-priced truck made in America with twice the pulling power of a Nissan.
It's the final countdown to GMC Truck Dealer Sell-a-thon with 5.9 financing.
Hey, you're right. And the simpler I make my life, the happier I am. I went to the gym, came home, and colored my hair. It was nice and easy. You thought it was my natural color? I can't believe you didn't know. Thanks. Bill says it feels great. I think it feels like silk. It's got to go. Bill's family's coming for dinner. Yeah, the whole family. How can I sound so relaxed? Nice and easy. That's my style.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
You don't look like this storm is going to let up none for a spell, Mr. Dillon.
No, it sure doesn't, Chester.
I ain't never seen country that beat this.
Uh-huh.
There just ain't no halfway about it. It's either hot and dry or cold and wet. Ain't that so, Mr. Dillon? Seems like a body should have it a little better than that. I swear you can either fry yourself to death or get soaked to death, and that's about the way it is.
Well, there's one other way, Chester.
How's that?
You can talk yourself to death.
Well, now, Mr. Dillon, I was just saying how things
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, we better start looking for a place to take cover, or you may be right. We just might get soaked to death. Over there, Chester, that shack.
Yes, sir, I see it.
All right, we'll head for it for the night, huh?
All right. Well, there ain't even no shed there for the horses.
Now, let's ride around to that side, out of the wind. Have to leave them there.
Sure ain't much shelter.
Doesn't look like the shack is either. Come on.
Well, I sure didn't expect to see no stove in here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. I don't expect you'll find any dry wood either.
Right about that. They ain't a stick.
Well, we can shake some of this water off anyway. Well, that's some better.
Ain't much warmer in here. Them two windows out.
You can always stay outside with the horses, Chester.
Well, now,
if you don't mind, I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Hold it, both of you.
Who is...
You don't need to fret none. You sit real easy now. Mr. Dillon, they've dropped their guns.
Me and Mosley's particular when we walk into a place.
Particular. And not very friendly.
Yeah, we figured to live longer this way. Who are you?
Matt Dillon. I might ask the same of you.
Who's the other one?
Well, I'm Chester Proudfoot, if that means anything to you.
No, it don't mean nothing to me, and as long as you behave yourself, maybe it won't.
I don't know who you are, mister, but...
You sit right there where you are. Mosley, get a light going.
Sure, Hud.
That's better. Now maybe we can see what we got here. There ain't neither one of them look like much to me.
Now, you just see...
Shut up. What are you doing here?
You put that gun away. Maybe we can talk.
You ain't calling the play.
Hey, Hud, he's wearing a badge.
The law? Now, who told you, mister? Who sent you here?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Millie done it.
Oh, now, Hud, I don't rightly
She
think...
done it. She called the law on me.
Well, she ain't never done it before, Hud.
She was bound to turn me in one day, and she done it. Well, I'll fix her.
Now, Hud, wait. You'd ought to give her a chance.
She sure didn't give me much.
She'll be here with the grub for long. Wait till then, Hud, and give her a chance to talk.
Now, there ain't no use waiting.
Why, sure there is. Besides, Hud, you wouldn't want to go off and leave these two like this. They might break out.
Well, maybe you're right.
Sure I'm right. Just sit down, Hud, and wait till Millie gets here and let her speak her piece.
I can tell you right now, nobody sent me after you. Even though it would have been a good idea.
Shut up,
You better look out who you're
You
talking
keep
to.
shut, too. I'll beat your head clean off. Now, we'll just sit here like Mosley says. We just sit here and wait for Millie to come. Somebody coming now, Mosley. A buggy.
It's Millie, all right.
Now, you just keep quiet. I'll do the talking.
Just give her a chance.
I'll give her a chance.
Hod, I brought the food like you told me.
You done it, didn't you? You finally done it.
Listen here,
You
Mr.
sit right there, lawman. Keep him covered real good, Mosley.
All right, Hod, but take it easy.
There's no use bullying her for something she didn't do.
I told you to shut up. Yeah. That'll keep your big mouth quiet. Tie 'em up, Mosley. Both of them. I want to talk to Millie.
You sure?
Do what I tell you.
All right.
Millie,
I ain't done nothing.
he's here, ain't he? The law's here.
It was none of my doing.
I ain't believing that, Millie. You've been just crying to get the law on me.
I ain't done it, Hod.
You always been too nicey nice, Millie. You ain't never took to my riding out.
I don't hold with thieving, I gotta say that, but I didn't.
So you finally told the law. You finally tried to fix me.
Honest, Hod, I didn't do it. I just brought the food here like you told me, please.
You're lying.
No, Hod, no.
Leave her be,
Stay
Hod.
back, Mosley.
Now, listen to me. You waste any more time, we won't be there when the stage comes through.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You bet I'm right. Come on now, leave her be. That's right.
All right, Mosley, all right, but I ain't leaving her here like this, free with the law. You tie her up.
She won't do
I
nothing.
said tie her up. Then we'll get out of here.
Mr. Dillon,
Yeah, Chester.
you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. If I can just get this rope loose.
Why, he hit you awful hard with that gun. I thought you wasn't never going to move again.
Well, I deserved it.
Well, now.
Letting them catch me like that. Yeah. There.
That's good for you, Mr. Dillon. I can't get my hands even to wiggling. They're tied so tight.
Wait a minute. There. There you go, Chester.
Oh. I sure do thank you.
Help me get the woman untied.
Yes, sir.
There.
Thank you, Marshal.
You all right, ma'am?
I'm all right.
That man, Hod.
Hod Muller.
He your husband?
No, Marshal, he ain't. Husband couldn't be so heavy-handed mean.
You want to get free of him?
I'm feared to. I'm feared to death, too.
You tell me where he's gone.
He'd kill me, Marshal. He just plain beat me to death.
Well, if he was arrested, you'd be free of him.
But maybe only for a little while. When he got out, he'd get me. Somehow, he'd get me.
All right, then, Millie. Chester?
Yes, sir?
I want you to take her into Dodge.
Take it right now?
Right now. Tell Kitty to take care of her till I get back.
You going after them men?
I'm going after them while the tracks are still clear.
Well, I'd ought to go with you, Mr.
Take the
Dillon.
woman into town, Chester, right now.
Well, if you say so.
I say so. Now get going.
Sure could have picked a better day for it. The gold don't wait for good weather. Lying here in these rocks is like lying in a barrel of water. Shut up, Mosley. Next time I'll pick me a man to do the job with me. Any man can get cold and wet. Just shut up and watch for that stage. What's that? Some rocks washing down, I reckon. Sure would be nicer if it was dry. Will you quit your mule?
All right, just stand easy there.
The marshal, get him.
Yeah.
I'm hit. Hot.
No, I'm not hot.
Marshal. You're the marshal.
Yeah, I'm the marshal.
You get hot?
Not yet.
Where is it?
He's running, Mosley.
You run off?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that, Marshal. Run off and left me. Man, he shouldn't have run off.
No, a man shouldn't. But I tell you one thing. He's not running fast enough.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Sam. Kitty around?
Why, no, she isn't right now, Marshal. Said she'd be here about now, though.
Nah. And I guess I'll wait a little while.
Have a drink, Marshal?
Might as well have a beer, yeah.
Sure thing.
Thanks, Sam.
Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah. Glad to see you finally got back.
You been looking for me?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Want a beer?
No, thank you. No. Say, Matt, you know that woman you sent in with Chester? Oh, she sure needs a lot of help.
In bad shape, is she?
Awful bad shape. She's been beaten hard and often for a long time. It's a brutal thing.
Well, I'm not surprised.
How's that?
She was living with a brutal man.
Oh, yes, right. She must have been. She must have been.
Where is she, Doc?
Well, she's up in Kitty's room at Ma Smalley's, Matt. I'm having her stay in bed for a few days. She's got a lot of strength to catch up on.
All right if I talk to her, Doc?
Well, I don't think it'll hurt her, Matt. There's just one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Try not to scare her to death. She's scared enough already.
Well, I'll try, but seeing me isn't what she's scared of.
No, I guess you're right. Try to take it easy, though. Huh?
Sure, Doc, I will. I'll see you later. right if I come in?
Oh, Matt. Sure. Come on in.
How are you, Kitty?
Oh, I'm fine, Matt. But that's more than I can say for that poor thing upstairs.
Yeah, I know. How's she feeling?
Oh, she doesn't feel very well. I don't suppose she'll be feeling very well for a long, long time. She's been through a lot.
Yeah. Doc says I could come over and see her.
Yeah, sure, Matt, but be easy on her, huh?
I'm not gonna beat her, Kitty.
Of course not, Matt, but those questions
Listen, Kitty, it's time you and Doc realize something.
What?
I'm not asking questions to hurt anybody. The questions I ask may just save her life.
Sure, Matt.
All right, let's go upstairs.
Millie, Marshal Dillon's here. He'd like to see you for a minute. Can I bring him in?
Bring him in.
Hello, Millie.
Marshal?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You didn't get him?
No, I didn't get him. I killed Mosley, but Hart got away.
He'll be back. He'll be back for me, Marshal.
Millie, I want to keep him from hurting you. You believe that?
I believe it. But nobody can stop him. He'll be back. He'll hurt me again.
Well, not if I find him first.
You won't find him.
Well, I might. If you tell me where he might be. Or he goes to hide out.
I can't tell you anything.
You know where he came from, Millie? Millie. Millie, if you tell me, it might save your life.
Marshal, I'd like to tell you, but I can't. I can't.
All right, Kitty.
She's scared to death.
Yeah, I know. Kitty'll know where I am, Millie, if you decide you want to talk to me.
He'll be coming. I know he will. I know it.
Millie, Matt'll take care of him. He won't let him get you. Will you, Matt?
Well, I sure hope not, Kitty. I sure hope not.
Another whiskey.
Sure.
I sure don't think much of your whiskey. I don't think much of your town either.
Ain't nothing keeping you here, is there, stranger?
I got business here.
What's too bad you're not liking it and all.
It ain't gonna be too bad for me.
Who you aiming for?
I'm aiming for that big marshal.
Well, now, I tell you, mister, better men than you have aimed for Matt Dillon. They're keeping company on Boot Hill.
He's got my woman.
You what?
Well, now, what's funny?
Well, it just don't sound right. Matt Dillon taking your woman, that's all.
He's a man, ain't he?
He's man enough so that he don't have to go around asking for other folks' women. She must have been willing.
I aim to find her.
Besides, there's Miss Kitty. I don't think she'd like it.
Who's Kitty?
She's been a friend of the Marshal's a long time.
She'd know about any other woman?
Kitty? She knows about everything that goes on in town.
Where is she?
Well, she ain't hard to find.
I said, where is she?
She owns part of the Long Branch down the street. She's there most of the time.
I believe I'll pay her a call. What do you have, mister? Whiskey. Yeah. You, got a girl here named Kitty? Well, Miss Kitty ain't here right now. Now, they told me I'd find her here. You got some business with her? Yeah, I got some business with her. And I come a long way. Well, it's a fact. She's here most of the time. She's been staying up to her room the last few days, though, tending a sick lady.
A sick lady?
Yeah. She don't like to leave her much. Well, where does she live? Well, Miss Kitty keeps a room at Ma Smalley's down the street. But she ought to be in before long. I ain't got time. Well, hey, you didn't pay for your whiskey. Miss Kitty's paying for it.
That you, Matt? Matt? Who are you?
I want to see the sick lady.
Now, just a minute.
Get out of my way.
You can't go in there.
There ain't nobody keeping me out. Now, you just stay right down there and you won't get hurt no more.
No. Oh, please.
Now, don't worry, Millie. I ain't gonna hit you.
Hard.
I ain't gonna hit you no more at all. You deserve it, though, don't you, Millie? Running off with a marshal that way, turning me in.
I didn't do it. Don't hurt me.
Why, Millie, I ain't gonna hurt you hardly at all. Leastwise, you won't hurt long.
Not a knife. Leave her alone.
I'll get to you next.
No, you won't.
Put that lamp down. Fire! I'm on fire!
Come on, Millie. Get out of here.
I'm on fire! Somebody put it out!
Man, Chester, fire!
All right, stand aside, Kitty. Chester, throw a blanket over it.
Yes, sir, I will.
Come on.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. I think it's out all right.
Yeah. All right. Get up, you. Come on.
She had no call to burn me.
She didn't burn you bad enough.
I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't know what to do. He had that knife.
It's all right, Kitty.
But it's a terrible thing to burn a man.
Don't worry about it.
Is he going to live through it all right?
Yeah, he'll live through it. Long enough to go to trial, anyway. All right, come on, Chester. Let's get him out of here.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Gene Bates, Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. May we take a moment to welcome 3 new affiliates to the CBS radio network. KBEE, Modesto, California. KFBK, Sacramento, California. And WATV, Birmingham, Alabama. We're very happy to have you with us.
This is the CBS Radio Network. Radio Network.
S Radio Network. S Radio Network. S Radio Network. S Radio Network.
I was a total bore before I served Champale. Now they call me a party animal.
Champale, sparkly, bubbly, uncivilized.
Chlorets with Actazole with chlorophyll can eliminate any bad breath odor. Now available in a new great-tasting stick gum. Chlorets, the breath deodorant. Dramamine, used as directed, has helped prevent motion sickness for almost 40 years. That's why people say Dramamine means you travel well.
It's the smash hit Jeopardy!
Let's go to work.
With all new facts, fiction, and fun.
Oh, you said it.
It's where you can win it all or lose it all, and there's always a risk.
I'll risk 1,000. Watch Jeopardy. There's everything to risk. Nice going. You're up to 11,000. We've got less than a minute to go in this round, players.
How do you measure up against our highly skilled competitors? Find out on Jeopardy. Weeknights at 7:30, here on KMST 46.
We are about to unveil a new diet food. One that's low in calories, yet good for you.
Starch.
That's right, starch. Foods like bread, rice, and potatoes can help you lose weight if you don't load them up with sugar and fat. Believe it or not, a potato has 1/3 the calories of a hamburger. So if you want to lose weight, remember starch, the healthy diet food.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Vanderbilt Theater in New York City. We were playing to an audience of men on leave from the armed services and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Benny Goodman. And now, with your help, friends, I'd like to try a little experiment. An experiment in concentration. Everybody ready now? Very well. I'd like you to concentrate, please, on breakfast. You're to think about the perfect breakfast. A breakfast that features toasty brown grape nuts flakes. A breakfast so extra delicious your mouth starts to water right now. That's it. Just picture that big economy-sized 12-ounce package. Now, pour out a crisp, toasty brown bowlful. Yes, go ahead, reach for the milk. Next, dip up a malty, rich spoonful. Say, how do those grape nuts flakes taste? You notice a wide-awake flavor? Well, that flavor is a blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley carefully combined. Why, just thinking about grape nuts flakes makes you want them, so hold that thought, and then do this. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut grape nuts flakes in the 12-ounce economy-size package. For Me and My Gal, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 1943 being just around the corner, we bring you a man who's been sewing like mad to get his tuxedo finished before New Year's Eve, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking with a needle in his mouth. I ought to keep you in stitches tonight, folks. Well, you're right, Don. I've got to get this tuxedo finished before next Thursday night.
Well, what are your plans for New Year's Eve, Jack? Where are you going?
Well, Don, you know that the beautiful Persian room of the Plaza Hotel?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm going to the Plaza room of the Persian Hotel. It's down on Delancey Street. And believe me, it's got that old world atmosphere.
The Persian Hotel. Say, that sounds like a quaint place.
Oh, it is, Don, it is. I went over this afternoon to pick up my reservation, and There were 4 snake charmers sitting in the lobby there.
Snake charmers?
Yeah, if they don't come in handy on New Year's Eve, I don't know who will. Well, Don, I haven't seen you since last Sunday. Did you have a nice Christmas this year? I mean, nice presents and everything?
Oh, yes, Jack. I got some gold cufflinks, a moving picture camera, a handkerchief with my name on it, and a 21-jewel watch.
Well.
Thanks for the handkerchief with my name on it.
You're welcome, Don. Lucky I didn't get you that 21-jewel watch like I intended to do, or you'd have 2 of them. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Did you get your tuxedo finished yet?
As soon as I sew the belt on the back, I'll be all set. Incidentally, Mary, I've made all arrangements for New Year's Eve. You and I are stepping out together.
Where are we going?
Never mind. I'll pick you up about 8:30, and be sure you wear your evening gown.
Nothing doing. You told me to wear it last year, and we wound up at a bowling alley.
I wanted your arms to be free so you could swing the ball. Anyway, Mary, it's not where you go, it's the people you're with.
And the people we were with. After we left the bowling alley, they all wanted to go someplace and get tattooed.
Well, what's wrong with that? I've got an ocean liner tattooed on my chest, and it's a work of art.
What's that on your Adam's apple?
The poop deck. It's a complete boat. The guy wanted me to put seagulls on my eyelids, but I thought that was going too far, you know. I'm mighty proud of that ship, though.
Oh, by the way, Don, thanks for that lovely bottle of perfume you sent me.
Oh, don't mention it, Mary.
Well, how about me, Mary? Aren't you going to thank me for the present I gave you? I mean that beautiful and expensive cup?
You mean that cup?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You might not realize it, but that cup I gave you happens to be real pewter.
It certainly does.
Well, it's genuine antique.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello. Hello, Dennis. How do you feel, kid?
Oh, fine now, but I was sure cockeyed last night.
Cockeyed?
Yeah, there was a fly on my nose and he wouldn't get off.
Well, that's better, young man. So say, kid, I haven't seen you since Christmas. Did you get that present I sent you?
I sure did. Thanks very much for that handkerchief with John Wilson's name on it.
With Wilson's name on it? That should be Dennis Day. Give me back that handkerchief, Dennis, and I'll have it done over. Let's see, the seamstress lives way downtown. I'll have to take the subway and change at 14th Street. No, I can take the bus to 14th and then the streetcar across. Then I have to walk about 4 blocks.
Oh, that's too much bother, Mr. Benny. I'll go to court and have my name changed to Don Wilson.
No, I'll make the trip. And now, kid, I think it's about time for a song. Where's Benny Goodman? Oh, Benny, have you got your band all set for Dennis's number?
Yeah. Say, Jack, thanks a lot for that Christmas present you gave me.
You're welcome.
Say, they're hard to get now, aren't they?
They sure are.
What'd he give you, Benny?
A pair of rubber gloves so I can play my clarinet in the rain.
Well, at least it was something different. Sing, Dennis.
And trust in for tomorrow.
was There Are Such Things, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is our custom every year at this time, tonight we are going to present our annual New Year's fantasy.
But, Jack, how can we do our fantasy this year? Phil Harris always plays the part of Uncle Sam, and he's not with us.
Oh, that's been taken care of, Don. I phoned the radio casting bureau, and they're sending up an actor. He ought to be here any minute.
What are you going to pay him? A Wilson with handkerchiefs? What are you going to pay him?
A handkerchief with Wilson's name on it, yes. Now, just a minute. Now, just a minute. Let me have your attention, everybody.
What's the matter, Jack?
Well, I wasn't going to mention this, but if I remember correctly, not one of you, nobody in this cast gave me so much as a cigar for Christmas.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Jack. We have a surprise for you.
What? Where is it?
Right here. We all chipped in and bought you this beautiful gift.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Benny.
Open it up, Jack.
Okay. Gee, a surprise, huh?
Well, do you like it, Jack?
Well, I'll be darned. A bedroom slipper. Now I can hop over and close the window every morning. Gee, fellas, this is one of the sweetest things. Hey, that must be the actor the casting bureau sent over. Come in. Well, hello there.
Pardon me, is this the Mandelbaum Meatball Jamboree?
I'm afraid you've got the wrong show, Bud. This is the Grape Nut Flakes program.
Oh, I see. Well, Radio Casting Bureau sent me over here to play the part of Uncle Sam.
I see. Well, have you had any experience in radio, Mr.
Allen is the name. Fred Allen. Small F.
Fred Allen. I think I know this guy from somewhere. Now, where was it?
Is his face familiar, Mr. Benny?
What is that, Dennis?
Is his face familiar?
No, I've never seen anything quite like it. But I'll swear I know this guy.
Well, I happen to be in radio myself, Mr. Benny. Do you ever listen to Gloria Happyfinger, Girl Plumber?
Yes.
Well, you probably remember me. I play the part of Juniper Morgan III, the Wall Street plunger.
Oh, yes, I hear that program every morning. So you're the plunger, eh?
Mm-hmm. The rubber drive may get me any minute, but I'm holding on there. And as a sideline, I also broadcast for Texaco Gasoline.
Gasoline?
Yes, it's sometimes called ration book radium these days.
Oh, of course, gasoline. Now, I don't know if you are familiar with our particular type of program, Mr. Allen. You see, we do a very subtle type of show.
Mm-hmm.
If we get laughs, all right. If we don't, we don't.
Mother told me there'd be nights like this.
Very good, Mr. Allen. But what I mean is, we don't punch and press for laughs like other programs, one of which I definitely have in mind. Now, if you'd like to play the part of Uncle Sam, that's up to you. But first, Mr. Allen, are you an American citizen?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I got these slant eyes from pulling off a tight derby.
I see. Well, the part is yours, Mr. Allen. Now about money. Just what do you expect for being on my program tonight?
Well, I expect nothing, Mr. Benny, and I know you'll come through.
Well, I'm sure we can get together. What is your fee? What is your fee for a radio performance?
Well, that's up to you, Mr. Benny. I rely entirely upon your generosity.
Well, that's sweet of you.
Not sweet. The word is stupid, old boy.
Is that so? Mr. Allen, are you inferring that I'm tight?
Mr. Benny, you smoke cigars, don't you?
Yes.
Well, the average cigar smoker lights a cigar, smokes it down to his lips, and throws it away.
Well, what about it?
You are the only man I know who smokes a cigar until his gastric juices put it out.
I only hope I have as good jokes when I get on your program.
You will if you bring them. You'll have.
I see. Well, to show you. That serves me right from digressing. And well, to show you how wrong you are, Mr. Allen, I have a check in my hand for $500. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Benny. There seems to be a slight mistake here. This check says 500 boxes.
No, that's 500 boxes. You know, dollars.
No, boxes. This check says 500 boxes of grape nuts flakes.
Well, they're delicious.
Yes, my good man, because when Mr. Benny gives you 500 boxes of grape nuts flakes, he's giving you thousands of servings of America's fastest-growing flake cereal.
Well, I know that, fat boy.
Just think. Think, Mr. Allen, grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package contain iron, niacin, and vitamin B1.
Vitamin B1?
Yes, brother.
And believe me, you can use it.
Now, it's all settled, Mr. Allen. You're not getting any cash. And now, folks, our New Year's fantasy will go on immediately after a number by Benny Goodman and his famous sextet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our annual New Year's play entitled The New Tenant, or Goodbye 42, Hello 43. Now, once again, I will play the role of...
Say, Mr. Benny, you've been doing this kind of sketch for 4 years now, and I still don't understand it.
What?
I know it's a waste of time, but would you mind explaining it to me again?
No, I'd be glad to, Dennis.
Do you mind if I take the audience out for a smoke while this goes on?
Sir Allen, come back here. And incidentally, you're new with us, too, so you better pay attention. You see, Puff-Eye, these little sketches we do at the close of each year are not so much plays as allegorical fantasies. They deal with the abstract and the esoteric rather than the prosaic. Is that clear, Dennis?
No, sir. Not only that, my feet went to sleep.
Well, rub them. As I was saying, if I'm not too redundant, these annual plays are not prosaic, but the penultimate of abstract symbolism.
And just think, folks, only 4 pages back, this man was sewing a tuxedo.
I'll sell you one before you get out of here. Anyway, I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah? What does prosaic mean?
Prosaic?
I'll give you a hint, Mr. Benny. It's a town in New Jersey.
That's passaic. Now, let's continue. In our sketch, ladies and gentlemen, I will play the part of the old year, 1942. I want you to visualize me, folks, as a tottering, broken-down old man with white hair and a wrinkled face.
What do you mean, visualize? There you are. Wait a minute. I'm just bent over like this because I'm playing a part.
Well, that's the first time in history rheumatism has ever been confused with acting, let me tell you.
Mr. Allen, will you please sit down? Now, the Old Year lives in a big boarding house called the United States, run by Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia. Now, Mary, you're going to be Columbia, and you have 48 children, one for each state in the Union.
48 children? Holy smoke.
Well, it's really nothing, Mary. It's just abstract symbolism.
Oh, you men always say that.
Never mind, that's your part. And now for our play. As the curtain rises, it is almost midnight of December 31st. And old man 1942 is up in his room, packing his bags and ready to make his exit. Curtain. Music.
Oh, Columbia. Columbia, will you come up here, please?
What do you want, 42?
Give me a hand with this packing, will you? Got to get out of here before midnight and make room for the new tenant.
Oh, yes. Little 43 will be here any minute.
Say, where's your husband, Uncle Sam? Like to say goodbye to him.
Oh, he's around someplace. You know, Sam's been pretty busy lately.
You said it. And all your kids have been pitching in, too.
Here comes Alaska, one of my adopted sons.
Oh, yes. Hello, Alaska.
Hello, old-timer. Hiya, Mom.
Boy, is he spread out.
Yep, it's 1,000 miles from his Aleutians to his Sitka.
Oh, he's big, all right. Fine boy, though.
Say, Mom, have you seen Pa around? I got a few of them Japanese lice I want to get out of my hair.
He'll get him out. Don't worry, Alaska.
Okay, see you later, Mom.
Well, I might as well finish packing. Hand me that bundle of swing music. I'll take that.
Here you are.
Thanks. Mr. 5 feet tall, and he's 5 feet wide. Boy, am I sick of that. Hey, Columbia, I got a few minutes yet. Tune in the radio, will you?
Okay. Here's Berlin.
Stut, und wir steigen der Geinen Bethesdik, eine Minuten für Stuten Stalingrad, und Minuten für Stuten Tripoli, und Stutenbruten Stuten Benghazi.
Well.
Boy, are we running.
And he ain't through yet. Get another station, Columbia.
Here's Tokyo.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable report from Battlefront. Japanese fleet set out to greet Americans. Boom, boom. No, Japanese fleet. So sorry, fleet. Ha, ha.
Well, that's good news to be leaving on. Turn it off, Columbia. Say, what time is it?
About 3 minutes to midnight.
Well, I better get finished up here.
Oh, hello, Sam.
Well, Uncle Sam, where you been?
Oh, what a day, what a day. I've been visiting all my nephews all over the neighborhood. Had breakfast at Guadalcanal, lunch at Dutch Harbor, and supper in North Africa.
I'll tell you one thing, Sam. You never worked harder or looked better in your life.
Say, old-timer, get a load of this. I'm wearing 2 pair of suspenders.
2 pair? How long you been wearing them?
Ever since Pearl Harbor. I'll never get caught with them down again.
I know you won't. Say, Sam, I meant to ask you something. What are those things sprouting around in the backyard?
Those are Republicans. This is the first time they've come up in years.
Well, that's what I like about your garden, Sam. There's room there for everything to grow. Doggone, look at that clock. Just got my ducks together in time. First stroke 12. Wonder what's keeping the new tenant. Little fella should be here by now.
Well, don't worry. He'll show up.
Say, here's a little tip for you, Sam. You worked darn hard during the time I was here, and you did a good job. But I want you to work even harder for the little fella that's coming in.
Now, don't worry, old-timer. I'm really rolling now.
Time's a-fleeting, but I can't leave till that little shaver gets here.
That must be him now.
Yeah. Come in. Well, it's the little new year. Hello, son.
Hello.
What's that you got under your arm there?
It's a new book written by a fella named Ration.
Oh, yeah. Ain't much plot to it, but I got a hunch it's going to be the bestseller. Won't hurt, though. Hey, kid. Want you to meet Uncle Sam and his wife, Columbia.
Glad to know you, folks.
Hello, Sonny.
Hiya, Bub. You ought to have a coat on with them diapers. Chilly tonight.
I was sure cold the first night I got here. Well, son, hope you brought some things with you besides ration boots. What's that package you got under your other arm?
Well, that's just chock full of V's.
V's for victory, eh?
Yes, sir. They're pretty expensive, but I got a hunch that Uncle Sam will wind up with plenty of them.
He got all the ones I had. Well, might as well be moseying along now. Kind of hate to go, but... Hear that, son?
Yes, sir. What is it?
That song called Over There. Written by one of Uncle Sam's favorite nephews. That boy used to be singing and dancing around this house all the time. Tell you, son, I sure wish he was still here. He was a real Yankee Doodle Dandy. Now, son, I want you to take care of Uncle Sam. Take care of all his friends and good neighbors, too.
Leave it to me, old-timer.
And look, I want you to keep the lights low here in the house for a while. Maybe inconvenient, but when you turn them on full blast again, it'll be brighter than ever. And say, before I forget it, Uncle Sam's got a nephew named Franklin that's been taking mighty good care of the old boy. Ain't he, Sam? You're damn tootin'. So keep an eye on him and give him all the help you can.
Franklin, eh? I'll write that down.
And here's some more names for you. MacArthur, Eisenhower, Doolittle, Nimitz. A whole lot more than Sam will give you.
I'll make a note of them.
Oh, yes, and there's some other friends of Sam's you don't want to forget. There's Churchill and Stalin and Chiang Kai-shek. If I had time, I'd name a dozen. Well, gotta be leaving. So long, Sam. So long, old-timer. Here I go.
So long, 42.
So long, Columbia. Keep 'em flying.
Have you read the story of Alice in Wonderland lately? Anyhow, you remember how Alice ate that magic piece of cake and grew and grew and grew. Well, the story of Grape Nuts Flakes is almost as amazing. For during the past 3 years, the increase in your use of Grape Nuts Flakes has been more than that of all other ready-to-eat cereals put together. And there's a reason, more than one. First of all, that malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut flavor. Your favorite Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. A flavor that's different from any other flake cereal. And second, that grand all-around nourishment. For Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal with the food essentials of the natural whole wheat, one of the types of basic foods recommended by our National Nutrition Program. So treat your family to delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal.
That was the last number of the 13th program of the new Grape Nut Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time
broadcasting for pilots and ground crews at Dow Field at Bangor, Maine. And tomorrow night, we'll be seeing you parachute troopers at Lakehurst, New Jersey.
Say, Jack, I don't want any salary for my performance here, but I do need a singer on my program tonight. Can I borrow Dennis for tonight?
Sure, you can have Dennis. You just can't have money, that's all. Go on over to Mr. Allen's program, Dennis.
I will not.
You will, too. Put your coat on. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Malloy.
And now, on with the opera.
From the people who brought you big screen television comes the sound to go with it.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a...
Introducing Mitsubishi Home Theater Systems, now playing at a dealer near you.
Almost home. Chocolate chip cookies that taste almost homemade.
These are great. I can almost taste the recipe.
You're tasting their great chocolate. Deep, dark, richer chocolate.
I taste molasses.
I have never tasted chocolate like this in a chocolate chip cookie.
I taste brown sugar.
This is premium chocolate.
Almost home chocolate chip cookies. You can almost taste the recipe. You can definitely taste the chocolate.
I used to bake chocolate chip cookies like this.
How about this? How about a weight bench?
Oh, very funny. We should keep a flashlight in the car.
That's a good idea. Well then, how about a bike?
How about lunch?
Yesterday afternoon, Bill and I tuned in early for the Olympics, and we saw Santa Barbara. Well, I thought I knew what soap operas were all about, but this was something else. I mean, it was sexy, funny, suspenseful, real, exciting. Not what I expected. Not what Bill expected either. Right, Bill?
Santa Barbara, it's something else.
Earth to Bill.
My dad. He's always a pretty cool guy.
Man, you know it.
He'd love my new Cutlass Sierra.
Beautiful.
The new styling, and that new 3300 V6.
What?
And when I tell him it's an Oldsmobile.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
This is not your father's Oldsmobile.
Now that's groovy.
This is the new generation of Olds.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a special wine.
What's the occasion?
Well, I have this blind date.
Let me show you something I like.
Gallo Blush Chablis. It's just waiting to be discovered.
Hi, I'm Jerry's friend, and you're the wine lady.
You're Jerry's friend?
Yeah.
Come on in.
So did I get the right wine?
Perfect.
Gallo Blush Chablis. A most unexpected discovery.
Remember how determined your parents were to give you the gift of knowledge, no matter how many gifts it took? Today, you have a big advantage with the Apple II GS. Apple II computers are found in more schools than any other computer. Your parents gave you the world. You can give your kids the universe.
You know how some cereals have a long list of ingredients? Well, not Quaker Oats. It has a list of one ingredient, 100% rolled oats. Quaker Oats. It's the right thing to do.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Radio Theater, starring Joan Fontaine and David Niven in Frenchman's Creek. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greeting from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Glancing through the almanac, I find that February 10th calls for a carnival in honor of the pirate Gasparillo, one of our better-known buccaneers who plundered the shores of the Atlantic in a pursuit that has always fired our imagination and given us many of our most exciting legends. Tonight, in that tradition, we present a colorful saga of piracy and romance in Paramount Pictures' thrilling drama, Frenchman's Creek. And our stars are Joan Fontaine in her original screen role and that popular Scottish actor, David Niven. Our story takes us back to 17th century England, a period as colorful as the rich and dazzling costumes of its men and women. It's time for our play, and here's Act One of Frenchman's Creek, starring Joan Fontaine as Lady Donna and David Niven as the Frenchman. London, 1668. Lord Harrison Cullum has just come home after a night at the gaming tables. Mounting the broad staircase, he stops suddenly. For facing him is his wife, dressed for traveling.
Donna, what the devil is this?
I'm leaving London, Harry, with the children.
Really, my dear, this is ridiculous.
Is it?
When you left the gaming tables tonight and rushed home, why, everybody
You
thought
promised me Lord Rockingham would not be there.
Oh, Donna Rockingham's my closest friend.
I will not endure his familiarity any longer.
Fiddle-dee-dee. Rock doesn't mean a thing. Good heavens, Donna, he's not serious.
He's very serious as far as I'm concerned, and I will not put up with it any longer.
So you're leaving. And where do you think you'll go?
I'm going to Tavern.
Tavern? Well, we haven't been there for years. It's damp, moldy, full of ghosts.
Yes, it is full of ghosts, Harry. Ghosts of a happiness that's lost. I'm going to try to get it back. I've done with this stupid life we lead here and the company you choose to keep.
If you think I'm going to come chasing down to Cornwall after you, you're wrong.
Should you wish to kiss the children goodbye, you'll find them waiting with their nurse in the coach.
Donna.
Welcome to Tavern House, my lady.
Thank you. When you met me at the gates, you told me your name is William. But just who are you?
Why, I am your steward, my lady.
What happened to Barclay?
He was an old man, my lady. It's 2 years since he's gone to his reward.
Well, I can't say I'm overly happy with your stewardship, William. This place smells like a tomb. There's dust everywhere.
I was not aware of your coming, madam. I've been alone here for many months.
Well, then hire servants immediately. You will see that everything takes place as though the mistress of Tavern House has never been away. My children, their nurse, and I plan to remain indefinitely.
It will be a pleasure, my lady.
Where are the children?
In the garden with their nurse, madam, while you've been going through the house.
William, I noticed two strange things in my rooms upstairs.
Strange?
Yes. One is a portrait on the wall of a young girl.
My lady, that is your own portrait.
Yes. I think that I once looked like that.
My lady, you still do.
I said two strange things. This is the other. This jar of tobacco. What was it doing in my room?
A jar of tobacco?
It's yours, isn't it?
I don't use tobacco, my lady.
But if you've been here alone and... Never mind. We'll forget about it. William, as we drew closer to Tavern on our journey, I heard strange talk of this place. Talk of ghosts.
Ghosts? Few days here, my lady, and you'll learn it's gossip for sure. No ghosts.
But there is a strange feeling about it. As if...
Did you say something, my lady?
No, William. Nothing. Come in, William.
Good morning, my lady. Did you rest well?
Very well.
No ghosts?
Well, if there were, they were most considerately quiet. William, the children and I have decided to have a picnic today.
I felt confident you would, my lady. I prepared a suitable luncheon basket.
Oh, thank you. We'll be in the wood near the chapel.
Yes, my lady. Oh, there's a visitor waiting downstairs.
Visitor?
Yes, your neighbor, my lady, Lord Godolphin. Will you see him?
I'm afraid I'll have to. Tell the children I won't be long.
I came over as soon as I heard you were at Tavern. Pay my respects.
Oh, I'm enchanted to see you, Lord Godolphin.
Harry's not with you?
No, I'm here alone with the children.
Pity. Great pity. We need Harry's help. You've heard of our troubles here, of course.
Well, I've heard nothing.
Oh, really? Too remote down here, I suppose. Madam, we've been vexed by pirates at our wits' end. Why, only a week ago, Lord Eustace's home was sacked.
How distressing.
Distressing? It's an outrage. We complain to London, and what do we get? A few soldiers. No good at all. The squires must band together and deal with this thing themselves.
Well, if there's anything I can do to help.
Nothing, dear lady. Except ask Harry to come down and help us fight this Frenchman.
Frenchman?
Yes. The French have made a habit of coming over to Cornwall
ever since our own Cornish pirates have gone over to
realize
France.
how serious this matter is. We're being robbed right and left. Our women folk in terror of their lives.
Why?
Why? Well, really, madam, I think I must be getting home.
I'm sorry, my lord. Forgive me. I shall write to Harry at once.
Thank you, dear lady. Good day.
William.
My lady?
I came to Tavern to be alone, William.
I understand. No more visitors. You shall make good your escape.
Escape? You have an uncanny intuition, William. Where did you get it?
My late master. Much of my philosophy is borrowed from him.
Why did you leave him?
His life is such at the moment that my services would be of little use to him. He travels.
Then he's a fugitive, too. People who travel usually are.
His life, if I may say so, is one continual escape. I think you and my master would have much in common, Lady St. Column. Shall I call the children now?
Please, and Miss Prynne. The nurse will picnic with us.
Look at them, madam. Both little ones fast asleep.
They've played so hard, Prynne. Poor little things. The first real picnic they've ever known.
Be time to go home soon. Shall I wake them?
No, let them sleep. I think I'll go for a walk, Prynne. On our way here, I thought I saw a creek. I never knew there was a creek on our estate. I should like to see it.
You'll be careful, madam, please.
Oh, don't worry, Prynne. I won't be long. Why, it is. It is a creek.
Yes, madame.
Who are you?
I cannot answer that, madame.
Take your hands off me. Let me go.
Be quiet.
Help!
Scream now all you wish to, madame. If you ask me, all women should be gagged. Come now, the captain does not like to be kept waiting. I found her the creek, Captain. Since she seemed so anxious to discover us, I thought I'd bring her aboard ship.
You may leave us alone now, Edmund. Well, madame, the gag has been removed. Nothing to say? Then I shall talk. It seems you have been spying on this ship.
I didn't even know this ship existed. On the contrary, it seems your men have been trespassing on my land.
My humble apologies. You see, madame, it is my habit to bring our ship into this creek. It is a heaven-sent hiding place, well hid by the wood, yet deep enough for us to anchor in complete safety. What I had not expected was that the lady of the manor would visit me.
Was it by your orders that I was seized?
Have you been injured?
No.
Then what are you complaining about?
Just what you propose to do with me.
Why, nothing. Do you mind if I smoke?
Would it matter if I did? Wait a minute. That's tobacco.
A really excellent tobacco, madame. You will notice that
It was you.
It was I what?
The tobacco. It's the same tobacco that was in the jar in my bedroom.
Oh, how careless of William not to have removed it.
So you're the reason why William is at Tavern. You are why all the servants have been sent away. While I've been in London, you've used my home, slept in my room.
Somehow, I was sure you wouldn't mind. You see, I consulted your portrait on the wall. My lady, I said very humbly, would you grant a weary Frenchman the courtesy of your room?
Well?
You bowed gracefully and gave me the freedom of the entire house.
Is that all you have to say?
At the moment, yes.
When may I leave?
Of course.
Thank you. My children will be wondering what's happened to me. These men on deck, they're pirates.
Let us simply say that they follow where I lead. Just like the seagulls flying up there. Always when I come here to this creek, the gulls flock in. Perhaps they, too, have a feeling for this ship. That's why I have named her La Mouette.
La Mouette, the seagull.
Edmund will see you safely back where he found you. Edmund?
Oh, it won't be necessary.
Please. And as a further courtesy, I must return your call.
Oh?
What is the correct hour? In the afternoon, I believe, and you offer me a dish of tea?
Oh, no. A pirate comes by night, monsieur, knocking upon a window, and the lady of the manor, fearful for her safety, gives him supper by candlelight.
As you will, madame. I'll come by night.
You'll do no such thing.
We shall see, Lady St. Column. We shall see.
William, I thought I told the servants to go to bed.
They are in bed, milady. I will watch for him.
So you know. You know he's coming here.
Yes.
How did you know?
Milady, when you returned from the picnic this afternoon, there was something about your eyes, so alive. I said to myself, it has happened. They have met at last.
Why, at last?
Because, milady, I am a fatalist by nature, and have always known that sooner or later the meeting was bound to come about.
You think he really will come here tonight?
Oh, he will be here.
Oh, but it's wrong, William. I'm acting against the interests of my country. I could be imprisoned for it.
Yes, milady.
William, do you approve of your master's profession?
Let us say I do not disapprove. My master robs only people who can afford to be robbed, and most of what he takes he gives away.
Well, I gather he's not married.
No, milady. Piracy and marriage do not go together.
Oh, if I were a man, I too would find a ship and be a law unto myself. I'd be... Oh, good gracious, William. Have we anything fit for him to eat?
Rest your mind, dear lady. When I went to the village to hire servants, I took the liberty of filling a basket.
You anticipated all this?
I had premonitions, milady. Oh. The supper will be much to his fancy.
Oh, you're incorrigible. Light all the candles, William. Bring out all the silver. Tonight we must do full justice to Tavern.
Yes, milady.
Was the supper satisfactory, monsieur?
It was so completely perfect, madame, that I do not understand.
No, it was all William's doing. He prepared everything.
I don't believe you. William never set such a table for me before, did you, William?
No, sir.
A cold chop, perhaps, on a chip plate?
Yes, sir.
What brought you to Tavern?
Oh, perhaps I was tired of being Lady St. Column.
Why?
Well, why are you a pirate?
Why did you venture alone to the creek this morning?
Because of the uncertainty, because I wasn't sure what might happen.
That's why I'm a pirate.
Oh, yes, but it's...
No buts. It's very simple. Piracy suits me. I come and I go as I please.
Couldn't you do as you please in any case?
Nope. Anyone who lives a normal life in this world of ours becomes a cog in a wheel, a unit in a machine, and to me that is intolerable. So I escape from such a world.
And the idea that piracy is wrong, that doesn't bother you?
Not in the least.
Well, even such a freedom, doesn't that become a bore sometimes?
On the contrary. Piracy has constant problems which interest me profoundly. A successful pirate is much like a mathematician, a poet of precision. Yes, madame, I find it all very absorbing.
Someday they will hang you.
Perhaps.
Do you mind my asking you these questions?
Not at all. Let me anticipate one. What do we do when we stay at anchor in your creek? We come ashore, gather information.
So that more Cornishmen may be robbed and more Cornish women go in fear of their lives, or so Lord Godolphin tells me.
The Cornish women flatter themselves.
That's what I wanted to tell his lordship.
Why didn't you?
Oh, because I hadn't the heart to shock him. But perhaps I shall on Friday afternoon.
Oh?
There was a message awaiting me when I returned home this afternoon. Lord and Lady Godolphin are arranging a gathering in my honor to renew acquaintances with my... What are you doing?
This? Oh, I'm making a sketch of your face. Do you mind?
Not at all.
You are here without your husband, madame? Why?
Because I choose to come without him.
And why did you marry him in the first place?
Because he once was a different man than he is now. Everything was different.
So now you try to escape?
William told me you'd say that.
Then why don't you escape?
Haven't I?
I doubt it. Here is the sketch. Do you like it?
No, I don't like it at all.
Well, it's true I've caught you unaware, but I've sketched only what I have seen.
But I'm not like that.
I have drawn disillusionment, indifference, willfulness. A very different person from the lady of the portrait with whom I fell in love.
Fell in love?
Yes. With a strange, enchanting person who looked down at me from the wall of your bedroom. Lady St. Column is not that person.
I prefer Lady St. Column.
So I tear up my sketch because I prefer the lady of the portrait. I've said to myself, she and no other. Can you hear the wind out there?
Are you sure that's just the wind?
Quite sure. When it blows from the east like that, my ship is weatherbound and I'm idle. But there are birds to watch and fish to catch and streams to be explored. All these are methods of escape, madame.
Birds to watch, fish to catch. Do you suggest that is a way to make me happy?
Complete happiness is a rare thing. I do not believe it can ever be fully experienced alone. But sometimes it does happen that a man finds a woman who is the answer to all his searching dreams, and the two have understanding of each other from the lightest moment to the darkest mood.
Go on.
That's all I have to say, Lady St. Column. Thank you for my supper, and my respects to Lord Godolphin and all your old neighbors when you see them on Friday. Good night, madame.
Yes. But, Donna, dear, what a pity you must go home so soon. You've enchanted us all.
Go home? Who's going home?
Well, I must, my lord. I shall write Harry and tell him how kind you've all been.
But you can't leave now. Penrose wants to talk to you. Lord Eustace, too.
Ladies in column, forgive a sober note, but are you acquainted with the creek that runs through your estate?
Vaguely, Lord Eustace.
We have no wish to alarm you, but a French pirate has been using the creek.
Pirate?
I must warn you, he's a type who'd have little respect for your person.
And his men are desperate and savage?
They are pirates, madam.
Oh, then I shall take every possible care of my household. Are they, do you think, cannibals, too? I have 2 little children.
Oh, no.
Calm yourself, my dear. Calm yourself.
Perhaps the Frenchman has left our coast.
I wish we could think so. No. We shall hear from him again.
But it will be for the last time.
It will be, Lord Eustace?
Yes, madam. It will be my very great pleasure to hang him from the tallest gibbet in Cornwall.
Sir, you're very bloodthirsty.
And so would you be, madam, if you'd been robbed of all your possessions.
Oh, but think of what joy you will have replacing.
I fear I consider the matter in a very different light.
Take care, Lady Donna, and if you see this villain, fly to us at once.
Oh, I shall, Lord Godolphin, at once.
Did you have an enjoyable afternoon, milady?
Oh, quite as dull as I'd anticipated, William.
It's just 4 o'clock. You won't be late. If they only knew back there that you left them to meet this villain of a Frenchman. Well, we stop here, milady. That path there off the road leads down to the creek. He will be waiting for you.
What story will you tell them at Tavern?
That your ladyship is staying to dine at Lord Godolphin's.
Do you think me mad, William?
Not entirely sane, milady.
It's a lovely feeling, William.
So I have always understood.
I shall be in the avenue near Tavern at 10 o'clock.
At which time I shall drive you to the house as though you were just returning from Lord Godolphin's.
Why are you smiling?
I was not aware that my features were relaxed, milady.
You are a liar, William.
Yes, milady. The avenue near Tavern House at 10 o'clock.
You are very quiet. What are you thinking?
Oh, what we've done these past hours. Watched birds, caught fish, explored streams.
And now, ladies in column sits on the deck of a pirate ship, listens to a pirate singing, and looks out into the evening.
Do you really think that the disillusioned, indifferent, willful ladies in column has changed?
If there ever was such a woman, she exists no longer. Soon it will be time for you to go ashore.
And so, I must tell you.
Tell me what?
At Lord Godolphin's home this afternoon, he and his friends were gloating over the possibility of your capture.
No, they do not worry me.
You should be worried. Oh, Godolphin's a dunderhead, but he's persistent, and Eustace has a mean and obstinate look about him. They hope to hang you.
After all, something of a compliment.
Oh, now you're laughing at me.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want you to be careful.
Yes, I've been idle too long. I've allowed this little creek to take hold of me. But now Godolphin and his friends shall have a run for their money.
Another raid?
Yes.
It would be wiser to go back to Brittany.
Far wiser. It's too bad you're not a boy, Donna. You could sail with me.
Well, why do I have to be a boy to do that?
No, you're too delicate for a pirate ship.
Please, let me go just once.
You'd be cold and
No, I wouldn't.
You'd be frightened to death.
No.
You'd be seasick.
Seasick? How much will you wager I'll be seasick?
What will you have if I offer you to win?
Oh, my earrings. You may have my ruby earrings.
What if you win? What would you demand of me?
Of you? Yes. A lock of hair from Godolphin's wig.
You shall have the wig itself.
Oh, then you're not joking. You will take me with you on your next raid.
I could refuse you nothing.
I wonder how I shall feel about it then, if this incredible feeling I have now will be gone like a dream.
What feeling?
You asked that when I've come willingly aboard this ship.
Yet I'm imbecile enough to tell you. But now it's time for you to return to Tavern House.
Then it was just idle talk. Not taking me on the raid.
When the plans are made, William will let you know. Good night, Donna.
Good night, Frenchman.
Act 2 of Frenchman's Creek, starring Joan Fontaine and David Niven, will continue in a moment.
From the roof of the executive mansion, Dolly Madison, the president's lady, watched with horror as the Washington countryside was set ablaze by oncoming British troops. At first, Dolly refused to leave the White House until her husband returned, but finally fled when flames came within yards of her doorway. However, she took with her irreplaceable state documents, portraits, and silver that otherwise would have perished in the Holocaust. Another page in the White House story.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We continue with Act Two of Frenchman's Creek, starring Joan Fontaine as Donna and David Niven as the Frenchman. Eager and excited, Donna has waited 2 days for word from the Frenchman. Now, in the dark hours of early morning, William rouses her, for the raiders are ready to depart. But Lady St. Column suddenly discovers that she is not.
What am I doing, William? Going on a pirate ship and the children? What of the children?
I will take care of them, milady. Have no fear.
But how will you explain my absence to the household?
Your ladyship is indisposed, a trifle feverish. And for the fear of infection, no one is to come into your room.
You're a born deceiver, William. Tell me, what time will we come back from the creek after the raid?
My master will wait till darkness so as not to be seen.
Oh, no, I can't go. I can't.
Lady.
Oh, but it's too fantastic. I've been married 8 years, William. I'm a mother of 2 children. I shall be 30 years old next month.
3 excellent reasons why you shall go.
Oh, it's not the slightest use using common sense with you, is there?
No, milady. So let me suggest we're wasting precious time. The Seagull is waiting for a new cabin boy.
I'm ready, William.
Donna, are you awake, Donna?
Where are we? What's happened?
We're at sea, madame, and you're in my cabin, where you've been sleeping these past 4 hours. Oh, never have I seen such a seasick human being.
Very well, you shall have my ruby earrings, but I'm fine now. And the raid, when will the raid take place?
What a pirate you are. The raid occurred hours past. You slept through it all.
Oh, no.
Here, a present for you, Lord Godolphin's wig.
Oh, you've got it.
Together with most of his possessions. Oh, they chased us out to sea for a while, but the wind was all with us.
Oh, you do have the devil's own luck, don't you, Frenchman?
Always, just as you have the heart of a perfect cabin boy.
Thank you.
But not the stomach.
Oh, well, I was too excited. Next time I shall be much calmer and not get sick.
Next time?
How long will we be at sea?
Why, do you want to go home?
No, I was just wondering, what are we going to do now?
Wait for evening. Till then, we can do as we please.
I'm hungry, Frenchman. Must you starve me?
Hurry then. Meet me aft, and you shall feast from Lord Godolphin's choicest plate.
We're coming closer to land, aren't we? I can hear the surf.
Praise heaven for this good dark night.
This could be forever if we wished. Tomorrow and the next day.
Say that you do wish it, Donna. Sail with me now and never return to Tavern.
Never return?
Yes. But only knowing well what it is that you do. Donna, what I have to offer will never compensate for what you will give up. Women will wander for a while and play at adventure. But in the end, instinct is too strong for them. They must make their nests. Then I would sail alone, and you would hate me.
What is the answer, then, for us?
Come with me, and we will find it together.
But I'm planned.
No plans. Just come back. Come back to the creek in the morning, and we'll take the little boat and drift down the waters.
And so another day, and another, and another. No past, no future, only the present.
Donna, only the present.
Milady.
I'm here, William.
Thank heaven you waited for me before coming to the house.
William, what's wrong? Not the children.
No, the children are fine. But late this afternoon, milady, we had unexpected callers.
Callers?
Yes. Your husband and Lord Rockingham have come to Tavern House.
William, what have you told them?
That you've been ill. You were getting your first sleep in days, and under no conditions could you be disturbed. Till now, that seems to have satisfied your husband.
And now?
Now I must get you home and up the stairs unseen. As I can readily do. I suggest you change your attire and come down the stairs feeling quite recovered. Come, my lady, all will be all right. Donna, my dear.
Harry, what a surprise.
Well, you don't look ill. You are feeling better?
I'm very much better, thank you, Harry.
Well, I expected to find you at death's door. Well, that fellow William wouldn't even let me see you. What kind of a servant is he, anyway?
The best servant I ever had.
Well, as long as he pleases you. Rockingham's here, Donna.
I refuse to see him.
Oh, please, Donna, not so loud. He's just outside. Eustace sent him word about that French pirate. They'll be catching the fellow now, and we're both here to lend a hand.
I see.
Not a second too soon, either. Why, that French dog stripped Godolphin's estate clean as a bone this very day. Well, Roxy, who's here?
Well, it is you, my lady.
My lord?
Ah, so you've had a fever, Donna. Well, you don't appear very happy to see me.
Why should I?
Because we propose to catch the pirate who seems to be causing you all so much trouble.
They say he even visits our creek here.
Well, he must do it at night, then, when I'm asleep.
Yes, possibly he does. How really ideal the creek would be for a pirate. I almost wish I were the fellow myself, Harry. Knowing the house to be without protection, and the lady of the manor so lovely in the flush of her fever.
But you're not a pirate, my Lord Rockingham. You're merely an unscrupulous person whom I continue to detest.
Donna, please. Oh, by the way, my dear, we're receiving the gentlemen tonight for supper.
What gentlemen?
Oh, Rashleigh, Bustick, Penrose, half a dozen others. Godolphin, if he can get away.
If Lord Godolphin can get away?
Surely you knew his wife was anticipating an heir.
Oh, of course. Please excuse me now. I must see to the children, and then, since we'll be entertaining, there are instructions to give William.
Caution, dear Donna. Remember you've been ill.
And they'll all be here tonight, William, making plans for the Frenchman's capture. But it will be too late. The Seagull will have sailed.
No, my lady. She will not have sailed.
William.
She's grounded in the creek, my lady, with the leak below the waterline. Even if they can repair her, they dare not leave till darkness. The tide is not full till after midnight.
Then warn your master, William, without fail.
It will not be easy, madam. For some reason, Lord Rockingham watches me like a hawk, but warn him I shall. Can you...
Our guests will be arriving during the afternoon. It will be my pleasure to keep them absorbed. At least until after midnight.
Thank you, my lady.
Quiet, gentlemen. Please, your attention.
Another toast, Lord Godolphin?
I would prefer it so indeed, dear lady. Your wine is excellent. But if you ask me, I think we've had enough wine.
Nonsense, your glass, my lord. Tell me, are you sure that you should have left your dear wife tonight?
Brave girl, she insisted that I come. Oh, when I lay hands upon that Frenchman, raiding my home with my wife in her condition. Yes, gentlemen, it's high time we get down to business.
But the evening's early yet. Dolphin's right, Harry. We're trapping a pirate tonight.
I'd still like to know how, gentlemen.
Rockingham's plan is sure to get it. We've men posted on the beaches. We've boats in readiness. And the Frenchman's ship is hiding in the creek. So tonight, as she comes out on the tide, we'll be on hand to seize her.
But if he's not hiding in the creek?
Oh, he's there, all right.
What was that?
Oh, someone at the door. Someone late for supper. Well, let's open up some more wine.
But who would it be? We're all here. We expect no one else.
Well, someone open the door. William, where's that impudent fellow? William!
William seems to have disappeared.
All right. Anyone. Dickon, open the door. Jeffrey. Evans.
Your servants seem to have all disappeared.
Well, one of you? Where are you? I don't understand.
What orders did you give your servants? Send them off to bed?
Fellows must be in the kitchen. Give them another call, Rock, while I go to the door. It's ridiculous.
Don't waste your time, St. Column.
Who the devil are you?
It's the pirate. It's the Frenchman.
Since no one would answer the door, I made so bold as to open it myself.
Well, seize him. What are we waiting for?
Before you try that, look around, all of you.
What?
Yes?
What is all this?
My collaborators suddenly stand before you at every doorway, every window, even on the balcony. Pray resume your chairs, gentlemen.
William. Forgive me, Sir Harry. I have been a most negligent steward. How true it is that no man can serve two masters.
As for your other servants, Sir Harry, they're tied up in the pantry. Gentlemen, I will not keep you long. As for her ladyship, she may go if she pleases. But first, I must have the rubies she's wearing in her ears. Thank you. You see, I've made a wager about them with my cabin boy.
Is that all?
If the lady St. Column would spare me her pendant also, I would have little more excuse for piracy.
How can I refuse? Here.
Merci, madame. I trust you have recovered from your fever.
I thought so, Frenchman, but your presence here will undoubtedly bring it on again.
My cabin boy, too, suffers from fever, but the sea air does wonders for him. You ought to try it. William, relieve the gentlemen of their weapons and purses.
You will pay for this, you blasted scum.
Possibly.
In the meantime, it is you who are paying. Come, gentlemen, disgorge.
Just ball the confounded cheek.
I'm returning at once to the ship, gentlemen. I do not want you too close upon my heels. Your soldiers in the wood are inconvenience enough. Therefore, I must ask you to allow my men to escort you upstairs and lock you in. Edmund? Paul?
No, by thunder, no. You've made game of us long enough.
I'm sorry, I must insist. Lady St. Column, would you be good enough to go into the salon?
Why, you?
Au revoir, monsieur. Her ladyship and I will now discuss the affairs of the day.
Why are you so reckless? Why did you come here?
Because I'd not seen you for so many hours.
The gentlemen are being cared for, monsieur.
Thank you, William. When our crew departs, you go to the cottage of your friend, the Tregarth cottage. Remain there awaiting her ladyship's orders until all danger is past.
I understand, monsieur.
And you?
This morning when William brought me the news that you were alone here no longer, I realized that our make-believe was over and that the creek was our haven no more. My ship must sail, Donna, and although she will be free, I will remain a captive. I am bound to you as you are bound to me.
All that you feel, I feel. Every thought, every wish. But it's too late. There's nothing we can do. You told me so yourself last night.
Yes, when we were together, and the morning was many hours away. I love you, Donna.
What is the answer?
Always there must be an answer. Oh, you're right, of course. The answer is still the same. You are Donna St. Column, the wife of an English baronet, mother of 2 children, and I am an outlaw. If there is an answer, Donna, you must make it, not I. I will be off the beach at Coverack at sunrise. If you are there, I shall find you.
Wait!
The pendant I took from you. I'm leaving it here. Make your choice, Donna.
Who's there? Who is it?
Just an eavesdropper, Lady Donna.
Rockingham.
I see that your jewels have been returned. What did you give for them, may I ask?
You're very serious, Rockingham. I should have thought this evening's jest would have amused you.
Oh, you're right. It has amused me. And when I found that the jesters had bungled my ropes and I was able to squirm loose and get through the window, I was prodigiously amused.
You might have freed Harry and the others.
Oh, but I have. They slipped out very quietly through the window on the heels of the pirate jesters. That, too, I find amusing.
Why didn't you join them?
Because there's one thing that does not amuse me. That Donna St. Column should look at the leader of the jesters in the way that she did. In a way that could mean only one thing, that she loves him.
And so?
And so I have come to understand much that has puzzled me since I've arrived. That servant of yours, those walks in the woods that I'm told you so often take. That elusive look in your eyes that I've never seen before. Yes, elusive to me, to Harry, to all but one man. And I've seen that one man tonight. Well, do you deny it?
To you, I deny nothing.
You know, of course, that you could be hanged for this should the truth come out. How would you like Newgate, my dear Donna? The stench, the heat, the filth, and at last a rope around your beautiful neck.
All this, my dear Rockingham, because you imagine I smiled at a pirate who asked for my jewels?
You lie. You smiled at a pirate, but not because he asked for your jewels.
Very well, then. Tell your story to Godolphin. To you, stick to Harry even. They will say that you are mad.
Possibly. With your Frenchman on the high seas and you in Tavern house. But suppose they're catching this Frenchman at the very moment, huh? Suppose we play with him a little as they used to play with pirates, with you looking on. Oh, I think you'd give yourself away.
It amuses you to be dramatic, but the days of the rack and the thumbscrew are over.
But pirates still are hanged, my dear, drawn and quartered. And with them, their accomplices.
Well, then get the gentlemen, get the soldiers, and you can hang us both side by side from the same tree.
Yes, you'd suffer that, wouldn't you, and be glad. Because at last you've had the love you've wanted all your life, isn't that true?
Yes, it is true.
I could kill you for saying that. If you hadn't left London and come down here, it would have been me instead of him.
No, never.
How did he hold you in his arms? Like this? How did he kiss you, Donna? Like this?
Let me go.
Did he...
You're out of your mind. You're drunk. You're Rockingham, please. Please.
I am out of my mind. Because I want you more than I've wanted anything in this... Put that knife down, Donna. Put it down.
Touch me again and I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Put down that knife.
Get away. Get...
Rock, are you here, Rock? Come on, fire, Rivia.
Rock.
He's dead. He's dead.
Donna, what happened?
He's dead.
The Frenchman. He must have come back here and killed him. But you were here, too.
He gave me back my jewels, and then he left.
He must have come back. He'll pay for this, I promise you. We've got him at last.
What are you saying?
The Frenchman. His ship's gone and the rest of the crew, but we've got him.
Is he hurt?
He'll hang without a scratch on him. He'll know what it feels like.
Where are they taking him?
Godolphin has him in his keep. He'll hang in the morning at daybreak.
Daybreak?
If they don't burn him alive when they've found out he killed Rock.
No, Harry. I killed Rockingham.
Donna.
I killed him. I had to.
Just
no. I warned you to keep him away from me. When he found he couldn't have me, he hated me. He wanted to kill me, and he took hold of me.
Rock.
Oh, Donna, forgive me, darling.
No, it's too late, Harry.
Donna, I beg you, it's been my fault. Donna.
I'm going to my room, Harry. And then I'm leaving.
But the children. You can't leave the children, too.
The children. Whatever it is I decide to do, you'll know by morning.
Appears to be taking a walk, but his prime object is to accomplish a drop. He is an espionage agent, and somewhere along the way he will deposit money or valuable information. Soon afterwards, another agent or informant will walk to the same spot and pick it up. The drop is routine. Getting the information is more difficult, but the agent's job is made easy when security regulations are ignored. The outcome of wars and the course of world history is changed because people who should have known better were careless.
Back to your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Our curtain rises on Act 3 of Frenchman's Creek, starring Joan Fontaine as Donna and David Niven as the Frenchman. It's long past midnight now. For an hour, Donna has sat motionless in the darkness of her room. Then suddenly she slips away from Navern House. First, there is a call to make on William at the Trigger's cottage.
Milady, what are you doing here? How did you get to me? Your husband?
As far as he knows, I'm still in my room. William, he's been captured, your master.
Yes, milady.
We haven't much time. They plan to hang him at daybreak.
Tregarth has told me.
There must be a way. Some way to help him. I came here to tell you that I'm going to see Lord Godolphin.
At this hour?
Well, his wife is expecting a child. He will still be up. Somehow, Godolphin must take me to his jailhouse, which shouldn't prove difficult. His lordship's a fool.
And then, milady?
And then I don't know. Best wait for me here, William. Your master will have need of you before long.
How good of you to come, Lady Donna. But I assure you there's no need to be concerned for my wife. I'm quite calm myself, as you can see.
The doctor is here, Lord Godolphin?
Dr. Williams, yes. Sent for him an hour ago.
Oh, I'm so relieved. I came in hopes there'd be something I could do.
Oh, nothing at all, dear lady. Nothing at all.
You're quite overwrought, my lord. I wish I could distract you. On my way here, I passed your jailhouse. Is that it where the Frenchman is imprisoned?
The Hindstep bars, madam, with 2 jailers in attendance. It was I, you know, who helped disarm the scoundrel.
Oh, how courageous of you. It shall make a great stir at court with Lord Godolphin.
You flatter me, Lady Donna. Know what the fellow does? Spends his time drawing birds on a sheet of paper. Fellow's mad, of course.
Soon I shall return to London. How pleased His Majesty would be if I had some souvenir of the Frenchman to show him. Do you think he would give me one of his drawings?
Easiest thing in the world. Has them scattered all over his cell.
This night's been so confused, I can't even recall his appearance, except that he's extremely large and appallingly ugly.
Well, not as large as a man as myself, madam. But you shall see him at dawn, of course, when we hang him.
But that is a spectacle, not an interview.
You'd like to see him now?
Well, a woman's curiosity, my lord. Could you indulge it?
Why, by all means, dear child, by all means. Your cloak, milady. We'll call on the wretch immediately. Open up, Zachariah, open up. The jailer, milady. I've promised Lady St. Column a view of the prisoner, Zachariah. Where's the other guard?
Avenue 7, my lord. This way, please. The Frenchman still passes the time drawing pictures.
You'll find our hangman, too, is an artist. Lady St. Column wishes one of his sketches. A memento of a most terrifying night.
This is the cell, my lady.
Stand up, Frenchman. Lady St. Column wishes to have one of your drawings.
Lady St. Column is very welcome. I'm inclined to draw birds, madam.
This sketch here, this is a seagull?
Yes, madam, a seagull.
Looks more like a chicken to me.
Well, I don't think you've given him full plumage, Frenchman.
Oh, the drawing is unfinished, madam. This particular seagull lost one of her feathers in flight. If you know anything about the species, you will recall they seldom venture far out to sea. This one, for instance, is probably only 10 miles from the coast at the present time.
You French call the gull la mouette, do you not?
Indeed. And this particular mouette, I think she will put about and return.
Searching for the feather she has lost.
Exactly.
Who ever heard of a seagull picking up its feathers? Well, dear lady, have you made a choice of the drawings? This is a very nice-looking bird.
Oh, yes, but I rather like the heron, but, I suppose you prefer the stork.
Stork? That reminds me, my wife. I told her I'd be right back.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry, my lord, but I just can't seem to decide.
Oh, I really must get back to her. Here, unlock the door, jailer. Yes, my lord. My lady hasn't made up her mind. Remain here with her.
Oh, thank you, my lord. And do remind Dr. Williams that he has a heavy responsibility.
I will, madam. I certainly will. Scribbler.
His lordship is very worried, Zachariah, but there's really no need of it. Dr. Williams is a most capable physician.
So they say, milady.
Then he's well known hereabouts?
His fees are well known, milady, but I wouldn't know him if I saw him, though.
You, too, are a married man, Zachariah.
Oh, indeed, milady.
And you have children, naturally.
Naturally, milady. 13, and another one expected. We don't want to be unlucky.
Zachariah, you are a remarkable man. And how is your wife doing?
Not as good as I could wish, Frenchman.
Oh, but then she must have Dr. Williams, too.
But I'm a poor man, milady.
Oh, but I know Dr. Williams quite well, and I've never found him unreasonable. He's a fat, jolly man, not at all medical-looking. One might easily mistake him for a gentleman's body servant. Suppose I ask him to see you when he can spare a moment from Lady Godolphin's bedside.
Oh, milady, if you would be so gracious.
Oh, it's nothing, and I'm sure you two will come to terms. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mention the fee at all. Just let things take their own course.
I will, milady, and I'm obliged to you, I'm sure.
And now, Zachariah, I think I will take this drawing. And if you will see me out of here.
Of course, madam. This way, please.
The drawing of the seagull.
How's the act shown with William?
William, of course.
Coming, milady?
I'm coming. William shall become Dr. Williams if all goes well.
Donna, no, you can't. It's impossible.
Perhaps, but we shall see. Not of another word now.
As you wish. Au revoir, ladies and columns, and good luck.
William, you're sure you understand?
Quite, milady. I'm not William, I'm Dr. Williams. Yes, I understand, but I can't say I hold much hope. And you, milady, dressed like a boy. It's most indelicate.
Well, if you can pass as a doctor, I can pass as a groom.
Yes, milady. Why were there no guards to stop us as we came in the estate?
They're all at the house. Godolphin's heir is about to make his appearance. Ready, William?
Ready as I'll ever be, milady.
Then there's the door to the jailhouse. I'll be waiting here in the shadows.
Who is there? Dr. Williams. Come inside, sir. Come in. Lady St. Column tells me you, too, are about to become a father again. If all goes well, sir, yes.
What was the little man in the house, sir? A boy?
And who are you?
Oh, that's Peter, sir, the other jailer.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was a boy, all right. Yes, indeed.
Then his lordship has his heir. What was the boy's weight, if I might ask, sir?
The weight? Yes, the weight. Oh, let me see. The weight was, about 3 or 4 pounds.
You call that a boy? That's no bigger than a shrimp.
I was jesting, of course. Yes, I should have said 13 or 14 pounds. Now, about your good wife.
Now, the lady who was here, sir, has great confidence in you.
And I in her. Yes, Zachariah, that lady is worth 20 Lady Godolphins, if I'm not mistaken.
And between you and me, sir, that Frenchman down there is a better man than some who intend to hang him.
Really? I am most interested to meet that man after what I've heard. Most desperate person. He's sleeping now, I suppose?
Sleeping? Bless you, no, sir. He just sits there smiling and smoking and covering sheets of paper with birds. It's irregular, sir, but if you've a mind to see him, come along.
Thank you, Zachariah. Afterwards, I'll be pleased to prescribe for your wife, and without fee.
Thank you, Doctor. Indeed, sir, you're not the man we took you for.
Indeed, I am not.
We'll be right back, Peter.
All right.
Who is it?
Dr. Williams in there.
What do you want with him?
They sent word from the house. Her ladyship's been taken worse.
Who are you?
Dr. Williams' groom, sir.
Come in, then. I'll go fetch him. Shouldn't wonder. 13 or 14 pounds. Dr. Williams, sir. Dr. Here. Who blew out the candles down there? Zachariah! Dr. Williams!
Up with your hands, Peter.
He said, up with your hands. Zachariah!
I have just prescribed a mild sleeping potion for Zachariah with the butt of this pistol.
Into the cell you go, Monsieur Peter, and you will understand the necessity of this gag. Take his keys, Dr. Williams.
I've got them. Hurry now, please. Boy, where are you?
I'm here, Doctor.
Donna, you all right?
When you're really free, I will be.
She's right. It's a long way yet to your ship.
Quickly, both of you. And lock the door, Williams.
There's the gate. We'll be on the highway in no time.
That coach is coming from the courtyard.
Careful. It's Dr. Williams' coach.
Oh, well, in that event. Stop your coach, driver. Stop. I must talk to your master.
Who stops my coach? What do you want?
Did you give his lordship an air, sir? And is he pleased?
Please, my foot. It's twin girls. I want my supper. Take your hands away.
Into the coach, William.
What? Yes, monsieur.
Oh, permit me. Dr. Williams, meet Dr. Williams. We've decided to travel with you. Coachman?
Aye, sir.
How good is your eyesight?
Oh, excellent, sir.
Then regard what I hold in my hand.
In your hand? Oh, don't shoot, sir. I'll get down.
A man of excellent vision. You'll ride with me, groom. Up you go.
And now where, Frenchman?
A pause on the road while we persuade Dr. Williams to vacate his coach, and then to the beach at Coverack.
You said we'd meet at sunrise, didn't you?
And your answer?
You'll find it there. The beach at Coverack at sunrise. There she is. Your ship. Lamouette.
Yes, Donna. The gull returns for her lost feather. Lamouette keeps her rendezvous. See? They've lowered a boat. They're coming in for us.
And you will be free again. You will be safe.
If the breeze is steady, I will see Brittany tonight and home. There's a house there in Finisterre, which means the land's end. It's on a jagged piece of rock that runs out into the Atlantic. Your house and mine. Donna, you turn from me. Donna.
How can I tell you?
Tell me what?
Last night, after you left, as I sat alone in my room, my little boy woke. He had a bad dream. He was crying. And then he came to me, his mother's arms. And I knew then that a man may be free if at all costs he will. But a woman can only escape for a night and a day.
Then the answer is still the same?
I love you. I shall always love you.
Donna, you belong to me. Why can't we have our happiness?
I shall be happy thinking of you until I die.
The boat is beached, monsieur. Come.
Donna, your little boy. Someday, your little boy may follow the sea, too. If he does, tell him of Lamouette and of a pirate who escaped. A pirate who loved the sea more than anything in the world. Until he found you.
I will tell him.
Goodbye, Donna.
Goodbye, Frenchman.
Back now to your producer, William Keeley.
As they come downstage for the curtain call, the spotlight falls on our stars again, Joan Fontaine and David Niven. Joan, we're happy we caught you before you set off on your Caribbean cruise.
I wouldn't have missed being here tonight, Bill, though I am looking forward to a vacation as soon as I finish my current picture.
You have somewhat the same plans, haven't you, David?
Yes, Bill. On my next vacation, I'm off to England for a spell.
Well, this time, please don't stay away so long.
Oh, I should say not. 6 years is a long time to be away from Hollywood, David. How did it look to you when you got back?
Wonderful. That's all I can say, Joan.
Did it seem much different to you, David?
Well, about the only thing that stayed the same is the La Brea tar pit.
I think I'd be worried if I'd been away so long. It's awfully easy to be forgotten.
Oh, you're too modest, Joan. I don't think you'd ever be forgotten.
No, you don't have to worry about that. Why, first time I walked into a restaurant after getting back, a woman cornered me and said, I've always wanted to get your autograph.
That must have been very reassuring.
Yes, and I wrote it very, very carefully for her, and she said, thank you so much, Mr. Rathbone.
David and I saw a lot of each other at Paramount, but this is the first time we've worked together.
And not the last, I hope.
Good night.
Good
night, and many, many thanks. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Alan Reed as William, Gerald Moore as Rockingham, Tom Collins as Harry, Keith Hitchcock as Godolphin, and Charles Seal, Raymond Lawrence, Jay Novello, Norman Field, and Ann Stone. Our music was directed by Louis Silver.
The American Forces Radio and Television Service.
You're home early, huh?
Men can be so stupid.
Yeah. Well, say, how about some Campbell's home cooking soup?
Grandpa, chicken soup can't fix everything.
No, you got to have some tomatoes and celery and carrots, too. You know, honey, your grandmother never, ever called me stupid. No, she always called me Pinhead.
Oh, Grandpa.
I knew some soup would make you feel better.
Home cooking soups from Campbell. They got their name because of their taste.
McDonald's presents gifts your kids will love. Holiday Huggable Muppet Babies.
Love 'em, hug 'em, Muppet Babies, hug 'em.
You can get your kids Baby Kermit or Baby Fozzie or Baby Piggy for a limited time only. They're soft and huggable at a special low price with any McDonald's food purchase.
Muppet Babies at our place.
Holiday gifts at a special low price.
Good night, Baby Piggy.
Holiday Huggable Muppet Babies. Only at McDonald's for a limited time. So hurry on in.
Even when all of Company B heads for the phone, it's no problem for Gail Godfrey.
Delta Airlines, Gail Godfrey.
Y'all fly to Lubbock, Texas?
Yes, that is confirmed.
I got some friends who want to talk to you now. Just hold on a second. Thank you. Cincinnati, Ohio. New York City. Monroe, Louisiana. Albuquerque, New Mexico. San Jose, California. Portland, Oregon. Here, Montana.
You're all set. Thank you for calling, Delta.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Gail. Did you get many calls this afternoon? One.
Delta, we love to fly, and it shows.
That hang in the sky. It goes with the lows, it goes with the highs, it goes with the girls who live in the sun. It's part of the job and part of the fun. It's a piece of America. Share a little piece of America. Weekly, it's a piece of America. Share a little piece of America. It goes with the boys that play in the dirt. It goes with the joy. It goes with the hurt. It goes with the men you can't fix in. It's there when you lose, and there when you win. It's a piece of America. Share a little piece of America. It's a piece
Her world is a world of passion. No man can resist her. She comes from another time and place. Her capacity for love knows no boundaries. She's Vanna White, and next Sunday, she's the goddess of love.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's my beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. November night slips down on Broadway, a gust of blackness, and at once Broadway is a neon-lighted revival meeting that screams for the joy and the salvation. Then the happy trumpet yells and makes the music of the nighttime, ebbs into the darkness, drifts and dies. And from my window at headquarters, I watched it. Watched a man detach himself from it, turn and stand for an instant in the sallow pool of light from a street lamp and consider it. Turn again and up the steps, and in a little while open my door because he'd been told to see me.
Mr. Clover?
Come in.
You know all about me, don't you?
Not a thing. Who are you?
What do you mean, not a thing? I'm Mr. Bryan.
And?
Well, you know about me, about my wife. Why do you think I was in here yesterday? Tell you people a bunch of lies?
You talked to someone else. I didn't know a thing about you.
My wife. She didn't come home. She hasn't come home, Mr. Clover.
I see. You reported a day ago.
Yes, Clara went out the other evening. I waited for her. Billy's been waiting.
Billy?
3.5, going on 4. The second one, really. Our first child didn't even get born. See,
why did you come to see me, Mr. Bryan?
The man in the other office told me. Please find Clara, Mr. Clover. She's got to come home, Mr. Clover, because the man in the other office said to show you the letter. Here, open it and read it. As you see, the man who wrote the letter says he knows where my wife is. He says his name is Shorty Dunn, and he says, come to the Apollo Hotel. What does that mean? And bring money.
That's strange. It says come to the Apollo Hotel, but it's written on Mission House stationery.
And bring money. That's why I came to the police again. Although I am worried about my wife, I have my head about me. You, the police, you'll find her, Clara. And she'll come home to us then. You fellas are good. Find her. Find her. Find her. Find her.
Suddenly, the spill of words stopped flowing from him. It became a moan. It became the whimper of the helpless. Its component parts, defiance and shame. This was the universal currency of men who must beg, to appease hunger, to barter dignity, to blot out the sudden emptiness. I told him I'd check on it, try to find his wife for him, talk to the man who had written the letter. He accepted the alms I had given him, went away. The Apollo Hotel stands on a corner of the Bowery and sells men's sleep at 50 cents a night. You walk up a flight of stairs, the grit under your feet screeching your presence. And at the landing, a desk, moist with the sweat of hands that have bargained across it. And back of it, the man with the green eye shades, the broken, restless fingers, the vendor of sleep.
Go away. We're full up every bed in the house.
I want Shorty Dunn. Is he here?
You talk like you got a right to want somebody.
Police.
Yeah, I know. You know how I know? Because I'm sensitive to the sound feet make on my stairs. Without looking up, I can tell is it a rummy, a wino, a bum, a cop. You want Shorty, huh?
Yeah.
Imagine that. Shorty finally made it. Somebody wants him. Come on. Bed 12. Distressing, ain't it, policeman? The way a man comes in here for 4 bits worth of sleep and something won't let him.
It bothers you?
You'd be astonished how it bothers me. Yeah. Bed 12. Shorty Dunn. Hey, Shorty. Here, wake up. The day of miracles is here. You got a visitor.
Asleep?
Shorty? Well, what do you know about that?
Can't hear you, can he?
Look at him, like a baby. The jackknife in his heart finally brought it to him.
Yeah.
You wanted him, policeman. Take him away so I can sell his bed all over again.
That's how it was that a stir was created in the Apollo Hotel. Bowery Wino is murdered, and a respectable housewife disappears. What element is common to both? Consider now the letter to Mr. Bryan written on Mission House Stationery, 10th Avenue. Go there, and the man is standing there smiling and waiting for you to come to him.
My name is Paul Foster. You're welcome here.
Thanks. I'm Danny Clover, police.
I hope there's no trouble.
I'm trying to get some information about a man.
So many men come in here for a hot meal or shoes. Friendliness when we feel it will be accepting. A newspaper, little things, sometimes even a job. Mostly we try to give away dignity.
I know. You people do wonderful things.
Oh, thank you. What man did you want to ask me about?
Shorty Dunn.
There's nothing I can tell you that's startling about Shorty. Of course, I can show you a written record on him. He's been rehabilitated about 7 times, which is about normal.
When did you see him last?
Last night. It was very late. We had no bed for him.
He slept at the Apollo Hotel.
I'm glad he did. I give him $50 to find himself a bed. I'm glad he used it for that.
He was found stabbed to death.
It's a pity. It's gotten so that when I hear of death, well, the lives of these men are a pity. They're dying. I don't know what to say anymore.
He wrote a letter before he walked out of here, didn't he?
That's right, he did. He told me it was very important, and I give him the stationery and enough stamps to send a letter special delivery.
Huh. Do you know anything else about him?
Not much. There's a bar down the street, Goldie's, it's called. Shorty swept out and whatever else needed to be done in places like that. You might try there. Stabbed to death. It's a pity. It's a pity.
And I speak as a lady who's had lookers look at her before.
You're Goldie.
The one and only. Since called me that because I got a heart of gold and teeth to match what's left of them. See it? Pure gold. My dowry to some lucky gem.
Goldie,
You want to marry me, looker? I've been searching for the likes of you.
They told me at the mission how Shorty Dunn worked here sometimes. Goldie.
Shut up, lover. Listen. That was our song, Shorty's and mine. Plenty of paper we kept to that.
He's dead, Goldie. Murdered.
You didn't need to tell me that. I knew about it. The gents brought me word. They lap up my beer and give me the world.
Tell me about him.
Your relative?
Police. Danny Clover.
It makes you a relative.
Shorty was an old friend of yours?
My fiancé. Many days stood right there at the bar rail, just where you're standing, and proposed to me on bended knee.
But you didn't marry him?
Shorty, that no good. I take it back. I bite my tongue. There were a lot of nice things about Shorty.
Like what?
Like the way he'd buy me a little present sometimes from the empties I gave him to sell.
He worked for you? You paid him?
That wasn't work, relative. To Shorty, it was a labor of love. I had to force my empties on him.
That's how he lived. Bought a place to sleep, something to eat.
Oh, my Shorty had other sources of income.
Like what?
Like Joe, the junk man. Shorty sold him things he found in trash cans. You'd be surprised the things people throw away, lover.
Where do I find Joe?
Over on 9th toward the river. Have one on the house, Danny. While Goldie goes in the back room and cries.
Your name, Joe?
Who are you?
You're open pretty late, aren't you, Joe? It's almost 11 o'clock.
I make junk at all hours. I stay here to sort it out. Now, who are you?
Danny Clover, police.
You got junk?
On your feet, Joe.
I'm busy.
On your feet. Stand up. I want to talk to you. Better.
You get your 11 o'clock jollies this way? People got to stand when they talk to you.
Want to talk in your backyard or mine?
Talk.
Did you know Shorty Dunn?
Did I know him? I know him.
He's been murdered.
So?
You know anything about it?
Look, to me, Shorty was bottles. He brought bottles and I paid him. All it means to me that Shorty is dead, that I'm going to have to find someone just as good with bottles.
That's all, huh?
What do you want from me? What I got here is junk. And who brings it here is junk.
Where did Shorty hang out?
A question. He held out his hand on corners. Who knows what corners? He slept in doorways. He slept at the mission house. He slept in those tenements over there.
Over where?
2 of them right over there. You can see them if you stand on your toes and look over the fence. Deserted. Condemned. You know how tenements get? Like people get.
Danny? Over here, Mugler.
If you hadn't answered, I wouldn't have known it was you. A shape, a shadow, something left over.
Let's go.
You're looking for something, Danny, in this tenement? That's why you called me?
Uh-huh.
If it's not asking too much...
Something that'll help me find Shorty Dunn's murderer.
The bum?
Something he may have left. Slept here sometimes, the man told me. Look for it, Mugler.
Okay, Danny.
You take these rooms. I'll go on down the hall.
Yeah. What you expected, huh, Danny?
No.
She was strangled. See, the lash shows up the marks on the throat. I'd say she's been here a night, maybe more.
Anything else?
Yeah, this purse I found laying beside her.
Open it.
Yeah. Compact, lipstick, tissues, a wallet. No money. A picture of a little boy. Identification card says Mrs. James Bryan, 1946, West 146. Case of accident, notify James Bryan. Danny.
Huh?
Isn't this the Mrs. Bryan that was reported missing, the one her husband?
Yeah. That one.
And she was here all the time. What do you know about that? What do you know?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There's a time on Broadway when the street has not yet come into its own. The empty hours, the useless hours between dawn and noon. Broadway scrubs its sidewalks, tries to sweep the hours away, to pile them into gutters. It eyes the unlighted neon, checks the sleeping masses of the spectacular, and longs for the time of darkness. But the daylight clings. You must find a way of rejecting it, kid. Brush it, huh? Because what kicks are there when the sun shines down? Except this item, maybe. The item in the paper you picked out of the trash bin. Missing woman found, it says, in condemned tenement. Murdered. And this one. Derelict stabbed to death in flop house. That'll hold you, kid, till the nighttime? Sure it will. And at headquarters, a man comes in, oozing with information. You know that because he tells you.
I'm oozing with it, Danny. Oh, the bits and pieces I got for you.
You'll give them to me, huh?
Naturally, but piecemeal. First, Detective Muggerman has even now picked up Mr. Bryan. They are on their way to the morgue to identify the deceased.
Well, tell me the rest of the way there, huh, Tartaglia?
If you promise to let me keep up with you.
I promise.
Second, on the person of the deceased Shorty Dunn was found $20, undoubtedly from the purse of Mrs. Clara Bryan.
Go on.
Thirdly, our boys have checked with the manager of the flop house.
He tells them a guy he could never describe bought a bed at his hotel. Registered as Joe Jones. Slept for a while next to Shorty. Got up, walked away. Nobody knows where, nobody cares. Except us, huh, Danny?
Well, what else?
Hey, Danny, not so fast. What else is fourthly? A list was found in Mrs. Bryan's purse. It appears to our experts to be a shopping list. It so appears to me also.
You got it?
Well, naturally.
Give it to me.
I had so intended. It's not necessary for me to go in with you, Danny, into the morgue. It spoils my day.
You can go back.
Thanks, Danny.
No. I can't. Not to me.
The spectacle of death on a slab, lit by a single bulb. The chill wind that built into the morgue rocked the light gently, and they appeared, each in his turn. A policeman, a dead woman, her husband, stark. It needed another quality, not another spectator. I left. Now there was a list. Mrs. Bryan had intended to visit 4 places. A 10-cent store on a side street off Upper Broadway. A lending library close by. A place called Mildred's Beauty Shop. And a Dr. Johnson. Whether she had gotten to these places or in what sequence, I didn't know. I had to find out.
Yes, sir? Something I can do for you?
My name's Clover, Mr. Libby. I'm from the police.
Police?
That's right.
Why? I mean, why are you here? As a customer
As a policeman. I want some information.
Oh, I'd be glad to, but what information would I have for the police?
Did you know Mrs. Clara Bryan?
The woman who was murdered? Yes. She was in here the other night, the night before last.
What time was that, Mr. Libby?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. I don't know.
What did she buy?
Well, you can't expect me to remember that. Every item I have in the store, 10 cents or 25 or $1.
You keep a tab from your cash register of your sales.
Oh, yes.
Get it from the day before yesterday.
Mm-hmm. All right. Here you are. As you see, every item, 10 cents or 25.
There's a sale for $4.98, the last item on the tab.
Oh, the toy bear, the mechanical bear. I bought a shipment for Christmas. I remember now. Mrs. Bryan bought one for her Billy. That's her son.
Then she must have been your last customer.
She must have been. I closed at 7, but I don't have any idea how near to closing time she left. Not any idea.
Yes, sir. A book, get well card. You run this place alone? Hold it a bit, huh? Gesundheit. I asked you.
I got another one coming on.
Gesundheit.
In the nose. Every fall like clockwork. You'll pardon me when I take my assistant. You asked me something.
If you ran this place alone.
That's right, absolutely right, all alone. That matters?
Then you knew Mrs. Clara Bryan.
Not as well as I would have liked. Ever see her? I mean, before. Shouldn't have happened to Clara.
No.
You've got a point there, mister. Yes, sir, you've got a point. Whenever Clara walked in, it filled the day for me. Made me lend books to myself to read at night.
What did it do for her?
You're a policeman?
Uh-huh.
I thought so, the way you asked questions. Very personal, very apt.
Then you'll answer them because you like the way I asked them.
What it did for her, you asked. How would you know about a woman like Mrs. Bryan? I'd pass a remark. She'd smile. You know, kind of Mona Lisa-like. Borrow 2 books instead of 1.
That was all?
I offered to give her a book once, any one she wanted, any price. She let me walk her home that evening, but didn't take the book.
That was the night before last?
Don't crowd me. Not night before last. 2 weeks ago.
But she was here night before last?
Yes, to return the book. Hated it, she said. I knocked off a day's rent. She didn't take another book out.
Did she have anything with her? A package, mechanical doll?
Nothing, just a book and herself. I noticed. Because on Mrs. Bryan, I noticed these things. Every time she walked in here.
one's your wife? I'll tell her.
I'm from the police.
Bully for you. Which one's your wife?
I want some information from someone named Mildred.
For me? What information?
About Clara Bryan.
Sure, I'll tell you about it. I read the morning papers. She was found strangled. You want me to tell you why?
That's right.
Clara was attractive. She was 35 years old and her hair didn't need touching. Had a nice figure and she knew it. She was proud of it. Had a husband who worked too hard and came home too late.
How do you know all this?
I run a beauty parlor, and it's for women. You want to listen to some of them? Right now, Mrs. Conley's in there telling her hairdresser why sometimes she's sorry she got a divorce.
Did Clara Bryan know any men?
You say it so gently. Women don't say it like that at all.
Did she know any?
She loved her husband. What woman doesn't like a man to look at her? What woman doesn't like to be insulted? But Clara always went to her husband and child.
She was in here the night before last, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
How long did she stay?
Just a few minutes. Long enough for me to tell her we couldn't take her, and then she wanted to wash and set.
Do you remember what time it was?
I came back from dinner about 5:30. A little after that. About 5:45.
One more thing. Was she carrying anything?
I think she had a book with her. That's right, she did. She told me it was a terrible book, waste of time, and she was returning it.
Did she have a toy with her, a mechanical bear?
I didn't notice. Maybe she did. Do you want anything else? No? Will you pardon me? It's time to take Mrs. Westfall out of the oil.
I'm certain of it. When Mrs. Bryan came for her appointment at 6, she was only carrying a book, nothing else.
Why did Mrs. Bryan have to come to you, a chiropractor?
Mrs. Bryan had trouble with her back. She'd been coming to me for some time now, aches in her back, pain. I did what I could. I gave her temporary relief, but,
what are you trying to say?
I cured the symptoms, but not the source of her trouble.
Well, that doesn't tell me a whole lot.
Well, you understand, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a chiropractor. What I'm going to tell you is only conjecture.
All right.
The trouble was here in her head, not in her back.
Meaning?
Oh, there's a very glib word for it, psychosomatic. It's simple, really. She was tired of routine. She'd reached a point in life when she recognized the fact that what she had was all there was going to be, as far as her life was concerned. She was restless in her mind.
Men?
Clara didn't have the heart to do anything like that.
Clara didn't.
She permitted me that, to call her by her first name. I confess it to you. She knew I was attracted to her. Once, when she left here, she touched my cheek and smiled. If she would have let me, I would have tried to make her happy. Believe me, Mr. Clover, she wouldn't let me.
And that ended that. These were the 4 places Mrs. Bryan had visited before she died. When she had gone to the beauty shop, she had a book. She left there with it. Had gotten rid of it at the next stop, the lending library. Then the 6 o'clock appointment with the chiropractor. And the chiropractor was certain she didn't have the mechanical toy with her. And the man at the 10-cent store was certain he'd sold her one. So the store had been the last stop on the list. Go back there.
Hello there. I see you came back.
That's right.
How you coming?
With what?
Well, you know, with the murder case.
No, not so good, Mr. Libby.
I was reading the papers. I see where you boys found a bum in the Bowery stabbed to death. This happened while you were looking for Mrs. Bryan, didn't it?
Uh-huh.
You sound tired.
Mind if I look around for a while? These toys. Quite a collection.
Do you have kiddies?
No, I'm not married.
Oh. Have you made any progress on the case?
Some. Nice toy.
Take it with you. Maybe you've got a nephew.
No, none of those either.
Well, what do you figure the connection is between that bum and Mrs. Bryan?
Pretty obvious.
Obvious to you boys, not to a 10-cent store man like me.
Well, it's like this. Our technical boys tell me Mrs. Bryan wasn't strangled in the tenement, but some other place. She was killed and then brought to the tenement.
You figure the bum killed her, huh? I read where he had $20 in his pocket. Motive was robbery,
No, that's not what happened. What happened is...
I see you're staring at my $4.98 item. those mechanical bears. You like them?
What happened is this. Our bum, Shorty, was about to bed down for the night in the condemned tenement. He found Mrs. Bryan's body, opened her pocketbook, so she was, took her money and ran.
You boys...
Killer had just put Mrs. Bryan in the tenement. He watched Shorty do all that. Followed Shorty the rest of his life. Saw him write a letter at the mission.
A letter? I didn't read anything about that.
Killer must have seen that the letter was addressed to her husband.
Well, how did you figure that without seeing what happened and all?
That's the only way it makes sense.
Gee, I don't know. I stick to my theory. I still think the bum killed her.
No, you're wrong, Mr. Libby. Shorty didn't kill her. The killer followed Shorty to the Apollo Hotel and killed him because he thought that the reason Shorty had written to Mr. Bryan was to tell him he knew who had murdered his wife. Mrs. Bryan was an attractive woman, wasn't she?
I really didn't notice.
Funny. Everybody else noticed.
I didn't.
Funny?
All the attention I pay to people is what they buy. I have a living to make.
How many of these 498 mechanical bears did you order?
6.
Funny?
What's funny?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still 6 here on the shelf.
What's that got to do with anything?
You sold one to Mrs. Bryan, remember?
What?
But you never took it out of the store, did you? After you killed her, you put it back on the shelf.
She teased me. She looked promises at me. When I wrapped her packages for her, she'd stand close to me, and when I looked at her, she'd turn around and walk away. The other night, she looked tired. I invited her in the back for coffee. She said, all right. She went back and slouched down in my chair. I looked at her. I brushed her hair back from her cheek. She started to scream. Something happened. I strangled her.
Broadway. It's a hunger complete with 8-beat rhythm and spinning neon. Grab yourself a dream and dance a while. Close your eyes. Make believe you've got your arms around something good. Keep them closed. What you're holding is stuff. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Tonight on FEN Presents, you've been listening to some of the best in radio drama with Fibber, Magee, and Molly, and Broadway is My Beat. Join us again Monday evening at the same time, 9:05, when FEN presents Dragnet and Escape.
Shopping for something special? Safeway's got it. Safeway lean center cut pork loin roast, 1/4 inch super trimmed, of course, just $1.88 a pound. Fresh, luscious raspberries, the pick of the season, specially priced at only 99 cents a basket. And everyone's favorite Pepsi drinks, just $1.39 a 6-pack.
Feel good about yourself. Help feed the hungry by picking up an extra can of food when you shop at Safeway. Bring it to Rainbow Records and get $2 off your favorite music. Your food will help feed the hungry.
Try some of this, try some of that. A little more of this, a little more of that. Give them all a little pat of butter. Spread on this, take off that. 36 calories, can't beat
delicious, pure, fresh, natural dairy butter. It has only 36 calories per pat, the same as margarine. Isn't that terrific?
Look at this, look at that. Give them all a little pat of butter.
You know, the problem may not be your phone, but your long-distance phone company. Switch to Sprint. Get the best sound quality and save as much as 10, 20, even 30%.
My palms used to sweat when I had to get on the highway. Now with my Camry V6, I just punch. Yeah! Punch it, Margaret!
My Toyota, I love it.
The 1989 Toyota Camry V6. 24 valves, 153 horsepower to please even the toughest customers.
We just fell in love with life in the fast lane.
My Toyota, who could ask for anything more?
Music and songs, spelling, art and computer drawing, word games like search and scramble, word skills, math and math games for two. Socrates, with over 90 built-in educational programs. Now instead of just watching TV, your child can learn from TV. Socrates turns your TV into a learning center with over 90 built-in programs. Socrates, learning one-to-one.
Weight Watchers has a splendid new goodie, a rich chocolate brownie with real chocolate chips inside and walnuts on top. It's a perfectly delicious sweet for your goodie basket. Enjoy it. Just beware of wolves.
I got Max when he was 6 months old, which was 10 years ago, and I've had him that whole time. When I was first diagnosed with AIDS, my real concern was how my dog would be taken care of at times when I was sick.
I've got some spare time. I love animals. It's not only for the client, it's for me too.
That's what a friend is for.
I'm Bryant Gumbel. This week on Today, we'll look at the agenda for the Bush administration.
I'm Jane Pauley. Also, Jonathan Winters, George Burns, and Steve Gutenberg.
That's this week on Today.
Tomorrow, teenagers on steroids. A spotlight report on America's newest drug epidemic. On NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, our happy postman, Mel Blanc, and Lorene Tuttle, Elliot Lewis, and Wally Mayer. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. It's late afternoon at the Burnses, and a very hungry George is just arriving home for dinner. He hurries up the walk, reaches for the doorknob, when suddenly from inside the house...
Holy smoke! Gracie is being murdered. Gracie, what happened?
Nothing, dear. I'm listening to my favorite radio mystery, The Tall Man.
We got you this time, tall man. You like that? Shut that off.
Well, what's the matter?
Gracie, stop with these radio mysteries. I'd like some dinner. I'm hungry.
But I want to listen to The Tall Man.
Nuts to the tall man. How about the hungry man?
Oh, I haven't heard that program. When is it on?
I'm the hungry man.
Oh.
I'm starved.
Oh.
I'm famished. I could eat a horse.
Oh, well, then you should have called me from the office. I was planning on lamb chops.
Yes. Look,
quiet, dear. I want to finish listening to The Tall Man. You remember it's about that marvelous detective named Rudy and his darling wife, Trudy?
Yes, a darling girl.
Oh, she's just charming. They're so in love. Right in the middle of a murder, they lean over the victim and hold hands.
Yeah, they're romantic.
Oh, yes. It's so exciting tonight. I'll turn it on again. Rudy and Trudy have been captured by the master criminal. He's been chained in a dungeon, and he's torturing them.
Well, that I'd like to hear.
Shh.
Are you afraid, Trudy?
That's Rudy.
Yes, I guess that is.
Not when I'm with you, Rudy.
That's Trudy.
I know.
I can't bear to look, Rudy. What torture is he using on you?
He's burning the soles of my feet with red-hot iron.
Does it hurt, darling?
I find it rather annoying.
Oh, Rudy's so brave.
I'll call him Spunky after this.
What is he doing now, Rudy?
He's pouring molten lead in my ear.
Does it hurt?
Beg pardon?
Is it frightfully painful?
I'm beginning to get bored. Care for a kiss, sweetheart?
Naturally.
Oh, Rudy's so romantic.
He's a romantic chap, yes.
I think I shall break these chains and capture this ruffian.
Do that, Rudy.
I shall, Trudy.
Oh, Rudy's so strong.
He's a brute, yes. Stand back, tall man. I got you covered with my Tommy gun.
I'm not impressed. Take that.
Ooh!
How splendid, Rudy. Now, how shall we escape from this dungeon?
Simple, Trudy. I shall take the springs from that bed and build a radio broadcasting station.
Oh, no.
Then we'll radio for assistance.
Oh, Rudy's so brilliant.
Smart as a whip, yes.
You're a most amazing man. Precious.
Thank you. Would you care for a kiss, sweetheart?
Naturally.
Shut that thing off. Shut it off. Shut it off.
Oh, aren't they wonderful, George?
Yeah, they're wonderful, wonderful. Now, how about some food? I'm starved.
Oh, food. The tall man and his wife would never bother with food. They're too busy discovering murders and grilling suspects.
All right. Grill me a suspect, I'll eat that.
Oh, George, why can't you be more like Rudy, the tall man? Does he yap at his wife about cooking and things like that? No. He's romantic. When he comes home, he kisses her hand.
All right. Stick your hand up to my mouth.
With your appetite, I wouldn't dare. Well, all right, dear, all right. I'll show you how quickly I can get domestic. Now, how would you like some nice lamb chops, mashed potatoes and gravy, fresh asparagus, green salad, and apple pie?
Great.
All right, I'll call the Brown Derby, make a reservation.
You really got domestic there. Oh, brother, I can eat a horse. I'm really hungry.
Hello? Is that you, Dave?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Oh, Donna, someone else is on the line.
Hey, listen, Dave. Got a little job to do. Got to get rid of a rat.
Oh, it's a couple of killers.
Well, hang up.
Okay. When do we do the job?
How about tonight? We'll collect overtime.
Yeah.
They're going to kill a man tonight.
Oh, stop.
Where is the rat?
360 North Camden Drive. Meet me there in 2 hours.
What if there's no one home?
Oh, yeah. I'll call and check on that.
Okay. What's it gonna be? Poison?
Nah, that's too slow.
I got you, Pete. I'll see you there.
So long.
I heard it. I heard the whole plot to murder a man. Oh, we've got to warn him, George. Where's 360 North Camden Drive?
That's our house.
Oh, good. Let's go. Yo, George!
What's the matter?
The killers are after you.
Gracie, you've been listening to too many of these crime programs. You're imagining this.
They're here already. It's the killers.
Oh, it's Bill Goodwin. I saw him through the window. Come in.
Hi, Burnses. What's new?
Oh, Bill, they're gonna shoot George.
Why, did he break a leg?
I wish it had been the killers.
Oh, Bill, this is serious. Someone's out to get George. And I know how those killers work. They'll shoot him and stab him and strangle him. And then they'll put him in cement and drop him in the ocean. And George can't swim.
Yes, and it's bad for my rheumatism. Gracie, relax. Nobody is after me. I'm an entertainer. Every week I sing and tell jokes to 20 million people. Who'd want to kill me?
20 million people.
Bill, please remember who pays your salary. You're not working for Hope now.
No, that's right. Now I'm working for charity.
Why,
Boys,
you...
Listen. How can you fight among yourselves when George's life is in danger? Bill, why don't you be George's bodyguard?
Thanks, but I don't need a guard.
No, but you could sure use a body.
I don't believe any of this killer stuff.
Hello?
Hello? Is George Burns there?
Yes. George, it's one of the killers.
Oh, stop kidding. Give me the phone. Hello?
Burns?
That's me.
Just wanted to make sure that you were home. See you at 9 o'clock.
You were right. The killers are coming for me.
George, I think I'm going to faint. Oh, darn it, he beat me to it.
Stardust. Seems like only yesterday when I first heard that tune, yet it must be 20 years.
That's right, Bill. Hoagie Carmichael wrote Stardust way back in 1929. 1929. Short skirts and bobbed hair were still in fashion then, and the country was dancing something called the Lindy Hop.
Ah, sure, I remember, Meredith. Lots of memories are wrapped up in a tune like Stardust. Your first real dance when Dad let you borrow the family jalopy. The way you felt about your best girl when you saw her in the music and moonlight. Warm, happy memories out of yesterday. Moments that belong so truly and inescapably to the American scene. Reminds me how, down through the years, Maxwell House coffee has become so real a part of the American scene. We Americans love coffee. It's our national drink. And today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. It's Maxwell House wherever you go. How explain this amazing preference? Listen. Flavor's the answer, of course. That good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these Highland-grown Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. All meaning great coffee at the peak of flavorful perfection. Friends, why not make yours coffee at its best? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Oh, George, what'll we do? The killers are coming for you.
Yeah. Any minute now, somebody will take a pot shot at me.
Yeah, get your stomach away from that window.
Gee, who can I turn to for help?
Oh, I've got it. I know just the one who can save you. The tall man.
It's a radio program.
But I read in a magazine that Rudy and Trudy are really man and wife. And I know where they live. Come on.
Gracie, listen. Radio stars are not the same in person as they are on the air. On their programs, Sinatra's skinny, Jack Benny is stingy, and Eddie Cantor is an old man. But have you seen them in person?
Yeah, and that clinches my argument. Come on.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, well, here's the tall man's house. I'll ring the bell. Oh, Rudy can save you from those killers. He's so strong and brave and clever.
Well, what is it?
Are you, Trudy?
That's right. What do you want?
Well, we want to speak to your husband, the tall man.
Hey, Rudy, you've got visitors.
Oh, not now, Trudy. I'm in agony. This hangnail is killing me.
A hangnail bothers the tall man?
Oh, there must be some mistake. I know he's brave.
Oh, look at this piece of skin dangling down. My own skin. It's almost 1/8 of an inch long.
I told you I'd cut it off.
No, don't touch me with those awful scissors. I'd faint.
Hey, he's brave. Look, let's go, Gracie. I think we're...
What can I do for you? Please make it brief because I'm suffering dreadfully.
Oh, yes. A hangnail can be painful. I suppose you hurt your finger when you knocked out a bunch of gangsters.
Ha! Tell them how you did it, stupid.
I was trying to open a jar of peanut butter.
Spilled it all over the floor, too.
Well, it was too heavy for me.
Stop making excuses. You're clumsy, that's all.
But I thought he was so smart about doing things with his hands, like making a radio set out of the bed springs.
Him? Old Butterfingers?
Sure, he dropped the peanut butter.
I'll never forget the time I asked him to put a new bulb in the lamp. He broke it all to pieces.
That was your fault. You should have told me which end of the bulb to screw in.
Let's get somebody else to help me. I don't
No,
think I got a
George,
chance.
no.
I think I'm ruined if I get this kid.
Rudy, my husband is in danger, and we thought that you might be his bodyguard.
What did I do?
What's the matter?
Look, crawling on the floor, a bug.
Want me to kill it, strong heart?
No, just shoo it out. You know I can't stand the sight of blood. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Well, I did want you to guard my husband, but somehow in person you don't seem to be like you are on the radio.
I should hope not. That tall man is such a brutal character.
Yeah, she's a bad man.
I'd be much happier if they let me play Henry Aldrich.
He'd be even happier if they let him play Ma Perkins.
Now you stop teasing me, Trudy. It's time to put another cold compress on my finger.
Okay, stick it out. There.
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold.
I'm freezing to
Yes,
death.
it's
I
cold.
can't stand
It's cold. It's cold.
Will you stop yelling or will I slug you?
All right, I'll be brave. Would you care for a little kiss, sweetheart?
Oh, shut up.
Come on, Gracie, let's get out.
Well, the tall man couldn't help us, Meredith, so now it's up to you and me to save George's life.
Is that why we came down here to the underworld, Gracie?
Yes, this is the same tough saloon we were in last week. We'll ask questions and find out who's after George.
I get it. We'll pretend to be crooks again.
Right. Hey, you, bartender, let's have some service.
Yeah.
Okay, what'll it be?
I'll have a beer.
What kind?
Root.
Yeah.
Hey, ain't I seen your face someplace else?
No, it's always been right here in the front of me head.
Hey, I remember you now. You was here last week. Said your name was Gracie Catraz.
That's me, sister to Alcatraz. Want some information?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the dope?
He's my friend, Meredith Wilson.
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, there's a couple of killers trying to knock off a pal of mine named
pretty boy Burns. I want protection for him.
Never heard of him.
Here's his picture.
Pretty boy, huh?
Yeah.
Sure outgrew it, didn't he? Yeah.
I want to know who's trying to kill him and why.
I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, won't talk, huh? Suppose I have Meredith work you over.
He ain't man enough to hurt a flea. Yeah. Hey, look, I don't know nothing. If you want protection for Burns, why don't you get him a couple of flat feet?
It's no good. He's already got a couple.
That doesn't. Will you get out of here, sister? Yeah.
Come on, Meredith.
Meredith Wilson and his orchestra in Hippity-Doo-Dah.
George, while I put these false whiskers on you.
Gracie, do you think this plan will work?
Well, certainly. You've got to escape from the killers, and a disguise is the only way. Nobody will know you're disguised as an old man.
What are you doing now?
Well, I'm drawing wrinkles on your face with my eyebrow pencil. There. Now, put on these spectacles and take this cane.
Well, how do I look?
Your own wife wouldn't know you.
I'm not so sure.
What did you say, Edgar?
Edgar?
See, your own wife.
Yeah, you didn't recognize me.
Now, don't be afraid to open the door, dear. No one will recognize you.
Good evening, Mr. Burns. Here's a special delivery letter for you.
Mr. Postman, don't you notice something different about George?
Yes. I've never seen him looking better. Better? He looks so much younger than usual. Goodbye, Mr. Postman. Goodbye, and remember, keep smiling. Come on, get this disguise off me. I've got to think of a plan. The killers will be here any minute.
Yeah, I've got it. I'll put a dress on you and disguise you as a woman.
They'll see right through that.
Not if you wear a slip under it.
Well, nuts to that. I'm through with disguises. Let the killers come. I'll fight them man to man. I'm not afraid.
Oh, darling. There they are. Shall I open the door, George? George, come out from under the divan. Half of you is still sticking out, and it makes it a very tempting target.
Hey, what goes on here? Why don't you open the door when a fella... What's George doing under the couch? Developing pictures?
Now, he thought you were the killers, Bill. They're due any minute.
Yeah, Bill. I've only got a few more minutes to live. My whole life is flashing before me. My childhood. The day I became 21. The day I went to war.
Tell me, George, was it tough at Gettysburg?
That's right. Joke while the killers come closer and closer.
Now, wait a minute. You mean this stuff about the killers is really on the level?
Well, certainly it is.
Well, why didn't you two say so? I'll save you, George. I'll set a trap for those guys.
Wonderful.
Now, Gracie, get me a long piece of string, a shotgun, and a kettle full of boiling water. I'll fix those killers.
Oh, right away, Bill.
How does the trap work, Bill?
Well, as the killers turn the doorknob,
Yeah.
it pulls the string, which sets off the shotgun.
It shoots the killers?
No.
No, huh? Something else happens?
Yeah. Now, here's what happens. It shoots a hole in the kettle and lets the boiling water run out.
And it runs on the killers?
No.
Not yet. You got something else.
It runs into a percolator, makes a pot of Maxwell House coffee.
What happens to the killers?
They smell the coffee and make a beeline to the kitchen to get some.
They forget all about me.
Sure, they forget. You
said
blame
that.
them?
No.
Maxwell House is rich, delicious, and mellow. That famous Maxwell House flavor, you know, is the result of careful selection and blending of premium Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. It's no wonder more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Bill, are you just going to let the killers sit there and drink the coffee?
Oh, no, George.
Oh, you
of
got
course
something.
not. Yeah.
I thought so.
You see, this is National Donut Week. We'll give them some donuts, too.
Yeah, that
What a combination.
And a good trap.
Donuts. Donuts and Maxwell House coffee.
And a new partner for Gracie, because I'll be dead.
Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why Maxwell House is the choice of so many millions of Americans today. They know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Bill, I don't think much of your plan.
But George, except for one little flaw, it's a wonderful plan.
Yeah, but when the killers get through with the donuts and coffee, they'll murder me.
That's the one little flaw.
Outside of that, you got
Bill,
something.
and the kettle.
Oh.
George,
What happened?
the killers.
The killers?
Look, they're coming up the front walk.
What'll I do? Where can I hide? I know. The closet.
No, George, don't go in there. You're gonna face these killers like a man. You're not gonna hide in that closet.
Why not?
Because that's where I'm hiding.
My pal.
Oh, they're almost to the door, George. Now they've stopped to look at the address.
I'm going to hide in the cellar. Tell them I'm not here. Get rid of them.
No, George, Bill, come back. Oh, all right, I'll face them alone. I'll save George from those killers.
This the right place, Dave?
Yeah, 360. Let's make this a quick one, Pete.
Well, shouldn't take us long to get rid of one rat.
Nah. No, it ain't like a termite job.
The jobs I hate are them silverfish.
Well, ants and moths ain't no bargain either.
Uh-huh. What a lousy racket we're in, huh? You know, if I had it to do over again, I wouldn't be an exterminator.
Me neither. Hey, when did this guy Burns call about the rat in his cellar?
Oh, that was more than a month ago. Well, you know how the orders pile up. When I spoke to him today, he acted like he'd forgot all about it.
Well, come on, let's get it over with.
You come in.
We called you today, lady. We're here
Oh, yeah, I know why you're here.
Okay. Where's the rat?
He went to Florida.
Florida?
Doctor's orders.
Hey, look. We got no time for jokes, lady. That rat's in the cellar, right?
Yeah, how did you know?
We make our living this way. Let's get busy, Dave.
Oh, wait. Please don't kill him.
What's eating you, lady?
I love that little rat.
You love him? Hey, look, lady, you're kidding.
No.
No, well, ain't he a pest? Don't he sneak around at night and eat up all the food? Don't he cost you money?
Well, yes, but I love the little rat.
Look at it this way, lady. Don't it scare you when you see them little beady eyes looking at you? And them little gray whiskers are twitching, huh?
Yes, but I love the little rat.
Well, for Pete's sake, why?
Stop talking like my mother.
Huh?
I love him because he's mine. I've nursed him when he was sick, shared his sorrows and joys. He's my boopsy boy.
You call him Boopsy Boy?
Yes.
Well, it's a nice name.
Oh, he's wonderful. You should have seen him in vaudeville.
Vaudeville?
Uh-huh.
Sounds like an educated rat.
No, he never got past the 4th grade.
Hey, look. What do you make of this, Dave?
Nuttier than a fruitcake.
Yeah. Hey, look, lady. We won't hurt the little fella. Nah, we'll give him gas. He won't feel nothing.
Yeah. And then we'll pick him up by the tail and carry him out.
Yeah.
This I gotta see.
Who's this guy just popped out of the closet?
He's Boopsy Boy's best friend.
You and the rat are friends?
Oh, sure. I've known the little guy for years. We wear each other's neckties.
Another loony. Let's get out of here.
No, nuts to that. I'm here to kill that rat, and I'm going to go down the basement and do it.
Oh, no, please.
Get away from that door. Hey, come on, Dave. Come on, we're getting out of here.
What happened, Pete?
Well, if you think those two are nuts, you ought to see the idiot they keep in the basement.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Till next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House. Now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Mom dismayed by the breakfast parade? She'll thank her stars for instant Maxwell House coffee. It's instant, it's new, it's good to the last drop, too. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. True coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And thrifty. A jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Right now, Domino's Pizza is dealing. And here's the deal. You can get 2 regular pizzas for $8.88. And Domino's Pizza delivers in less than 30 minutes. So discard this joker and be a winner. Get 2 regular pizzas for $8.88. But don't miss out. This deal ends soon. Call Domino's Pizza now.
Get 2 12-inch original cheese pizzas for only $8.88 plus tax. Or for $3 more, 2 tasty custom-made Domino's pan pizzas. Call us tonight.
Citibank has an 800 number for the hearing impaired, so they can call us on special teletype phones. I read what happened and typed back that I'd cancel her old Citibank Visa and send her a new one right away.
Not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
Introducing TurboGrafx 16, the next generation video game system. It's 4 times faster, so the games are more exciting. There are almost 10 times as many colors, so the arcade quality graphics are even more intense. And you can expand your system with a CD player for CD games with sound effects that are turbocharged. TurboGrafx 16 from NEC, the higher energy video game system.
Good evening, I'm Carolyn Tyler.
And I'm Frank Crocker. United Farm Workers leader Cesar Chavez arrived in Watsonville today, demanding housing for hundreds of field workers left homeless by the quake.
Meanwhile, Caltrans officials report more bad news for the Bay Bridge. It'll take longer than expected to repair the severed span.
Buying a new home in the Bay Area is taking on a new priority. Many buyers want to know not only what's in the house, but also what's underneath it.
We'll have those stories, all the news, on 7 at 11.
We did some serious shopping, comparing 500 items at major supermarkets. Enough was saved at Lucky to also buy 11 of these, and 8 pounds of these, and 20 bags of this, and 10 cans of this.
with savings at Lucky up to 10%. For your best list prices, shop smarter. Shop Lucky.
I kept getting these headaches. Then my assistant said, "Why are you squinting so much at those printouts?" I didn't mess around. Went straight to Lens Crafters.
Lens Crafters crafts your quality glasses in about an hour by putting the whole lab right in the store. So you can see better and feel better in about an hour.
No more headaches, great-looking top-quality glasses, and all it took was 1 hour.
Now for a limited time, Lens Crafters will repair or replace your quake-damaged glasses free. For details, call 1-800-522-LENS. Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet.
And now, tonight's episode of the Green Hornet.
Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I could hardly talk.
What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired?
Walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year.
Well, what did you find out about?
Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. Most of them are better off than I am myself.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, just that. 6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that.
Really? Well, it's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years.
You're sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey? But someone seemed to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer.
Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened.
Yes. Then go down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford.
What do you want?
Do you have a list of the families you visited?
Oh, sure. I got it right here. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
The ones with the little crosses beside them were the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on.
Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed.
Do what you like with it. But I'm through trapping around. My feet can't take it.
Oh, that's too bad. They're such nice big ones, too.
You and your corny jokes. Get that, Casey. Big feet, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you.
Get out of here. Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is it, Miss Case?
Axford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones from the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Axford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that was peculiar.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Axford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. There's 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Now, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well read out those Axford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right. You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am, too. I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. Now, I'll be interested to find out if any of the fortunate 6 have been on our list for any length of time.
So will I.
Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Good morning, Reed. What do you think about Spencer? Was it the modern edition?
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? Now, what about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
I know.
For a while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the number and description of the holdup car as they left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer. Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief. That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was flashing a big roller door in a Water Street bar. That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup. Sure, and that left Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the holdup job, but to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer. He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
The city could do well without men like Spencer. There doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. Seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. Later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again. I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, Chief, boss, thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Give it, Virgil. Give it. Here. Take this over to Magee Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? You get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all meet me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. Both of us.
Yeah, I see what you mean. That you wouldn't be so good with it.
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. You know, somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Get going before Magee Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't never had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reed, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock.
Wait for me, please. Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. So Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Oh, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Pulling all the papers. Confessed he done it. I'll get this old lady's home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, shoot the ball, yeah. Hey, look, they get the boys down the street today.
What can I do for you, dearie? Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year. That. Come on in, dearie. Things are kind of mucked up a wee bit, but with the baby and all, and the old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to do all this.
Bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold, and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll
Things aren't as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Magee Hooker and her baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blarney. Faith be praised, 'tis the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you, then?
Well, there's a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Magee Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Well, and after I get settled in the new place, me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dearie.
Goodbye.
It's Casey now, Reed.
Well, hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reed.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. What's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side. Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Hey, Reed. Come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll holdup they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
Miss Case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, actually.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang. And their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Oh, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking.
Go on, Miss Case.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy cow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters. Hello?
This is Axford.
Well, what's up?
I'm down at Cops headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
What's the result?
Reed, I can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer is laughing in their faces when they question him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed, that I will. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods. I'll call Cato on the private line. Cato, I have a job for you to do.
What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? He is picture in paper of him. The old Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there, shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I tried to find out?
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Cato.
Goodbye, Mr. Britt.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reed returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club.
Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Cato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
Well, they can wait.
And Ashford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish brogue, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city page.
I'll tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired. I'm going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
All right, Cato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big men who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
Bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn to go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he stop?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on west side of city.
Let's see those names. Mrs. Tony Coretta, Water Street. And Mrs. Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Cato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison. And both their families are living comfortably.
What all that means?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the part he plays. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go.
Stepping for a secret panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as a hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
But first we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in middle of next block.
Turn off into the back alley. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but why you asking for me?
I'll come inside.
No. You'll not come in like that. That keeps you not good. Please, you're not
I won't hurt you if you do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you're making a mistake. I know how to get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I give it. It's in our bag. You just not money. I get it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, she not having the money for us to live.
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a big Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I'm making him sorry. I'm going to tell him I put it tonight. You've got nothing to be crying about this night. Hush. Sure now. Just let you understand every word I've been saying. I'll be thinking. Glory be. Now, who can be calling at a time like this? Be praised to the devil himself. Not the clothing, but will you be sitting in the house?
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that Green Hornet, but there's Magee Hooky you're backing up against it.
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the like for you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Merciful heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Quiet, you foul team. You can have the money. But if you're scared, that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. Tis a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But to St. Pat will bear me witness, I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me St. Pat to the headquarters right now. Do what you will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker.
You, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My plan's working out. Let's get moving.
Where we go next?
I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Cato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Sentinel will see to it that none of them are suffering. Step on it. Through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reed's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Cato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all?
Plenty, expert. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other seat.
Give it to me, then.
Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of the boys out. Cassidy.
Yes, Sarge?
Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer.
Okay, right away.
Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up?
We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. This is a bargain he made with their husbands.
What do you mean?
Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it?
Holy crow.
We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer.
Wait, I got to call Reed. Wait till he hears this. Why, I got a scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out.
I bet he's sleeping.
So what? Reed, this is Ashford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you answer.
Hold on, Reed. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
It was the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families, the women squashed, and then the cops found out that the guys were...
The story to rerun.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reed, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reed. Don't you know it's a tough thing?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reed, I want to... Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he says. Then call me when they do. Phooey. Sometimes I think Reed's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do.
You lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel.
Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
of the Green Hornet.
Hi, I'm Pete Wilson.
And I'm Ana Chavez. We want to take a moment to salute all of the wonderful people of the Bay Area for your generosity and your strength. You've really pulled together to help during this earthquake crisis.
You've risked your lives, you've opened your homes and your hearts to your neighbors. And already you've donated more than $1 million to earthquake relief, and we've passed it along directly to those in need.
So this message is for you. You are truly caring.
From all your neighbors in need. Thank you. Thank you.
It has arrived.
Good morning, Mr. Graves. This is the all-new four-door Cutlass Supreme. Your mission is to show the world that its sleek look and responsive performance are causing an automotive revolution.
This is not your father's Oldsmobile. This is the new generation of Olds.
See your Bay Area Oldsmobile dealers today.
You've seen a bag of Colombian beans like this, never like this. Introducing U-Ban 100% Colombian whole bean coffee. Nothing but rich whole Colombian beans, roasted to perfection, freshly packed until the moment you release its richness. Now, get all this whole bean Colombian richness in a bag that's easy to carry. New U-Ban 100% Colombian whole bean coffee, regular and naturally decaffeinated. The whole bean and nothing but.
When I put on my heels for work, I know, my nice, comfy cheetahs are here saying, na, 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 na. Too bad you can't wear us to work. So when I get home, I get out of my heels and I put on these. Ooh, much better. Then I take them to aerobics to punish them for making fun of me. Na, 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 na.
Cheetah, only at Mervin's for the clothes you love to live in.
Splash Mountain. It may look peaceful and fun, but the only way out is a long way down. Now open Splash Mountain at Disneyland.
Look what's rising out of the pumpkin patch this Halloween. The Pumpkin Cutter, a great way to let your kids carve their own pumpkins without sharp edges that cut little hands. It even makes toothy grins easy to do. The Pumpkin Scoop removes seeds and pulp better than any spoon. And the Pumpkin Light replaces dangerous candles with glowing results. Have a great pumpkin this Halloween with the Pumpkin Cutter, Pumpkin Scoop, and Pumpkin Light.
Pumpkin Cutter products available at Long's Drugs and Safeway.
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Oh, Silver, a fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and the hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. These stories have come down to us through the generations. No one could match the Lone Ranger's strength and courage, and his daring and resourcefulness made him the greatest champion of justice the frontier ever knew. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Ward's Crossing. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto stopped on the crest of a hill near the town of Ward's Crossing to watch a curious sight on the trail below them.
What's that fellow in the buggy think he's up to, Kemosabe? Maybe him loco. He's certainly behaving that way. Look there. He's deliberately forcing that horse to run away with him. There, he's tossed away the reins. We stop him. He'll be close to town before we can reach him, but we'll try. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were not the only ones to see the runaway, however. Young Pete Manders saw the careening buggy as he rode from his cabin toward the main trail. One look and he spurred his horse forward.
Come on, fella. Get up, get up. Come on, get up there, boy.
He rode at an angle and soon was bearing down on the horse and buggy. He shouted encouragement to the portly, middle-aged man who clung to the buggy's sides as though in fear of his life.
Come on there. Hang on, Mr. Duffy. I'll stop your horse. Hang on there. Get up, fella, get up. All right, boy, just a little closer. Come on there. Gotta get a hold of this fellow's bridle. That's it, boy. Whoa there, whoa there, doggone you. Whoa, there. Well, I don't reckon you'll be running again for a spell. Hey, boy. Hey, all right, Mr. Duffy? Weren't hurt none, were you?
Thought I'd turn over. I never had such a scare. Oh, my good gracious. I can hardly get my breath.
You'll be all right. Here, here's your reins. If we can get him the rest of the way to town without no more trouble.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, if you're all right, I'll be getting along.
No, wait.
Huh?
You saved my life.
Oh, shucks. I reckon I didn't do nothing like that. Maybe saved you a tumble is all.
Oh, but you did. I insist.
Well, anybody would...
It makes me feel very ashamed. Very ashamed.
Huh? What's that?
Well, I mean, after all, we've never been very good friends. You owed me nothing.
Forget it. I've never had nothing again you, Mr. Duffy.
If there's anything I can do to show you how grateful I am, how much I appreciate what you did,
Oh, shucks, nothing at all. I don't... Wait.
Yes?
Maybe this is my lucky day. You really meant that about wanting to do something for me?
Of course.
Then quit trying to keep me from seeing Kate. She ain't your daughter, Mr. Duffy. She's just your ward. When you come right down to it, you ain't got no real right to try and keep us apart.
But of course you can see her, my boy. Of course. Anytime.
Huh? You ain't out of your head, are you? I mean, being shook up like you was didn't...
Ridiculous.
Well, I couldn't help wondering.
Nonsense, my boy, nonsense. When a man comes as close to cashing in his chips as I did just now, I reckon it does something for him. Helps him to see things straight. I regret very much the trouble we've had in the past.
Well, I'll be doggone. And just yesterday you was promising to nail my hide to the calaboose.
Oh, I spoke hastily, I'm afraid.
Sure, no hard feelings. Well, if I'm really hearing this and not just dreaming it, why, you can look for me out your way tonight. Tell Kate that, huh? Tell her I'll be showing up around sundown.
Glad to.
Well, I'll have to be going on.
One moment.
Yeah? Now what?
Well, your trousers. You must have ripped them again the buggy.
Huh? Well, doggone if I didn't. It's all bad, too.
Oh, just a second.
Oh, but that's all right.
I feel it was my fault. It was my fault. Here, take this. It's nothing much. Just enough to pay for having them fixed.
Oh, now, Mr. Duffy, I couldn't take no cash.
Oh, it's just $1. It's no more than I owe you. Take it. Here, I absolutely insist.
Well, if you won't have it no other way...
Take it.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. Then we'll be seeing you this evening, huh?
Sure thing.
Fine, my boy.
Mr. Duffy.
Yes?
Reckon I've been just as mistaken about you as you've been about me. I just want you to know I've changed my mind. You're all right.
Thank you. Thank you, my boy. Good day.
Good day.
Get up. Get up there. Get up.
Crazy old coot, ain't he, Billy? Agree with me, huh, boy? Well, I don't blame you. One day he's cussing me out fit to kill, and the next, just because I stopped his fool buggy, you'd think we was old pards. Well, there ain't no accounting for human nature. Come on. Got to get back to the cabin and change my duds. Come on, boy. Come on.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto, seeing that the man in the buggy was not in need of their aid, had turned back and made camp. Later that day, Tonto went to town for supplies. When he returned, he had a strange story to tell. The Lone Ranger listened in silence, then...
Tonto, do you mean to say they really arrested that young fellow?
Him same feller.
They found a $1,000 bill in his possession?
That's right.
And the fellow in the buggy claimed he was held up and the $1,000 stolen from him. Is that right? What's his name?
Him named Duffy.
And the young fellow?
Him Pete Manders.
Tonto, you and I know that Pete didn't hold up Duffy. All he did was stop the buggy after the horse had started it. Tonto.
What matter?
Could this whole thing have been arranged in advance?
What you mean?
Don't you remember? We saw Duffy deliberately frighten his horse into running away.
Don't remember.
What if Duffy had known that Pete was close by? What if Duffy had planned for Pete to stop his horse, knowing that from a distance it might look as though Pete had stopped him against his will? As a matter of fact, you say there were 2 or 3 witnesses who claimed to see that very thing.
That's what them say.
Yesterday, according to your story, Pete and Duffy had a public fight over the fact that Duffy refused to let Pete call on his ward, Kate Freeman. They both made all kinds of threats. Today, Duffy claims he was held up. He identifies a $1,000 bill found in Pete's possession to prove it. And Pete finds himself in jail. Tonto, the whole thing fits. The sheriff goes to Pete's cabin and finds him changing clothes. The sheriff and Duffy accuse him of getting ready to escape. Pete denies it. Claims he never realized it wasn't a dollar bill that Duffy had given him. Who'd believe a story like that? In the first place, Duffy's a rancher. He's supposed to know how to handle horses. The very idea that a horse could run away with him would be laughed at.
That's right.
But granting that's true, who'd believe Duffy would give Pete money under any circumstances after the quarrels they've had? But even if you went so far as to accept that, how would you explain a man being careless enough to hand over a $1,000 bill thinking it a one?
It heaps strange.
It isn't strange, Tonto.
What do you think?
The sheriff evidently didn't believe that story, and neither do I. The sheriff doubts Pete, and I doubt Duffy. Here, Silver. Call Scout Kemosabe.
Here, Scout. What we do?
Tonto, there's more behind this than Duffy's dislike of Pete. Only an insane man would frame another under circumstances like these. Or...
What you think?
Or a man very badly frightened. We'll find out which is true. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on.
That evening, Pete Manders, confined to a cell in the jail at Ward's Crossing, tried to convince the sheriff of his innocence.
Doggone it, Sheriff. You've known me ever since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. If I'd been crooked, you'd have found it out long before this. I swear every word I told you's the truth. You've got to believe me.
Pete, if it was just your word against Duffy's, maybe I would.
Well, ain't it?
No.
But
Clem Wiggins and Porky Roberts and Jeff Swenson all saw you grab Duffy's horse and stop his buggy. That showed you was up to something right there.
But it was a runaway, I tell you.
Pretty thin, Pete.
Oh, blast it all, Sheriff. Do you think I'm altogether crazy? Do you think I'd do anything to spoil things with Kate?
I don't reckon that would have worried you much. Kate wouldn't believe anything agin you if she seen you do it with her own eyes.
Oh, talk sense.
I am. That's how some women are.
Don't set right somehow, Sheriff. Knowing you'd think I'd turn crooked.
I don't.
Huh? But you've been saying that
I think you held up Duffy and took that $1,000 bill off of him. Well, I do. But I know you. Ever since you've been a kid, you've been hot-headed. You've done more crazy fool things around here, just on the spur of the moment, than any other dozen fellers in town. I can see how it was. You was so bilin' mad at Duffy, you wasn't thinking straight. You saw him coming, and all of a sudden you got the notion of how to rile him. You went through with it before you gave yourself a chance to cool off. Well, I wouldn't exactly call that crooked, but under the law it don't matter. It's just as bad as if you held up folks for a living.
You sure got it all figured out neat, ain't you, Sheriff?
I think so.
So I'll get sentenced to at least a couple years.
It depends pretty much on Duffy. I'll ask him to go light on you.
Uh-huh, a fine chance of that. He'd like to see me in jail for life.
Oh, it won't be that bad.
Anything at all is bad enough when you haven't got it coming to you.
I'm sorry, Pete, but I just can't waste no more time here talking to you. I got other things to look at.
Look, Sheriff.
Well?
You say Duffy wouldn't frame me because he wouldn't have no reason to. But I tell you, he has. He's got a plenty good reason, the best. And I can
Pete,
tell you...
you've done nothing but slander Duffy ever since you've gone with Kate. I've had my fill of it.
But, Sheriff...
I won't listen no more.
But, Sheriff, you ain't heard what I meant to tell you. If you just listen for a minute... what's the use?
Pete.
Huh? What the...
Look here at the window.
Who's there?
I've been waiting until the sheriff left.
Masked man.
Suppose you tell me what the sheriff wouldn't wait to hear.
After Pete had confided in the Lone Ranger, the masked man gave him certain instructions. Then...
Here, stranger. I read just what you asked me. Take it.
Well, thanks. Kate will know you're writing.
Sure.
She does, though she'd convince her that I'm on your side.
Stranger, you say you saw Duffy start that runaway of purpose.
I did.
But you can't tell the law that?
Of course I can. But do you think the law would believe me?
No, wearing that mask, I don't reckon it would.
But you believe me?
Don't know what you'd have to gain by lying about it. Side me sure didn't get you much.
What you told me about Duffy, are you sure of the facts?
Mm-hmm. But I couldn't prove them.
He administers Kate's estate?
He's got full charge till she marries. That's the way her pa willed it when he died.
And you're convinced he's been looting the estate, huh?
Doggone right I am. What else could he have again me? He knows blame well if me and Kate got hitched, I could call for an accountant. I'll bet anything you'd care to name if the estate was investigated, Duffy'd find himself in a fix he couldn't snake out of.
He wasn't unfriendly until he saw Kate might marry you?
Ain't in the skunk to be friendly to anybody. But he wasn't downright again me afore then.
I see.
Look, stranger, what are you scheming?
Now, one moment, another question. Kate, would she have the courage to defy her guardian?
What do you mean?
Would she go against his orders?
Well, that'd depend.
Suppose she knew it was the only way in which you could be helped. Would she then?
Oh, stranger, maybe you'll think I'm patting myself on the back, but I figure she would.
Fine, I'm glad to hear it.
You ain't told me yet what you've got in mind.
I'm not certain yet myself, but I have the beginning of an idea.
Yeah?
And once the details are worked out, I believe it'll free you.
If it does, you can work miracles.
As long as a man's innocent, it doesn't require miracles to prove it.
No? Well, you ain't good acquainted with Duffy yet.
I hope to know him better.
Doggone if I don't think you do. Only I've got a kind of a hunch Duffy maybe won't be so pleased about it.
I think I'll be getting...
Pete, who's that you're talking to at the window?
The sheriff.
Right.
Better be going.
Yep, but I'll see you again.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger raced out of town, and when he came to the place where Tonto was waiting for him, he called to the faithful Indian without stopping.
Tonto! Follow me!
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Hurry, old fella!
Where do we go?
To the Freeman place. Kate Freeman lives there with her guardian. Come on, Silver. Hurry, old fella!
Get him up, fella.
Hurry!
In the living room of the ranch house, Kate faced her guardian defiantly.
I don't believe he held you up.
He's in jail for it.
Pete's no thief.
He's a no-good coyote.
No, you can't say those things. You have no right. You've done something terrible. Lied, tricked him. I know you have.
Oh, you think that, eh?
I do. I do.
Come here.
No.
All right.
Oh, please, my arm. You're twisting it, please.
So I tricked him, eh?
You did.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean it. Please, please let go.
Yeah, reckon it'll hold. What the...
Stay outside, Tonto.
Mask.
Pete, what's this fella been doing?
Keep still.
Let her speak for herself.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter.
If you're after
I'm
Kate,
not.
then what are you
I'm
doing?
here to speak to Kate. Kate, I've had a talk with Pete Manders at the jail. I've just come from there.
You have?
Yes?
Don't talk to this fella. If you do, I'll...
Yes?
Nothing.
I suppose what you started to say is that if she talked, you'd try some more persuasion on her. Such as twisting your arm, as I saw you do through the window.
Oh,
Quiet, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine.
The law will hear about this, stranger.
I imagine it will. I told you, Kate, I'd seen Pete. Here, this is the message to you that he wrote. Take it.
What does it say?
It merely explains that I'm on Pete's side, but read it for yourself.
Ah, so he's been trailing with crooks, eh?
Has he?
Ain't you one?
We're not alike, Duffy. In other words, I'm not.
Pete asked me to do whatever you suggest.
Yes.
Now, look here.
I'll tell you for the last time to remain quiet until you're spoken to. If you don't, you'll regret it. Kate, will you do as Pete asks?
I don't know who you are, what you want.
I want to help you both. I happen to know that your guardian here tricked Pete. That's why he's in jail now.
I knew it. I knew it.
He framed Pete in order to prevent your marriage.
That's a lie.
What?
Nothing.
That's better. As I said, he didn't want you and Pete to marry. But even though Pete's in jail, that's no reason why you shouldn't marry him, if you have faith in him.
You mean get married now?
Within a day or two.
She can't.
Why not?
I won't give my permission.
She's of age. What's your permission got to do with it?
She can't get married, that's all. She can't.
That depends upon her. Well, Kate?
I don't know what to say.
If you're hesitating because you're frightened of this fellow, you needn't. You leave here tonight. I'll take you where you'll be safe. He won't be able to harm you. And if he attempts it, well, he'll be sorry for it. What's your answer?
Yes, I will.
Two hours later, the masked man reined in before a second ranch house.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Here, I'll help you down.
Thank you.
You know these people?
They're friends of mine, good friends.
How about your guardian? Will he be able to trace you here?
No, I'm sure he won't.
These people are your friends. Wouldn't he think of them?
I don't think so. But it won't matter. They'd never tell him I'm here if I asked them not to.
Good. I must be getting back to town. Pete'll want to know what's happened.
Stranger.
Yes?
You will prove he's not guilty, won't you?
I will. I promise.
If you do, I'll never forget.
The masked man rode to town, where he spoke briefly to Pete Manders a second time. Then he returned to camp.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh. Tonto, what did Duffy do after I took Kate away?
Him not leave.
That means he'll wait until morning to report this to the sheriff.
Ah.
Good. We'll not have to watch him anymore tonight.
That's right.
Well, Tonto, we played our part. What happens now depends upon who was telling the truth. Duffy or Pete.
The sheriff had hardly sat down at his desk the following morning when the door of his office burst open and...
Huh? Oh, morning, Duffy. You're out bright and early today.
Look here, Sheriff.
Huh?
Can Kate get married without my say-so?
What's that?
You heard me. Don't she have to have my permission?
Shucks, I don't see why. If that was so, you could see to it she never got hitched till you'd cashed in. That don't make sense. Why, what's happened?
Well, even if she can get married, she can't marry a jailbird, can she?
Oh, I'm beginning to savvy. She and Pete making plans?
That ain't none of your business.
Well, maybe not.
But you ain't answered me.
Well, it ain't common for anybody to marry someone in the calaboose, but it's been done. Don't see nothing illegal in it.
You mean to say that if Kate come here and said she and Pete Manders aimed to get hitched, you'd let them?
I reckon I would.
Then you ought to have that badge of yours took away.
Think so?
I tell you they can't. Won't stand for it.
Oh, you're going to run my office, huh?
I'll see to it there ain't no wedding.
Seems to me you're getting mighty upset about nothing. Pete ain't said nothing about this. How do you know they're planning anything?
Oh, I know it all right.
Yeah?
And when I tell how the whole thing was fixed up by a masked fella you let talk to Pete while he's in jail, you'll hear plenty about it.
Masked fella, huh? That must be the fella I chased away last night.
Well, that's your last word on it, eh? If they want to marry, you let them.
Well, they're old enough to know their own minds.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that.
What are you figuring to do?
I'm riding over to Dobie Wells and ask Judge Felix about it. I'll be back late tomorrow. And if they're hitched between now and then, the judge says it's against the law, you'll be the sorriest sheriff this town ever seen.
That evening, having finished supper, the sheriff chuckled over his encounter with Duffy while he prepared to return to his office.
You never seen anybody any madder, Sophie. Fit to be tied he was. On his way right now to ask Judge Felix about it over to Dobie Wells. Hand me my coat, will you, honey?
Here you are, honey.
Wonder why he's so dead set agin them two young folks getting married.
Well, 'tisn't hardly the thing, is it? With Pete in jail and not knowing how long you'll be there.
Yeah, but Duffy was agin it long before that.
I know.
A man's a fool to try and separate a couple as bound to marry as they are.
Well, just remember it's none of your business. Do what you think is right and legal and let other folks work out their lives by themselves.
Oh, sure. Well, time for me to leave. Won't keep the office open late tonight, I reckon. You needn't expect me late. Bye.
Get home as soon as you can, John.
You bet. A little brown jug filled with Mountain Dew, fresh from the stand. Ooh, there, steady, boy, there. Steady, steady.
All ready, Sheriff?
That one, mask.
Don't reach for that gun.
You?
Right ahead. Follow my orders and don't call for help.
Taken completely by surprise, the sheriff had no choice. The route pointed out by the masked man took them by a roundabout way to the far side of the jail. There they took cover in the deep shadows cast by a clump of trees. The masked man spoke softly to his great stallion and...
fellow. Dismount.
Mister, what's the ID?
You'll find that out soon enough. In the meantime, don't make a sound that isn't necessary. And keep yourself hidden. The horses won't be seen.
Okay,
Listen to me.
What
We stay here until we get a signal from an Indian friend of mine. We may be here just a few minutes. And we may be here for the better part of the night.
What in thunder for?
To save a man's life.
An hour passed. Each time the worried sheriff tried to ask a question, the Lone Ranger silenced him. A second hour went by. And then...
That's it.
That's what?
That call. The call of an owl. That's the signal I've been waiting for.
Yeah?
And I promise you, Sheriff, if you make any kind of a sound now, I'll gag you.
But what are we here for?
Quiet. Watch the far corner of the jail.
Don't see nothing.
Oh, wait. Now, that shadow. That shadow moving against the wall. See it?
It's hard to make out, but... Yeah, I do. Somebody sneaking along outside the cells.
Right.
Hey, what are you going to do with that gun?
Watch me.
He stopped.
Isn't that the window to Pete's cell?
It is. He's looking in. He's got a gun. He's aiming it.
Careful.
But he'll shoot you.
Let him.
But
now.
He fired. There he goes.
Oh! Come on, Sheriff. Tonto, he's doubling back toward you. Get him, Tonto. Get him!
The man who screamed when the gun was shot from his hand by the Lone Ranger tried to escape. But Tonto stopped him and dragged him toward the masked man and the sheriff.
Let go! Kill him! Let me go!
Get way.
Good work, Tonto.
Who? By the great horned owl Duffy.
Take him inside.
You come. Let go.
I'll give you a hand with him, Tonto.
But I thought he was Adobe Wells.
That was his alibi. In with you.
Come on, this way back to the cells.
If he'd murdered Pete, he probably would have cut across country and got to Adobe Wells before morning. He would have talked to the judge, returned here the next evening, and you would never have suspected that he was the killer.
But how?
Pete
What?
there can tell you part of it.
Get the skunk?
Right here.
And he's going behind bars where he'll stay put. There, get in there.
You ornery schemers. He didn't touch you, did he, Pete?
Shucks, no. I done just like you said. Rolled up a pillow in my coat and laid it on the bunk like it was me. The coat sure got punctured, but there's no harm done as long as I wasn't inside it.
What did you say Pete could tell me?
Go ahead, Pete.
Well, just what I was going to tell you before, Sheriff, but you wouldn't listen. I know doggone well that Duffy's been stealing from Kate's ranch.
It's a lie. It ain't true.
Keep still. Your attempted murder gave you away.
But I tell you...
Sheriff, I knew that Duffy had framed Pete on the charge of theft. He swore against him. But I also knew there was no use my trying to convince you of the truth until I could expose Duffy's motive.
Pete wasn't guilty after all?
You'll still have to take just my word for it. But it's true. He wasn't. Duffy framed him to prevent his marrying his ward.
You shut up. I aim to hear the rest of this.
Pete supplied me with Duffy's motive. But there was just one way to expose him. Duffy had to be tricked into believing that even with Pete in jail, his scheme had failed.
Yeah? You mean all that talk about getting hitched?
Right. If Pete were married to Kate, he could force Duffy to make an accounting of his administration of her estate. And Duffy couldn't afford that, because it would reveal his thefts. He had just one thing left, to make absolutely sure the wedding would never occur.
Then that's why he tried to drill Pete.
It is. Pete was warned ahead of time, of course, so that he was in no danger. And Kate was hidden so that Duffy couldn't attempt her life instead. And Pete was the only one he could get at.
Duffy, that makes you out as just about the lowest thing around these parts.
None of it's true, I tell you. It's all just a pack of lies. They schemed us
You
together.
wouldn't have tried to drill Pete less than you had a mighty good reason. And that and fits so pat, I reckon it's the one.
Listen to me, Sam.
Anyhow, it won't take long to look into things while you're in jail and get at the truth. So I reckon your game's up.
But how about me, Sheriff? You going to keep me here, too?
Well, I don't know.
You sure ain't putting any faith in that story about me holding him up after you seen him try to kill me, are you?
Yeah, that ain't what I was thinking of.
Huh?
You can go free on just one condition.
What's that?
That me and Sophie get an invite to your wedding.
Sheriff, just try and stay away.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
When I decided to become a superhero, since flying and being invisible were taken, I picked Jumpman. All I need is a great pair of jumping shoes. These help a lot. I figure they're good for about 1 trillion jumps. I can wear them anywhere, and no one knows my secret identity.
Cheetah, only at Mervin's, for the clothes you love to live in.
How many bakeries do you know that bake with ingredients as fine as these? Dole pineapple. Baker's chocolate. Diamond walnuts. We know of one, Entenmann's. At Entenmann's, we make our fresh baked goods a lot like you do when you bake. And that's why you can't get better fresh baked goods than Entenmann's. Unless you bake.
My wife says, let's take up racquetball. It'll be good for us. Buys me these cheetahs. Says they'll cushion the shock. My arms hurt. My head hurts. My hair hurts. But she was right. My feet feel great. If she wants to play another game, my feet are up to it, but my body's sitting this one out.
Cheetah, only at Mervin's, for the clothes you love to live in.
You know I'm waiting, just anticipating.
The pure taste of coconut.
But while I'm waiting,
Bounty is moist, tender coconut.
try a little tenderness.
Drenched in a sea of chocolate.
Try a little tenderness.
Discover new Bounty, the taste of paradise.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Dear Mr. Box 13, care of newspaper Star Times, I am Nick Nerekios. For 20 years, I own a restaurant, and there is no trouble, and that is good. Now, I got trouble, and that is bad. One day, I look through paper, I see Box 13, that you go any place, do anything you want adventure. All right, Mr. Box 13, you come to Nick's place, 2129 10th Street. You have no trouble finding it because it is only Nick's place.
It is the only Nick's place in the neighborhood. Maybe you help Nick? Yes? Maybe I help Nick, sure. At first I was laughing, and later I was laughing. But I was laughing with tears in my eyes.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Tempest in a Casserole.
Nick, what's his last name, Mr. Holliday?
Nerekios.
Oh,
Doesn't seem like anything interesting could come of it, does it, Susie?
well, I think you ought to go and see him.
Hmm? Why? I've had better letters than this, and you've thrown cold water on them.
His place is on 10th Street.
Keep going, Susie. What's your point?
Well, I thought you could do me a favor at the same time.
Uh-huh. What?
Look,
What's that?
I ordered an earthenware pot from Caldwell's department store on 10th Street. And look what they sent me.
It's cute. A little merry-go-round. A toy.
I know, but it isn't what I asked for.
What did you ask for?
I told them to send me a carousel.
You got it.
I didn't. I got this.
If you ordered a carousel, you...
I do not think this is very funny.
Susie, did you by any chance mean a casserole?
Oh, I guess I did.
The customer at Caldwell's is always right. You ordered a carousel, and a carousel you got.
Will you take it back for me?
No, sure. And even if Nick doesn't have anything interesting, I can do you a favor. So long, Susie. A half hour later, I was in Nick's place on 10th Street. A clean, neat restaurant that seemed to be doing a wonderful business. Every table was filled, and the counter was loaded and crowded with people. I asked for Nick, and a waitress guided me to his office in the rear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can do you something, sir.
Well, the question is, what can I do for you?
What are you selling?
My services, free.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do not understand. Mr. 13, I am so glad. Please, you sit down, please. Eh?
Oh, thanks. I have a name as well as a number, Nick. It's Dan Holliday.
Oh, good, Mr. Dan. My name, Alexander Nerekios.
Alexander? But I thought...
Oh, sure. My name, Alexander, but when I first come this country, everybody call me Nick. One name, she's good like any other. But that is not here or any place, yes?
Yes, I suppose not.
Mr. Dan, you see my restaurant, you come in, yes?
Yes, and you're doing a roaring business, Nick.
Like Shakespeare says, it's a rob.
What do you mean?
Oh, Mr. Dan, you look here. I opened the door.
It's still crowded out there.
Yes, but each one have coffee, just coffee. They sit and read newspapers, books, anything, and they drink 1 cup of coffee.
Nothing else?
Nothing.
Oh, I see. And how long do they stay?
All day long. I am losing money, fist over hands.
Any enemies who might want that?
Enemies? No, I have no enemies, Mr. Dan. I like everybody like me. You ask all around. Everybody say, Nick Nerekios, good man.
Has anyone else ever wanted this spot?
Oh, sure. Lots of times people come, they want to sublease from me. I say no.
Has that happened recently?
Sure, only 2 days ago.
I think that's it, Nick. This is a good spot in between Caldwell's department store and a bank. You probably did a lot of business before the coffee drinkers moved in on you.
Yes, but now, my regular customer, they come past at noontime, they look in, they see all the business, they in a hurry, so they go someplace else. Oh, Mr. Dan, you help Nick, yes?
Sure. I'll tell you what, Nick. You put a sign on each table and on the counter. One that reads, minimum charge, 50 cents.
Oh, that is wonderful. That's magnificent, Mr. Dan. Yes, sure, I do that. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'll be running along.
Look, anytime you want, you come to Nick's place, you bring friends, all your friends. Nick cook personally for you. Anything you want. You do that, yes?
It's a deal.
Now you tell me something else.
What's that, Nick?
Why you do this? Why you put that ad in the paper?
Well, I write stories, Nick, and sometimes a letter leads me to a good one.
You don't take money?
No.
How you live?
By my stories. When I haven't got writer's cramp. Well, I've got to be going, Nick. Meanwhile, don't forget the signs on the tables and the counter. So, marking that little visit off to profit and loss, I went home. Then the next day at the office.
You forgot, didn't you?
Huh? Forgot what, Susie?
You didn't take my carousel back for a casserole.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susie. I put it in the back of my car and forgot all about it. I'll do it for you, though.
When, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe today.
All right. Hello?
Please, you let me talk to Mr. Holliday. I want to talk to Mr. Dan. Please,
I know,
hurry. I'm very important.
Wait a minute. I don't know who this is, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Dan Holliday, I want to talk to Mr. Dan Holliday, the writer.
Well, this is Dan. Oh, Nick?
Yes, Nick. Oh, Mr. Dan, I am in trouble once more again.
What's the matter? My idea, didn't it work?
Oh, sure, fine. Work fine.
Then what's the matter?
My credit, it is ruined.
Your credit? Go slowly, Nick, and tell me all about it.
For years I buy on credit, same as big business. All the time I pay my bills sharp on the dash. Now, all of a sudden, no credit.
Sounds like someone fixed that for you.
What do I do now? No wholesaler send Nick food he need for business. I cannot open my restaurant. I am ruined.
Now, calm down a minute and listen to me.
I listen.
Did you make money last month?
Always I make money.
Well, have you got a bank account?
4 of them.
All right, then. Have one of your banks call the wholesalers with whom you do business. Just reestablish your credit. That's all.
That is all I do, Mr. Dan?
That's all.
What a wonderful man. Mr. Dan?
Yes?
You are not writer.
No?
No, you are a genius. Goodbye.
Susie, I am now a genius.
Good, but is there a story in it?
Oh, you slave driver. What a wonderful guy.
Who, Nick? Why didn't you go down there then?
But you heard me handle it over the phone.
My casserole, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, all right. Later. Well, I'm glad we had that thing put in. It keeps me awake. I'll get it, Susie.
Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Dan?
Yeah, Nick? You again?
Mr. Dan, the whole world is terrible.
Now what's the matter?
Nothing like has happened since Adam and Eve. The world is upside down, topsy-topsy.
Hold it a minute, Nick. You better start over again.
Oh, I will take back the drinkers of coffee. I will pay them to come back, but this is too much. Please, you come to me. Help me, Mr. Dan.
All right, Nick, all right. I'll be there in a half hour. I hurried down to Nick's place, and before I could drive up in front, I knew something was wrong. The street was crowded with trucks and the drivers. The place was a bedlam. Horns tooting, drivers yelling at each other to get out of the way, and right in the center of it all, Nick. His hair was standing on end, his face was as white as a sheet, and his arms were flying around like a lunatic windmill. I parked in an alley a half a block away and walked toward Nick.
No, these are not mine. I did not order 10 radios and jig boxes. Now, look, you're Nick Nera. Are you Nick?
I am Nick.
I wish I was not Nick.
Hey, Nick, what's this all about?
Oh, Mr. Dan, my friend. Look what has happened to Nick.
Hey, mister, you know this guy, this Nick?
Yes, I do. What is all this, driver?
Yeah, just look at this bill here. It says deliver 10 radios and 3 jukeboxes to Nick's place. Now the guy says he don't order them.
No, I don't,
Mr. Dan.
Hey, pull that hacky ears out of the way. I gotta get in there.
Keep your ears in, wise guy. I'm here first. Oh, Mr. Dan, my restaurant is filled with things I do not order. Look, all up the street, down the street, trucks.
Yeah, I see him, Nick.
2 pianos, 5 refrigerators, 19 beds. My customers are all gone. They are scared of the elephant.
Elephant? Oh, what do you mean?
Somebody send Nick an elephant. Oh, Mr. Dan, please, about an elephant is nothing funny.
Okay, Nick. You go back into your restaurant. I'll take care of this for you.
Oh, you do this, Mr. Dan. Nick is grateful.
Yeah, sure.
What would I do with an elephant?
Well, I did what I could. I convinced the truck drivers with the help of 5 cops that a mistake had been made. It took over an hour, but at last the tangle was unsnarled. Radios, refrigerators, jukeboxes, razor blades, pianos, beds, whatnots, and the elephant. Well, they were all sent back where they'd come from. Then I went in to see Nick.
Oh, Mr. Dan, Nick does not know what to say. Nick is spokeless.
Sit down, Nick.
Oh, sure. You want some coffee?
Not right now, thanks. Look, Nick, you said someone had asked you to sublet your restaurant. What reason was given?
They say Nick does not know how to run a restaurant. They say they make a gold mine.
Yet you've been making a comfortable living.
Oh, in America, I am very happy. I come here a long time ago now.
Mm-hmm. All right, Nick, here's what you do. You sit tight.
Sit tight?
Stay right where you are. Don't sublet to anyone. Understand?
Oh, I never give up my place. Never.
That's the ticket. Whoever's doing this to you will have to give up sometime.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything else happens, you let me know, huh?
Sure. I call my good friend, Mr. Dan.
Swell.
Why you think they do this to me, Mr. Dan?
I don't know, Nick. But it'll be interesting to find out. I went back home, and the more I thought about Nick and the trouble he was having, the more curious I got. Why should anyone want a restaurant badly enough to go to all that trouble? Why? I was still wondering when... Hello?
Mr. Dan? Is this Mr. Dan?
Yes, who is this?
I am Mrs. Nick Nerakios.
Mrs. Nerakios?
Yes. Mr. Dan,
Mrs. Nerakios, what's the matter?
It's about Nick, my poor Nick.
What about him?
He wants you to come to him.
Where?
Home. You come, please. Please come, please.
Right away. What's the address?
789 Borden Street. Please, you hurry, please. Something terrible has happened to my Nick.
And now back to Tempest in a Casserole, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I hurried to Nick's home. Whatever had happened to him was enough to make his wife almost hysterical. She met me at the door, her face stained with tears. She led me through the clean little flat and...
Nick, here is Mr. Dan.
Oh, my friend.
Nick, what happened? Who did this to you?
Look what they do to my Nick. His poor eyes, his nose, my Nick.
Gina, you go out of room for a minute. Yes, I want to talk to Mr. Dan. Make some coffee, eh?
All right, Nick, all right. I make you some coffee.
Nick, how did this happen?
Tonight I leave my restaurant. Always I take the shortcut through the alley back of my place. I walk for a little bit and somebody hit me.
Did you see who it was?
No,
Did you go to the police?
No. I come home. I tell my wife to call you, Mr. Dan.
But you should have gone to the police.
Oh, but I am scared, Mr. Dan. I read in paper that men who do this will also maybe hurt my wife. I do not want that, Mr. Dan. I do not want that.
Nick, I want you to sublet your place.
Oh, no, I do not do that. I will send my wife away where she will be safe, but no, Nick, stay here, like you say, sit tight. I not give up.
You want me to help you, don't you?
Oh, sure.
And listen to me and do as I say. Sublet your restaurant. Sublet it and we'll see what happens. After I left Nick, I went to see Lieutenant Kling. He listened to what I had to tell him, and...
But, Dan, he should have come to the police.
He was scared, Kling. Besides, what could he prove? The men who beat him up were hired by the person or persons who want Nick's place.
Why?
There's a bank next door, Kling.
I know that, but you're not thinking those guys will drill through the walls in that restaurant to get to the bank.
It's been done before.
Yeah, I know. So you told Nick to go ahead and sublet.
That's right. Look, Kling, here's the way I figured. They want Nick's place badly enough to commit mayhem. They counted on his being scared enough to keep him away from the police. But what they didn't know was that Nick had written to me asking me to help.
So? What's your idea?
Let them have the place. Let them do what they want. But watch that bank. Well, Nick sublet his place to the men who had been after it. And Kling and the police watched the bank. Special alarms were set in the walls. Night and day, the restaurant was watched. And what happened? Well, exactly what happened to Simple Simon's fish hook in the pail of water. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. One day, after a couple of weeks of this game of watch and wait, I was in my office.
Mr. Holliday.
What, Susie?
Did you ever look in the back seat of your car?
Back seat of my car? Why? Who's there?
Not who. What?
Well, what's this, 20 questions?
My carousel is still in the back seat of your car. It's been there for weeks now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susie. I'm sorry. I hope I haven't held up your cooking.
If you'll give it to me, Mr. Holliday, I'll take it back and exchange it. I wouldn't want to put you to all that trouble.
No, Susie, don't be cross. I'll take it back today. I'm going to Nick's place anyway.
Promise?
Honest Injun and stuff.
Fine. Now I can make baked noodles sometime.
Good enough. I'll go right now.
Oh, hello,
Lieutenant. Hello, if it isn't Lieutenant Kling. Come on in.
This isn't a social call. Look, Holliday, the department's pulling the men off the bank and the restaurant today.
But why?
Why? Because they're needed someplace else. For 2 weeks we played Find the Gimmick because you had an idea. Now we're very tired.
But that's what those men might be waiting for.
Yeah? Look, if they're going to make the pitch, they'd have made it. But they didn't.
There's no sign they won't.
Okay. So we know who they are in case they do. They wouldn't get 10 feet before we'd have them. Dan, we can't play anymore. Sorry.
Okay. But I'm sure they're playing some kind of a fast game.
Then you get in it. So long.
Maybe Kling was right. But then again, maybe I was right. I hadn't been in the restaurant since the last time with Nick. I wanted to keep out of the way in case I'd been spotted then. So I thought I'd drop in before going to the department store. A waiter came up to me.
Yeah? What'll it be, mister?
Where's your menu?
We ain't got any.
No menus?
Our customers can't read.
It's a funny way to run a restaurant.
Okay, it's funny, so laugh.
Well, what have you got to eat?
Hamburgers.
And?
Onions.
Nothing else?
Our customers ain't that hungry.
Okay, bring me a hamburger. No onions. And a cup of coffee.
Take a while if you don't want to wait and leave.
This was a great restaurant. Not like when Nick had it. I was the only customer, and from the waiter's attitude, the lack of business was understandable. What was going on? As I sat there, I heard a sound that puzzled me. I couldn't figure it. And as best as I could judge, it was coming from the kitchen right in back of me. I just couldn't place that sound, although I knew I'd heard it before, someplace. Then the waiter came back after a 15-minute wait.
Here you are, mister.
How about the coffee?
Be up in a minute.
Oh, just a second. You put onions on this.
No extra charge.
But I don't want onions. This is loaded with them.
Okay. Don't eat it then.
So I sat there and looked at the hamburger. It was fried hard, and the bread was well on its way to being toast by reason of age. And the waiter? Well, if he had ever waited tables before, I'd eat the hamburger, which I didn't. I never did get the coffee, but waiting for it gave me the chance to look around and think. That sound puzzled me, but I couldn't figure it any more than I could get the reason for the whole setup. But one thing was obvious. The management didn't care if any customers came in or not. So I left. I went next door to Caldwell's department store to exchange Susie's carousel for a casserole. And at the counter...
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, please. I want this exchange.
Do you have your slip, sir?
It's with the carousel. You see, I'd like to get one of these casseroles in exchange.
For yourself, sir?
Does that make any difference?
Well, I thought you might have a color preference. We have them in earth brown, red, and green.
Green.
Green? Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. We're out of the green one.
Well, it really doesn't make any difference.
Well, how about the red?
That'll be fine.
Do you like to cook?
Not particularly.
Well, many men do.
Well, this is not for me. It's,
I see. Let's see now. These are $1.95, and the exchange on the carousel is, let's see now. You owe me $1.87.
Here you are.
Out of 5, thank you, and I'll have your change in just a moment.
Hey, that sound.
I beg your pardon?
That sound. Now I know.
No what, sir?
The compressed air tube for sending slips and money to the cashier. Oh, lady, I love you.
Really, sir? This is neither the time nor the place.
Where's the manager?
Yeah, you have a complaint?
No, a hunch, and I'm going to play it. Where's the manager?
Well, the second floor. Office is in the rear of the building.
Thank you.
Your change, sir, and your casserole.
Don't worry, I'll be back. It was a hunch, all right. But I thought it was a good one. I called Kling, told him to get to the Caldwells right away, and to bring a certain something with him. And later in the manager's office.
But I don't understand, Mr. Holliday.
That makes 2 of us, Mr. Bardo. Holliday, what gives?
Mr. Bardo, has your store shown a loss for, say, the last 2 weeks?
Loss? Are you a stockholder?
No, but has it?
Well, then I hardly think...
Dan, get to the point. What are you doing? You call me here and tell me to bring a tear gas bomb. I think you've slipped your hinges.
Listen, let's all go down to the kitchenware department.
Kitchenware?
All right, any place in the store. I want to prove something.
Well, this is highly irregular, but since you've brought in the police, I must assume you're serious.
I assure you I am. Come on.
Conning? Miss Conning?
Yes, Mr. Bardo? Oh, it's you again.
Hello.
Miss Conning, this gentleman...
Mr. Bardo, I assure you I was courteous. He told me he loved me.
What?
What's going on?
It was a figure of speech. Look, Mr. Bardo, please ask Miss Corning to do what I asked.
Really, this is ridiculous. However, Miss Corning...
Yes, Mr. Bardo?
Make out a sales slip for...
this frying pan. Here.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's a $10 bill. Send it along through the compressed air tube.
Shall I wrap the pan?
No, I don't think I'll want it. Just the slip, the money, and the change tube.
Go ahead, Miss Corning.
Yes, sir.
And what about the tear gas bomb, Dan?
Tear gas?
Miss Corning.
What about it, Dan?
Now, we'll see. All right, Miss Corning, send the slip and the $10 bill through the change tube. No, wait.
What now?
Mr. Bardo, call the cashier and tell her to expect this carrier.
If it weren't that the police, give me the house phone, Miss Corning. Thank you. Extension 490. Hello, Miss Roebling. This is Mr. Bardo. In just a moment, a carrier containing a sales slip for a frying pan and a $10 bill will come to you and... Mr. Holliday, why am I telling her this?
Just tell her to do the usual with it.
Oh, very well. Miss Roebling, handle the carrier as usual. Yes, thank you. All right, now what?
Send the carrier, Miss Corning.
Dan, will you tell me why I'm here? I'm on a perfectly good homicide case, and you drag me here to go through an idiotic...
I think you'll see. How long will this take, Mr. Bardo?
Oh, a few seconds. The store isn't crowded. Business isn't good today, not at all.
Yeah, that goes for me, too.
There's a carrier. Open it, Miss Corning.
Yes, sir. Oh, the change is here, and your receipt for the frying pan.
You sure?
Of course, look at it.
Dan, you just bought yourself a frying pan. Now you should go home and bang your head with it. Or let me.
I don't get it. I thought I had...
Oh, excuse me, that's my extension.
You thought you what, Dan?
Hello?
I thought I had a hunch about that.
Now, you've taken up a great deal of our time, and
Mr. Bardo, the cashier phoned. She said she didn't get the carrier.
But that's impossible. There's the slip and the change.
I knew I had a hunch. Kling, let me have that tear gas bomb.
No, I give up. Here.
Mr. Holliday, what are you going to do?
Give me one of those carriers, Miss Corning. Thanks. Now, we'll put the bomb in the carrier. So. And gimmick it so that when the carrier's opened, the tear gas bomb will do its stuff. Okay. Send it along, Miss Corning.
Holliday, you crazy? The cashier opens that,
She won't get it. Go ahead, Miss Corning. Send it on.
Mr. Bardo, should I?
Yes, send it. I'll warn the cashier by phone not to open it. Mark it with your checking pencil.
Good. Come on, Kling, I'll buy you a hamburger. Next door.
You think we made it?
Sure. Now just keep an eye on the front door of the hamburger place. Here they come. Grab him, Kling. Grab him.
Hey, what's the matter? All right, get up.
Ah, the waiter with tears in his eyes. I told you there were too many onions in that hamburger.
And those crooks were taking money like that?
That's right, Susie. They had tapped into the compressed air tubes which ran through the walls of the department store in Nick's place. Were helping themselves to some nice, easy cash.
They must have made a fortune.
No, not a fortune, but enough. You see, if they had grabbed every one of the carriers, it would have spoiled the game. The store would become suspicious.
Oh.
But they work each city for a month, and they move on to another spot.
What won't they think of next?
Who knows? Now, excuse me. I've got a date at Nick's for dinner.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Hmm?
Why'd you get a red one?
Red what?
Casserole. I like green. So, as long as you're going down that way, will you exchange...
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this week's original story was written by Robert M. Light. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund McDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Gerber presents the first peach your baby will ever eat. A 100% natural baby food so smooth, it's just for starters. First Foods fruits and vegetables, made extra smooth for the first few weeks of eating vegetables and fruits. No artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. No added salt or sugar. No modified food starch. It's pure and simple. First Foods fruits and vegetables are smooth, natural, and of course, from Gerber.
The baby's due any day now, but everything's under control because they connected their computer to Prodigy, the new service from a partnership of IBM and Sears. Now she can order a playpen, start a savings account for Nick or Nicole, and order groceries. For $9.95 a month, Prodigy has hundreds of features to help you gain control of almost everything. Prodigy. Finally, what the PC was invented for. See your dealer, see Prodigy, and see how you can win $25,000.
Discover cleaning so advanced, it's engineered to perform like it never has before. New Triple Action All. So highly engineered, stain-fighting enzymes power out stains. Color-safe bleach inspires white. Brighteners excite colors to new heights, far beyond simply clean. Today there is new Triple Action All, engineered for a new all clean like you've never seen.
Grandpa, this is a fantastic part.
All our friends are here for that new light microwave popcorn with 1/3 fewer calories and 2/3 less fat.
Than our regular microwave?
This is something you can eat all night and still fit into your tux.
Great idea. You know, you're looking really good tonight, Grandpa.
It's McRib time at McDonald's. Grilled pork and that sassy sauce. Add fries and a Coke and you're talking chomp, but only for a limited time. The good time, great taste of McDonald's. McRib chomp.